whilst other teams require a functionality-based support hero who can protect teammates in dire situations and provide buffs to control and enhance magical damage. Your choice is closely tied to the team's needs in real combat. A team will need to choose 5 out of the 6 classes above to form. Utilizing different combinations of heroes can bring forth different chemical reactions for the team, and the right mix of combinations will allow you to demonstrate your advantages. This concludes the class introduction for Arena of Valor. Good luck on the battlefield, and we will see you next time. Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle Alert Pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness Status Ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal Status Ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill and cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy Status Ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation Alert Ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield.
I picked Dragontail. Not the other way around.
Painting genius, Jan. Since his childhood, the exceptionally talented Jan has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Jan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1. Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2. Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3. Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior-type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of Skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of Skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use Skill 3, Skill 1, enhanced normal attack, Skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use Skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by Skill 3, normal attack, Skill 1, normal attack, the second part of Skill 3, Skill 2, Skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, coordinating with Skill 2's movement and Skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using Skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. Look both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. From your world, I declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit, my mind's on fading mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wired, I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded, my destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. 50 feet step back, I'm about to split my G, I'm with it. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little. Me.
No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. Look both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built every day from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. Look both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere.
right, welcome to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. This is the second day, and we are going to be your shoutcasters, Giyang Gaming, and here with me is Vittorio. How are you, my friend?
It's a very, very good day for a lot of AOV action for sure. Today we're going to see 12 best of ones, and I'm very, very excited to what Group C and Group D has in store for us. Group A and Group B did well yesterday, and I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams here in Group C and Group D are very, very pumped on what kind of competition they have been seeing from yesterday's matches.
Yeah, if we had 9 games yesterday, it was a bit long, but also fulfilling and exciting. Now we have more games, 12 games in total in store for you guys to watch and learn as well, as we have new teams coming into the AIC 2022, looking to showcase their talents or maybe put up a good fight amongst the other veteran teams that are here today as well. And the second day, we're still in phase 1, which is going to be a best of 1 series for every single teams here, and we're more so going to determine which teams are going to qualify in the top 3 in their respective groups. So, well, yesterday, but let's talk about the schedule first. We're now at the Friday. It's a Good Friday today, 17th of June, and we're going to be having our group stages here in this week. Next week, we're going to be having the quarterfinals from June 23 to 26, semifinals on July 2nd and July 3rd, and the grand finals, best of 7 grand finals on July 10.
Yeah, that's a lot of matches, especially in the group stages. It's a do or die for most of the teams. On the first 2 days, it's a best of 1, and then for the remaining 2 days of the group stages, they're gonna be facing each other in a best of 2. And looking at the prize pool, we have a whooping $2 million USD prize pool for AIC 2022. That is a big prize pool for sure for a mobile game event. And the first placers are gonna be taking home 700,000 US dollars. That's a lot. And even if you are placed in the group stages, even if you are eliminated, you're going to be taking home $10,000 each for the team. We also have the final MVP, the best lineup, and then qualifiers and wildcards. In total, they are going to be receiving 315,000 USD dollars. And not to withstand from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th to 8th, that's a lot of money in the prize pool.
That's a lot. That's a lot, and it is gonna be worth it, of course, for the players and teams that are giving their very best in this Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Talking about 700,000 US dollars. Yesterday, Mikos and I were talking about what we're going to buy if ever we do have this kind of lump sum of money. I'm for sure is going to be spending it on food. I don't know with Mikos. But here are the participating teams. Here at the day number 2, we have, I think, Group C and D. We have some new teams, new faces here in the second day. And I think I'm looking forward to seeing them perform quite well.
Yep. And definitely, there's going to be a lot of newcomers. Influence Rage, a dope team. Actually, a dope team is underranked from the previous AIC 2021. We also have Microtopia, that is one of the newcomers from the GCS region. And then, of course, Nexpuya. And we have the mainstays, Mad Team, V Gaming, It's Bacon Time, and also Dewa United, who's going to be returning for AIC. They did not qualify for the AIC 2021. They were beaten out by Archangel, but now they're coming out in force here for the AIC 2022. So our first game of the day is a dope team versus Influence Rage. It's 2 regional teams from the sea and also from Brazil that's going to be facing off in the first match of the day. And then, of course, Mad Team and the others. And this is the remaining schedule that we have here for today, the first 6 matches.
So 6 matches, then double that. That's the total matches here for today. I'm really excited on seeing the other teams as well, the veteran ones. Mad Team, V Gaming coming from AIC 2021. They got defeated by Buriram United Esports in a reverse sweep, and now they're looking to maybe have a solid performance in this tournament. I'm looking forward to Bacon Time too, honestly, because they had an incredible performance coming into qualifying for AIC 2022. And now, in our first series, Adobe Team versus Influence Rage. I like the names of these both teams. Kind of witty.
Yeah, Adobe Team actually went for a rebranding for themselves on the rank, which was actually in the bottom of in terms of win. They didn't actually win any matches from AIC 2021, so I'm expecting a lot since they're a team that has been consistently participating in all of the international tournaments for AOV. We're gonna see Botax, Zenshao, LCC2, XF, and LYL again for to represent the C region. And then, of course, you know, if they're not going to be able to improve themselves from the last outing that they had, then definitely we're going to see a repeat of what happens on their international runs. And I hope that that would not be the case here for AIC 2022. But they're going to be facing off Influence Rage, which was a mainstay from the long past international tournaments. I think they went out in AIC 2018. Of course, that's going to be a lot of new faces. Makes RJ, Danny, Miss, White, and yeah, are going to be the players for Influence Rage.
And you know what they say about new what do you call that? Revamps, right? You want to have a new face of a team, new look, new style, new performance. They're looking for improvement here, especially for the side of Adobe Team. You know, hopefully it's not going to be a repeat of last AIC 2021. That's their end goal. But here is the most important part, because this is the start of the tournament. This is their first match, and it's more so going to be a testing of the water. This is a pretty good setup that we have here for day number 2, and Adobe Team, Influence Rage are going to be at least throwing some jabs onto each other, measuring each other's up, and also gauging themselves whether they are going to be able to perform quite well onto each other, which will be their stepping stone in battling against the other really strong teams like Mad Team, V Gaming, and Bacon Time, such.
Yep. And still, one of the biggest problems that we saw from Underrank, which is Adobe Team, was the drafting that they did. Yeah, they were able to actually use some meta picks, but at the end of the day, it's about the execution. And in the best of one, you need to show everything that you've got, all of the best picks that you have. It's not a global banned pick. So you have a lot of leeway on the picks that you want to happen for your team. And that's going to be a lot and a big factor in actually winning the game. There are early game compositions, mid game compositions. We also have the late game compositions. And there are very strong meta picks that are strong from the early to the late game. And looking at the bans, Adobe Team actually banned out Omen as their first ban, and Influence Rage actually answered back with a Itachi pick. And then an Aya ban is also actually being over there. Very, I think the Aya pick the Aya pick is always going to be effective as a first ban for the opposing team, not for the first pick team, which is Adobe Team.
Yeah, I'm as confused as you are right now, since more so we do see it on the red side team being the one to take away the Aya. But maybe, you know, Adobe Team doesn't want to go on that path. If ever Influence Rage would leave it wide open, not so sure. It's up to them. But I was kind of excited to see another game of Aya, since yesterday we did see it on the match of what team was that? Talon Esports and Team Flash. And right now it's going to be a different route for both teams. Going to be the standard one knockout, going to be the first pick here on the side of Adobe Team. And well, Influence Rage, they do have access now to the Crixie, which is one of the most picked heroes yesterday as well, during day number 1, but they're right now hovering the Hayat and the Volcath as well. Pretty good for engage and a nice amount of sustain.
Yep. Looking at the first pick of Ado team, they actually went hard. Actually, if you're gonna go for a jungler first pick, that's gonna be a very, very ballsy move. You have a lot of confidence on how you're gonna be hovering this. Nakot, yeah, I could say that he is one of the best heroes to actually go for split pushes. Actually has a lot of mobility as well to go for the ganks. But the problem is how squishy he is, and that's a lot of factor here. Because what Influence Range did is they picked out one of the top tier supports right now, the Volcat, which has been utilized in the support position for so long from the AIC, and even from the normal rank games that you have in the high tier, you're gonna see Volcat actually be picked out on the support position. His versatility is there. He's also gonna be a top tier Dark Slayer laner just because of how good he can actually burst down heroes, and also the sustainability that he has whenever he uses his ultimate.
That's true, and I think what Adobe team is just more so relying on comfort right now, since they're pretty confident that they would be able to fully utilize this Nakot pick. So despite the cons of picking it first, they're just going to rely on the focus rather on the pros of it, since they are going to pick it up, as well as the Baldum, the Crixie. So a lot of at least back-end assist here on the side of Adobe team. Influence Rage focusing now on crowd control and a little bit of execution with that Thane pick. And as we see here on the second banning phase, they're removing quite a lot of marksmen here on the side of Influence Rage, while Adobe team is focusing more into the mid lane matchup for LCC2.
Yep, and with the first 3 picks that we see actually here for Adobe team, they are going to be very, very versatile on the damage that they're going to be bringing. Crixie is one of the top tier mages right now. I mean, she has not been underperforming in a lot of the tournaments that we saw her, especially from the 2021. She has been one of the top picks if you really want someone that can actually burst down in the middle parts of the game, even in the early parts of the game where she just hits the level 4 cap. If Moonfall is available, she is someone that can actually go for supplementary damage to burst down any hero, even if it's a tank.
Yeah, and well, I think this is going to be an interesting one coming from Influence Rage. Looking to see how the Adobe team is going to close this out, since they haven't picked up their marksman just yet, which was kind of limited here on the side of Influence Rage due to their banning of the Laville and the Kafeni. They would have some pick potential if they would lock the Slims up, but I think they would be relying mostly on the damage of LCC2 and LYL if ever they lock this in. They are also hovering an Amelie, which can serve as an additional frontline here for the side of Adobe team.
Yeah, and just looking on what Influence Rage is actually building, that's a lot of zone control for themselves. That's a Thane, that's also an Alistair, which we know is very, very effective in boxing out anyone who enters. So it's not gonna be an easy target for the Nakba whenever she goes for an entry kill. He needs a lot of distraction from his teammates, from the Amelie and for the Baldwin to actually be able to go in and do a lot of wrecking in the backline of Influence Rage. And if they're going to be closing out on the Zuka, there's a lot of crowd controls on their side. Four of the heroes actually has crowd controls for Influence Rage. While Adobe team, they have the mobility for themselves. So it's going to be playing out on how they're going to be able to use that mobility to get the advantages, to get the objectives, and also to get the right rotation.
So it's like Adobe team focusing more on small skirmishes, maybe some side lane control and split push potential, pickup potential as well, while Influence Rage is going full on team fight and objective control, as they are going to be looking to group up constantly here so that they will have the edge in terms of team fight. It's hard to actually deal with this kind of composition given the lineup here of Adobe team if they're going to charge it head on without any lead in terms of economy or level or positionings even, due to the amount of crowd control and safety actually of Danny. It's like he has like 4 bouncers to back him up to give him the protection and proper timing for his kunai blitz, and there's almost nobody that can pass through. Even LYL maybe would struggle going through all these 4 front lines of Influence Rage.
Well, then we're going to be starting soon, as the entire battlefield is going to be spawned in a matter of seconds. We're going to see the positions of all the players up there in the map. Not much that I'm expecting in terms of the team composition. I think everyone has their own factor. If they're going to be able to use that factor to their advantage, definitely they're going to be the one in the winning side. But like I said, for a dope team, if they're not going to be able to use that kind of ability to actually take the advantage, I think it is going to be Influence Rage who's going to be taking the late game. But if they do get a lot of the advantages before we even reach the late game, then I think a dope team is definitely going to be taking this match.
You have to take all the advantage that you can, you know. A dope team, I think they need to be more explosive than Influence Rage if they do want to secure a bit of an advantage here. This is a nice thing that they're doing, invading the jungle camp here of Whitehead. But they won't get any of it since Influence Rage is ready for that kind of action on their bot side jungle. While on the top side, we're seeing just a steady farming state here for Niap and LYL.
Just 3-man rotation coming in from the dope team. I think giving a lot of the resources on the jungler is a big thing if you really want to go for ganks as early as the first rotation. But what happens here is if they do not get any kind of transition kills on their rotation, it's not going to be that effective, just because the mid laner is going to be left out in terms of the XP and gold. And LCC2 and XM are just joining each other's hand. And just to say, if you are a jungler, you are going to have reduced gold from the late minions, and that also affects the gold composition that you want to build for your team. But still, they are going to be the first one to actually finish off the rotations, and they already have a 2k gold lead for themselves.
Just a little bit of, just a little above Influence Rage, and we're seeing the respect actually coming from Influence Rage, getting this layer instead of the Abyssal Dragon, which is where a dope team is located as of the moment. They finish it up first, so they would be able to safely clear out their waves on the top side, which is going to be turning into some damage onto the turret. And they're even grouping up, zoning out LYL. This is a sizable win that Influence Rage is getting in terms of control on top side. But bot side, that's going to be first blood by LCC2, taking out Niap under the tower with the help of Zhenjiao.
Yeah, that's a lot of information with the format rotation from Influence Rage. They are already with a lot of information that Niap was actually alone there, and it was a sizable, objective for them, just because the Flying Spear actually hit Zuka under the turret, and that's a lot of combination. The Moonfall, the stuns, the knockups, all hit Niap in the face. Still, it is still too early for that. There is going to be an almost 1k gold lead that was being built here by a dope team. Still a lot more that they need to actually take the advantage, and that's the Magic Prison being used. The Wild Prison that's been procced out here. The Kunai Blitz are also going to get a hit. Danny gets a kill. Botak is going to be defeated. Skyfall is going to be used. That's also the Avalanche charge to get a lot of stuns, and they kill out LYL. That's a double kill for Influence Rage.
Yeah, and that's where we're starting to see the composition of Influence Rage. They strive during group up team fights, and it's hard for a dope team to actually take even one person on the side of Influence Rage. We saw their attempt. They had numbers advantage, but when Influence Rage actually were able to group up, they were able to take down 2 members of Adobe Team and having a tower on the top as well. Adobe Team equalized it with a tower takedown on the bot side, but now we're seeing the gold lead of Adobe Team not really going as high as what they intended, but mid lane missed, might actually fall down, match disengage successfully, while Nyap is just trying to zone the members of Adobe Team out to give safety towards his teammates. That's going to be a bit of an overextension there by MixRJ, but he is relatively safe for the moment.
That's a very, very scary combination. Once a Flying Spear from the Slims actually get a hit, that's a lot of CC that is going to be falling down from the knockout of LCC2, the wild charge of Botax. That's a lot of good combination that you can put into the table, as long as it hits on the chain of crowd controls. But it is still a fact of the matter that Influence Rage is still the better team in terms of going for the clashes. Just because of how good their composition is.
It's hard to go against them right now. It's gonna be not the wisest choice if Adobe Team tries to attack them in a 5v5 team fight. As we're seeing XF just prioritizing this Whistle Dragon, while Influence Rage already have killed that Slayer. They're being quite proactive here on the red side, making sure they take the objectives faster than Adobe Team and make them kind of wonder what their next move is, which is invading now the top side jungle of Adobe Team, which will give some hassle there to XF. That's intended by Botak to at least zone them out, while that's a flank by LYL, dealing a little bit of damage. MixRJ needs to flicker out. He does so. That will be it for the fight for now.
Influence Rage is just trying to get the rotations up for their team. They've been shoving the lanes, but no objectives are still on site. It's either they go for a commit on a clash or they just tank it out, go for a turtle kind of strategy, try to build up the items that they need, because late game is definitely in favor of themselves on how good their zone control is. That is going to be a big factor. Adobe Team needs to step up on their game. They need to step up on the rotations that they have. Botak is being harassed here by the members of Influence Rage, but it's going to be a caught out here. That's a chain of crowd controls, and that's what I'm saying, how good the rotational ganks that Adobe Team could actually execute on their crowd controls.
And this is what they need. They need to get those pick off so that they can have a little bit more control on the map. We saw the split push of Adobe Team on the bot side and then a pick up onto MixRJ when he tried to actually go on a 1v1 against Botak. Not really the wisest choice. Now onto the top. Whitehead needs to fall back. He's taking a lot of damage. Might actually be taken down as he tries to go in with the ultimate now under the tower. Adobe Team doesn't hesitate. They take 2 in exchange for no one plus a bonus gold on that tower. That was impressive. They take 3.
That was a 5-man team versus 4 members. I mean, that's 3 members of Influence Rage. MixRJ was not in the scene since he was taken out first. And a 3-man defense is not worth it for the first year third on the top lane. They gave 3 kills and 1 objective. That's a lot of gold that's going to be built by Adobe. And that's going to be 2 of the crowd controls here. MixRJ is alone without any team members, so he's not going to be able to secure any assists on that kind of engagement.
Yep, MixRJ needs to learn from his experience from a while ago. You should not go alone. You need to follow up. Influence Rage is good as a 5-man unit. Not 3, not 4, not alone. They constantly get punished by Adobe Team whenever they try to go in incomplete. And now MixRJ is gonna get caught out. Botak is taking a bit of damage, but now they still commit. While LYL and Zensha are trying to secure this Slayer. Whitehead is being damaged and gets taken down in the process, while Nyap is just trying to get some vision here over the Slayer, but it's not going to matter anymore. They need to give it away, and Adobe Team takes it without hesitation.
Yep. If you win a rotation, there should be a meaning on why you try to engage. Not just about dominating the kill. It's about taking the Check this out. You won. That's going to be a
Ooh.
wild charge, and they get Mixed RJ into the midst of a dope team. They are now massacring the members of Influence Rage. They have not found the answer just yet. Look at that combination just again. The knockup, the flying spear, the wild charge. That's just enough to actually secure. That's a lot of seconds to which they are going to be suffering from a lot of damage from the members of a dope team.
Yeah, not really looking good right now for the team fight based composition, because when they try to go in, it's not usually the best setup, and also the positioning. So Whitehead might actually get taken down. It has a few shield to try and stay alive, but it won't be enough. It still dies while they're losing more structures here in the mid lane. That's a total of 5 towers taken down, and their bot side is about to be destroyed in a short while, since, well, Adult team has a numbers advantage. They're just trying to clear as much camps and take as much resources as they can possibly against Influence Rage. Looking at the gold lead, 6,000 gold lead in favor of Adobe team, plus this access on the Holy Dragon. There's nothing that Influence Rage can do as the moment. Even if they try to group up, Adobe team already has their win condition. Getting the gold lead through those small skirmishes, taking control across the map, and having enough power to fight Influence Rage head on, since they have better items.
And this is going to be a problem here for Influence Rage. The problem is that they are always lacking in numbers. One of their members are dead, and they still force for a defense. And that gives a lot of opportunity for a dope team to actually just take advantage of. In terms of how good they are in harassing all of the lanes and shoving all of the lanes, the Dope team is doing a lot of the good work just because of how good the mobility of the heroes are. Nakrat is just mostly on the fringes trying to shove out the lanes, and Yap is going to be forced down here. He's just going to go for the Chewy Fury. Skyfall has been used. A lot of the skills are being procced out here by Influence Rage to go for the defense. This is the best moment for the Direct team composition. It's just all about clearing out the waves.
Yep, that's their only choice right now. They need to scale up even more, at least reach maybe a couple of thousand gold and complete some of their items before they can actually match a dope team. Right now, it's still just 11.5 minutes into the game. Maybe at 15 minutes, they would have a better fighting chance, but right now they need to give out these objectives. A while ago, they had the edge, but unfortunately, their positioning and mistimings and also maybe a little overconfidence led to their demise and led to this condition right now that they are having in this game. So you need to play it out safe. We're seeing some aggression coming in from Adobe team trying to search for members of Influence Rage, but fortunately, they were able to escape.
Looking at the itemizations of Nakrod, he is actually using a Leviathan, Muramasa, a Fafnir, and already a Fenrir's Tooth. That's a lot of damage that you're going to be expecting on that Nakrod. Even the tankiness is going to be spot on. He is not going to be taken out by any AD hero as easily as it gets. And Yap goes in for the harassment. They go in also for the magic trap. They are going to go for the Atrix of Foa in the mid lane, but the Slayer has been spawned here on the bot lane. They're going to try to take that tower. The Skyfall is being committed, but the damage is not enough. They went in. The Kunai Blitz is still ready. The Magic Prison as well, but the double knockout coming in from that Crixie is just too much. A lot of the damage coming in from the members of ADT. They're now going to be finishing off most of the members. Mixed RJ is the only member left here, and the Nexus is going to be locked on by the team. Are they going to be able to take this? Mixed RJ is going to be taken out
gone.
with the ball, and also the Wild Prison and the Wild Charge has been procced out. They are going to take game number 1 with ADT taking it strong.
Yeah, a dope team with the superior team fighting there, especially in that last clash. We saw the struggle that Influence Rage experienced during that last fight, wherein Danny couldn't even position himself well despite that team fighting based composition with 4 front lines. They were just constantly being harassed and dealt with those crowd controls, especially by LCC2 on that double knock up. And even on that late kunai blitz by Danny, it was all too late. Little to no damage was felt there by a dope team. Well, they just finished up by attacking the core, and there was nothing. I mean, they had the Doombringer assisting them as well without any members to defend the base of Influence Rage. A dope team just got this by a landslide.
Dope team just taking in their first victory of the AIC. This is going to be a good sign for them. Since this is the change that we're looking for. And let's enjoy the highlights of game number 1.
It's more so like, a dope team measuring up towards against Influence Rage. They got the positionings that they wanted in favor of them, and well, for Influence Rage, they had some attempts. They had this amazing draft, but in the execution side, they kind of lack much of it to back it up, and it's more so a sight of a dope team just punishing them whenever they are not grouped up or whenever they are isolated. And given the lead that they did have a 6,000, that was 8,000 rather at the end of that game, it was just a game over. Nobody could defend. Even with a team fighting base composition, they couldn't fight against a dope team because of how strong they are already. And well, this is the change that we wanted, and what they wanted as well, given their revamp, their re-roster, the new name, new look, new performance, and here it goes.
Yeah, I guess only in the new name, new concept. I think it's on the almost same roster that we saw from Monorek, but still a dope team proved themselves to actually be a new kind of team in terms of the winning factor that we're looking for. And that's just game number 1. We saw a lot of good things, especially Influence Rage did do a lot of, did have some fight in that game number 1. The problem is that they were not able to actually sustain because there was always a pick-off from the side of ADT. They were always taking out the Tane, which was a vital member in boxing out the members of a dope team. If the Tane was always alive and healthy to actually help them in the clashes, it would have been a different story going forward in game number 1.
This is where we kind of see the problem when you're drafting a team fight base composition on these small skirmishes. You have to take a different approach whenever your opponent does have this skirmish based composition. If you're going to be isolated in an area, you're going to be much more vulnerable than you expect. And we saw Mix RG getting picked off quite a lot whenever he tries to maybe go on a 1v1 against Botak, but Botak is pretty much happy just baiting him in because he has the backup that he needs. You know, LYL XF just suddenly going up front and taking Mix RG down without the Thane in the fight. There's not much control that the Influence Rage has in order to fully utilize their composition. No setup for Danny, not much crowd control, and it's especially with the execution damage with the Thane's ultimate. They don't have that since Mix RJ is dead.
Yeah, I think their composition, it just falls down on how good the Thane and also the Alistair is going to be able to put out their positions in terms of the skills that they're going to be throwing. They don't really need Niap to actually join them in the fray. Niap could actually go into the lanes and actually just shove up and also create some space for their team. But we're going to see the game stats of game number 1. It is 15 kills, over 2 kills. And that's a 13 kill deficit in favor of ADT. In terms of gold, that's a 10k gold lead. Towers of Abyssal Dragons. Yes, the Slayers have been taken mostly by Influence Rage, but it doesn't really matter because as the time progresses, all the objectives just fell down into the lap of a dope team.
Yeah, and it's the latter Slayers that matter at most, and we saw a dope team fully utilizing it with a spawn in the mid and a spawn in the bot side, and another one after that they used in order to be able to penetrate the base of Influence Rage without any damage, crowd control, and proper setup by Influence Rage. They struggle quite a lot on the full-on aggression here of a dope team. And if we check on the damage department, well, LCC2 had a lot with a 96,538 damage compared to Mist, which is quite low, as well as Danny, just a little over 37,000. They really struggled in terms of dealing damage to the members of a dope team. And now we check out MVP Zen Zhao having a fantastic run in this game number 1 on the side of a dope team with a 609 nice KDA, and he will be getting 12 MVP points, and that's 100% kill participation. He was there on all of those team fights.
Yep. Not only that, he was an MVP. One of the reasons is that most of the kills, he actually had 100% kill participation. And that's a big thing because he was always in the moment wherein they're going to be taking in the objectives and taking in the kills. That's how good the positioning and also the rotations that we saw from a dope team. Because one member had 100% KP. And that is all for game number 1, because we're still going to be seeing a lot of games for today. But before we move on to game number 2, we'll actually be going for a very, very short break. So don't touch the browser. This is the AIC 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Beyond Gaming. See you in a minute.
Hit him and get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb your world and I declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't belittle me.
No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built every day from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare.
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. After that fantastic performance by Adobe Team against Influence Rage, we're now moving on to the second game of day number 2, which is going to be Mad Team versus Next Ruya or NRX. So it's going to be an exciting one. Let's see how NRX are going to face off, or how are they going to match up against Mad Team, since Mad Team is kind of like a really solid team back from AIC 2022. They look forward to having a better performance in this tournament.
Yup, and definitely with Mad Team actually having a lot more of the experience, they are going to be the team to beat for sure in this match. But if Next Ruya can actually overcome that, then it is going to be a different story as the game will progress. And if you guys are wondering what where Next Ruya actually came from, they are a team from Turkey.
Ooh,
So they are one of
Turkey.
the newest addition to the AIC.
So it's really nice to see some new faces here in the AIC, since we have seen great players, great performances by amazing teams. Having to see these teams trying to rise up to the challenge against the well-established one is always a sight to see. So I'm looking forward to how they are going to be performing against Mad Team. Hopefully it's not going to be similar to some of the games that we have seen yesterday. It really takes a lot of effort and also experience to be able to develop the necessary skill set and also the synergy as a team to perform well in this really high of a tournament. I mean, we're talking about 700,000 USD of a prize pool being at first. So in order to achieve that, you need to have that value in terms of performance to get what you want.
Yep, and definitely they're going to be able to prepare themselves. Mad Team is actually, we've seen them play in the GCS, so there's a lot of VOD reviews that you can actually utilize to actually study the teams that are that have been competing consistently in the international scene of Arena of Valor. So that is one of the biggest things that the new teams can actually take into consideration whenever they match up this kind of teams that are very, very experienced.
And in terms of experience, well, Mad Team has a lot. I mean, they even they had a rough road as well qualifying into AIC 2022. They finished 6th spot in their qualifier in the Chinese Taipei qualifier tournament, and also they finished 3rd in the Garena Challenger Series Spring 2022. So not really as much dominance as we do see from teams like Bacon Time and Saigon Phantom on Group A, but it is going to be a decent amount of matchup here on the side of NRX if ever they do want to at least gain some experience here. Yesterday we saw a kind of well, not really the best experience for a team. Starry Hope going against Talent Esports, they kind of had that experience of how it feels to go against a well-established team. So maybe that can happen here with Mad Team against NRX, or maybe NRX could surprise Mad Team with that power from the Turkey region.
Yep, and of course, Mad Team used to be called on another alias, the Comeback Kings, but
Yeah.
unfortunately in AIC 2021, they were not the Comeback Kings. It was
Sadly.
BRU, and
Yeah,
going back
and it was a
into-
rough road.
we can actually discuss the story after the game on how BRU from the RPL actually it was 2021 was all about the RPL. But before we expound on that topic, let's just see Next Ruya on your screens. Also, Mad Team was already shown to you earlier, and this is gonna be exciting as we're gonna see newcomers. But here for Mad Team, it's gonna be Cuckoo, Zero 322, Star, Zen, and Kawhi. Star actually making an appearance here on the mid lane. A new kind of Mad Team is gonna be shown to us, although we've already seen Kawhi, Zero 322, Cuckoo compete in the highest level of Arena of Valor. Zen as well has a lot of experience in the jungling side. And on your screens, it's Next Korea Esports from Turkey, Bobnet, Closer, Fu, Reaper, and Buggy are going to be the players for Next Korea.
This is going to be quite exciting of a matchup here. Next Korea looking to have a strong start in the AIC 2022. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of meta are they going to use, or what kind of lineup are they going to use here against Mad Team, since Mad Team, it's really quite adaptive. Not really the highest of performance that we do see against other well-established teams, but they are quite stable in itself. They have a decent amount of experience, and they do pick up wins even in the AIC 2021. And I want to recall our emotions during AIC 2021. There were some teams that suffered the curse, but there was one team that actually lifted up and beaten that curse and rose up to the challenge and actually won the tournament. So that is something that both of us, and even Mikos, would definitely look forward to seeing some growth here in some of the teams towards the latter ends of the AIC 2022. As we are checking now how the players are going, well, on-site events are always amusing. It gives a different vibe, not only for the players but also for the audience and everyone being involved in the tournament. As the game goes, Mad Team is going to be on the blue side, NXR is going to be on the red side. So Aya most probably is going to be banned on their side. They are going to take away the Elsu as well, which is one of the most banned heroes, not only right now but also in AIC 2021, due to that immense poke damage and threat before a team fight even begins.
It has been a fact that Elsu is one of the premier archers here on this game. One of the reasons is that if you're very, very good at handling Elsu, you're going to be able to actually shut down even the heroes even before the clashes starts, as pointed out by Giang. And that's a big thing because you want to actually have the advantage whenever clashes actually start. And looking at the bans, Omen and Aram are being banned out by Mad Team. Very surprisingly on the Aram, because we know the other regions actually love picking up the Aram. Because even if you're not a good, you're not a very, very good shot player, skill shots are not going to be hitting for you. The Aram is one of the heroes for you because you can actually finish off another hero even if you die, as long as you're going to be using the Risen skill of Aram. As well as on Next Kuya, they actually banned out the Elsu and the Aya, two big meta picks for sure.
Quite ambitious approach here on the side of NXR. Florentino and the Nakroth being hovered right now. And if they pick it up, they're going to be quite explosive on the damage department, but they need to be on point on how they are going to engage on the side of Mad Team, because they are also building a teamfight based composition. If we recall correctly, Lorian is one of the best engaged heroes, especially in the mid lane, and we more so see him being highly synergized with marksmen like the Hayate. Elandor being picked up kind of shows that maybe Mad Team is opting for a double marksman composition, since Elandor can also be used in the jungle. So this is a really nice flex pick coming in from Mad Team right now on their first 3-1s.
Then Mad Team sporting out a lot of damage of themselves using the Lorian, the Ellender, and Irie all almost S tier picks for sure, especially when we are going to be looking at the late game. It's a very, very scary composition for just on the first 3 picks of Mad Team. While on next Ruya, they are sporting a Florentino, a pick that has been picked out mostly by a lot of the teams, but actually fails on the execution side just because Florentino is a duelist. And if you're using a duelist, it's either you go and pressure a lane in a 1v1 scenario or a 2v1 scenario and actually excel on it. But in terms of being able to execute that Florentino, no team has yet shown us the beauty of that hero. He has a very, very low win rate from AIC 2021. It was actually at 26%. 26% win rate for that hero. Will that translate into AIC 2022? We'll never know just yet because the games have just started. And Crixie has been picked out on the 3rd pick of next Ruya, one of the biggest picks from since day number 1. Let's see if it is gonna be the one that brings victory to next Ruya.
Well, I was kind of impressed on one of the Florentino users yesterday during the match of Talon and Team Flash, since it was kind of a difficult one given that Talon Esports had the Aya and the Arthur, and the Team Flash, their Florentino user, kind of hard carried in that particular game. But yeah, if you check out the stats, it's still not really quite impressive, having a low win rate, and Team Flash in that particular game also suffered a defeat against Talon Esports. So if NXR wants to win this, they need to really up their game, and not only are they lacking in terms of team fighting capability right now because they have the Nakroth and the Florentino, which more so strives on those small skirmishes and split pushes. They need also some frontline members to aid whoever their marksman will be picked up here on their 2nd pick phase, because they're also going to be threatened with a lot of damage and engage here by Mad Team, as a lot of heroes are being taken away here, and one of the most preferred right now in terms of defenses, like the Baldum, is already taken away. So good ban here on the side of NXR with the Thane and also the Joker as well, which has a pretty good synergy in terms of double marksman composition if ever Mad Team opts to pick it up. But they are going to hover the Tachi in the meantime, which is a relatively okay pick. Honestly, it can be used as a good frontline as well, which can deal a bit of damage to aid the other members too.
There's a lot of capabilities on that Tachi, a lot of comeback plays that can happen just because of the proc. Whenever you proc his passive, you're gonna have some shields, you're gonna have a lot of true damage as well on the skills. And that's a big thing, especially in this kind of meta. They're not going to be able to utilize shields. But Mad Team is now going to be hovering onto a Violet and also to a Varus, who can actually deal true damage as well. So this could actually be used to counter the Tachi pick of next Ruya. But looking at the first 4 picks of next Ruya, it is a very, very scary composition. That we're actually seeing a lot of damage on their side, a lot of dueling potential, a lot of pick-off potentials as well. If you add Crixie and Nakroth to the mix, they are one of the best heroes that goes for the ganks. You get a lot of speed-ups on their skill sets as well. And the 80s, the Archer, is the only one left for next Ruya, who's just gonna be literally a Yord pick.
It is quite surprising. Well, they do have enough pressure already with the first 4 heroes that they have picked up, but maybe the Hayate would be a better option if they would want to commit on that engage, given that Mad Team doesn't really have that much durability in their lineup. The Kunai Blitz will deal a lot of damage onto them. Aside from the Scud, the Scud is pretty much durable. which can make sense given the matchup on the Dark Slayer lane against the Florentino. I'm wondering what will be their last pick, as they're hovering the Kafeni as of the moment, which can also make sense. Yeah, you would want to deal as much damage, AoE damage to Mad Team. The Kunai Blitz can deal a lot, but the Kafeni can also do it too with the Fussalad. But you have more execute damage in terms of the overall kit of the Kafeni. Plus, you can do it from afar. So this makes sense, and it would be a really nice matchup against what Mad Team has of the moment.
It is actually a very, very scary prospect. Yes, Kafeni does have mobility for a speed up, so to speak, not really a mobile skill, which is going to be very, very scary, because if the crowd control actually reaches her from the Irie, from the Lorian, and even a closeout from the Scud, he is going to be in danger most of the time, with a lot of the damage coming in from Mad Teams. All of their team, all of the heroes of Mad Team can actually deal a lot of damage to Kafeni, and not much that she can actually burst down. Maybe she can burst down here Zen or Zero 322, but that is a what if, because if she doesn't have the right spot, the right positioning, she's not going to be effective in this kind of composition. You have a lot of duelists on the side of Nextruya, not much of a protector hero.
And you would need a lot of all the protection that you can get, especially if you're gonna be using a Kafeni against a team fight based composition with a lot of burst damage, especially the Lorian. You know, the knockup is quite irritatingly long. Plus the damage, the follow-up will be there for sure, given that Mad Team already has a lot of synergy in their lineup in terms of the players and also the heroes that they have chosen to use in this game. So, well, next Ruya, let's see what they are gonna be going here, as we are going on to a pause for the meantime to make sure that these amazing players would have the best kind of experience. I love the fan though that one of the players have on their desk. That is, I should have that. I should have one at home.
I don't know. I mean, if you get cold fingers, you have slower reaction for sure. You want to actually keep yourself hot, especially when you're playing in high pressure situations. Although there is going to be some factor that you want to actually be cool about it. But still, if your fingers grow cold, sometimes you make mistakes, and that's not just about, you know, the feeling, it's about scientific facts. You get slower as the cold sets in.
Really? Well, that makes sense a lot, but I wonder if I would experience the same, since my phone heats up so bad that I need to use a phone cooler. But that fan actually might give that extra touch. If ever, like, because some players actually struggle with having some perspirations on their fingers, and that fan might actually help in terms of evaporating those sweat coming in from their hands. I personally experienced it from some of my friends, and well, what they do is they play beside an electric fan, but that desk fan specifically is genius. I mean, it's small, it's portable. You can just put it on your hands, and if you feel a little bit cold with it, you just have to put it on the side, face it on your face instead, something like that, which better suits for players that are located in a not so cold region like us.
I mean, it's always hot here in the tropics, but anyway, I still want to actually have my environment to actually be, you know,
colder.
Yeah, colder, but at the same time not that cold, especially if the air around my phone is actually very, very cold. Since I tend to make a lot of mistakes whenever I feel cold, and that's a fact. When you feel nervous about something, you feel cold, and that leads to a lot of mistakes for yourself. Not just about on the movement of your fingers, even in your decision making. it just slows you down. It's just, you know, a natural reaction.
It kind of draws some attention from you as well, that you kind of get divided on your focus because you also feel the coldness of your body, and you tend to shift positions just to adapt to the temperature. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Sometimes when I feel cold out at my room, because I turn on the air conditioning unit, and sometimes it goes too cold, I tend to be a little bit distracted. But when I turn it off, that's the struggle. When I turn it off, it gets too hot. So it's hard to find that balance of a temperature. Maybe when I get a better air conditioning unit. But for these players, I think especially on site, it's usually quite cold. So I'm also kind of surprised that he needed a fan in that particular room, because usually those rooms are ice cold. Like really, really cold.
I could imagine, but anyway, you know, in my team, we actually remember Zen actually coming in from MVP, and before we expound out, we'll just be going for a short break as we wait for game number to start. My name is Visoria, this is Kiang. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome to our video introducing the Dual Arcana System. Arcana System is a pre-battle strategic system independent from the enchantment system. It allows you to increase heroes' attributes throughout the battle. The system will be unlocked after the player reaches level 7, and the slots within the Arcana list will also unlock one by one as the player's level increases. You will need to use Arcana Fragments, or gold, for the purchase and upgrade of Arcana. It can also be acquired through other sources, such as completing achievements. Before the start of a game, player will select the Arcana system in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle is begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories, based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover, and Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories, based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players?
Yep. Here for team against next Booyah. What are your thoughts on the composition? Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of nervous a little bit on the lineup of next Ruya, given that they're focusing more on the damage than the team fighting capability. But maybe they just a while ago, we're seeing the Mad team being very aggressive, invading on the jungle camp here of Reaper, and it's forcing him to actually fall back and go towards his bot side jungle instead.
Yep. And while on the ball lane, we actually see the Violet actually winning the trades against the Capeni, not surprisingly, because if the railgun does not crit, she's not going to be able to deal a lot of damage, especially in this early part. And yeah, looking at their composition, it is for more aggression on their side. They have that tankiness. They have the capability to deal a lot of damage in a short amount of time. And who might be in danger as Star closes in and Star takes that first blood. 4-man team.
A really nice position and follow-up as well, set up by Cuckoo, and that was kind of unexpected there by NXR, and given the fact that Mad Team already is showing their aggression, NXR should pay the necessary respect that they need to give, because losing in the mid would result to a lot of damage or potential damage being reduced by the team if ever to pummel them in these small skirmishes. Now they are prioritizing this Abyssal Dragon while Bobned is trying to distract them. The Fusillade gets baited out, but it's not going to work since Mad Team still gets that Abyssal Dragon. Slayer being taken though by NRX, so a good trade nonetheless.
And looking at a gold lead, an almost 1k gold lead for Mad Team. That's how aggressive we're gonna see. It's a 4-man in Fate, and not much. Next Fuyak is gonna be using the Scar Sky, but the Judgment's Blade has been used here by the Nacron to deter that. A lot of the room. Look at that flicker. It's a 3-man slowdown. Star goes in the area. 322 goes in with that.
Yeah, Mad Team being really mad right now, and there's nothing that NXR can do against this explosive play style coming in from Mad Team. I was even shocked when Cuckoo flickered in for that set, and the damage was really high as well coming in from that Scud. Mad Team not hesitating at all. They have the follow-up and the trust among each other that they can actually just have the backup whenever they go in. So this is a strong performance Mad Team is showing us in the early 3.5 minute mark. And NXR, if they want to come back from this, because they are already down 2,000, and this is not looking good for a composition that they have built. This is the risk that we have been talking about during the drafting phase, and it's not looking good for NXR. If they continue to be victims here of the aggression of Mad Team, they're just gonna lose out on this game.
Yep, a lot of the zone control is gonna be falling for Mad Team. They have the tankiness, they have the skills to back up for it, they have the crowd control as well, and that's a big thing on the composition of Mad Team. On next Fuya, it's just all about damage, and damage does not always equivalent to a successful kill. We're gonna see Zen here harassing Buggy here on the top lane, while Kawhi is actually doing well against the Florentino. This is the difference here, because we're gonna see a very aggressive Florentino. They can actually, as long as he just lands his skill set, to actually take in the advantage.
Oh, Cuckoo.
And we're gonna see here another engagement. Look at the damage. Bobnet almost gets obliterated at that concept. Reaper as well might be in danger, but he gets to dash out. But still, the blue buff is going to be taken by 0322.
Yeah, it's a struggle that NXR is experiencing right now. I don't think that they have anticipated this amount of aggression coming in from Mad Team, but given the lineup that they do have, it kind of makes sense. You know, a team can only assume so much, but this is something that was above their expectations. I mean, even for us, even NXR have built this kind of a lineup that should strive in the early game to mid game, but no, it's different. It's the exact opposite. Mad Team taking control and even destroying so many towers right now. 3 in exchange for none from coming in from NXR, and with a sizable gold lead of 4 going 5,000, it is looking already like a nightmare here for NXR. They absolutely cannot do anything. They're forced back on the safety of their towers, and even under the tower they're not so safe. Buggy might actually get caught out as 0322 is just continuously dealing a lot of damage under the tower. They're not so safe, and there's Cuckoo, but Night Stasis coming in. That's going to be an engage from Bobnet, but he doesn't get out execute onto Cuckoo. He managed to stay alive. It might be unpressure right now, has to fall back. No one will die, but towers will fall down.
That's a 5k goal lead that we're seeing from Mad Team. That is very, very substantial. This is just a 6-minute mark. It's not a very, very close one. And most of the resources of the jungler of Next Ruya, he's not able to actually utilize it just because of the aggression that we're seeing from Mad Team. They are just going for a lot of invades, and they're not letting Reaper take the benefit of the jungle. So the stats for sure on his jungling item is not gonna be high, maybe under 10. And that is something that, you know, is gonna be affecting Next Ruya for the next couple of minutes. If they do, if they are able to actually go for a turtle defensive strategy, which is gonna be very, very hard, I think, you know, it is gonna be a very, very long game for Next Ruya. But at this moment, we're gonna see a duel here where Star might be taken out, but Buggy was unable to execute that play easily because of Zen entering the fray.
Yeah, I'm looking also at the gold a while ago. Reaper is suffering so much on the economy side. Imagine Cuckoo, the support of Mad Team, just a little over 400 behind of Reaper. Having that kind of struggle in terms of gold will result in the overall explosiveness of the Nacroth by Reaper, and without the damage, without being ahead in terms of gold, they won't be able to do anything. They're gonna attempt to steal out this Holy Dragon. Can they actually do it? No. Zen still picks it up, and NXR has to fall back once again. And look at this, Mad Team even having the luxury of taking that Infinite Slayer down, and NXR, they're just tied right now. Hands are tied. They're forced into this turtle defense, and nothing much can be done as of the moment. Buggy made a nice attempt on getting a kill on Star, but it's not still translating in any kills or gold.
Yeah, we're gonna see some aggression for Mad Team now. They've been building up a lot of gold for themselves. The itemizations are definitely going to be on their favor. That's a lot.
Oh no!
Click Breaker has been used to clear out the wave. Maybe he's going to be taken now, but he's going to use the Flicker to safely disengage, and the tower on the mid lane has been taken. There's going to be some slow on the creep wave, so there's not much that they can do to take the tier 3 tower on the mid lane. But top lane and also the bottom lane, they're being pressured by the members of Mad Team. There are 4 members right now on the top lane. There's a 2 versus 4. They are going to go for the Judgment Blade. Reaper does his best to last, and still a lot of damage is going to be felt. Cuckoo goes in with a Fire Glove and then finishes now off with that beautiful teleportation into the front. Buggy does his best to go for the combination. He doesn't have the Gentleman's Duel just yet. He misses out that flower shot, and he is not going to be taken out. Then there's going to be danger as the Fury and also the Judgment Blade being used, but in exchange they do get the kill again. Nacroth is going to be falling down. Buggy enters the fray just again. Tier 22 is doing his best. A lot of crit. Look at that damage from that Violet, and they're going to be taking out all of the tier 3 turrets. It's a 4 versus 2 engagement. Will they be able to defend, or is this going to be a next block? A 10-minute automatic Fusillade is going to be used. Buggy as well is going to be using that Gentleman's Duel.
Oh!
He is going to be taking out yet again.
Going for the end.
And only closer is going to be left. Star Sky is going to be using a knock-up on that end, and the Nexus has been destroyed by Mad Team.
This is a one-sided beatdown coming in from Mad Team against Next Ruya. I mean, their towers didn't even felt any damage in that game. It was a almost perfect game coming in from Mad Team. A strong start in the AIC 2022, and well, not really the best experience right now from or by Next Ruya. They drafted a really ambitious lineup, which was commented a while ago by us, but these ambitious lineups do have the risk, and Mad Team knows how to exploit them, exploit the weaknesses, and with this incredible performance, they will take their first victory. And well, they only need a couple more games, 2 games against maybe that they can win, but it's not going to be that easy since Mad Team still has to battle against V Gaming and Bacon Time. This game might actually be quite easy for them, but the next ones won't be that much.
Yeah, and we're gonna see here on the highlights on how aggressive Mad Team was actually doing in game number 2. They have been going, and once they actually started to have the advantage, the aggression just keeps on getting stronger for Mad Team, and Next Real was just swept from that aggression. There's not much that they can actually do, and you can see from the damage that they've been doing all throughout the game that it is just too one-sided.
And it's incredible to see this kind of performance coming in from teams, but for next year, I think they have a lot to learn coming in these next few games that they will also have, since they are going to be battling with the same teams, you know, V Gaming and Bacon Time. This is going to be quite crucial since you need to secure at least 2 wins in order to maintain in the top 4, maybe have 1 win at least. You wouldn't want to be the team that has 0 wins in the day number 1, because you can be eliminated quite early. Yesterday, we saw a team say goodbye to us, Starry Hope, after suffering 3 consecutive losses against their respective opponents, Talon Esports, Team Flash, and Nova Esports. And for this day number 2, if they don't keep up on the momentum and on the pressure coming in from their enemy teams, they're just gonna, well, it's not going to be a happy day for them.
Yeah, definitely it's not gonna be a happy day. And as we saw, although this is just a best of 1 for day number 1 and day number 2, it already sets a bar on what we expect on the best of 2 on day number 3 and day number 4. And yeah, in this kind of performance that Mad Team actually showed us, it actually showed us the gap on in terms of the experience that they have against Next Ruya. Next Ruya was just bullied most of the time. The composition was not executed brilliantly. One of the reasons is that they didn't have a lot of crowd control. Yes, they have a lot of counter plays that they could do with the Cliffbreaker of Dachi, but what else? They cannot actually rely on Reaper just because of how good the composition that Mad Team actually showed us. They had a composition that could easily clear out and invade the jungle camps of Next Ruya. And maybe this is a lesson for Next Ruya on what to expect if they're gonna be fielding a team composition wherein they don't really have the advantage in the early game. They still have that kind of leeway. Yes, they could build up onto the mid game, onto the late game, but the problem is that the composition was just too much. 2 marksmen that can actually deal a lot of damage in the late game was seen on the lineup of Mad Team. And we're going to see on the game stats, it's a 6 kill deficit in favor of Mad Team. In terms of gold, that's a 10k gold lead at the 10-minute mark. That is very, very big. It is a very, very fast game wherein we're going to see this kind of lead from a team. That says a lot on the dominance of Mad Team against Next Ruya. In terms of objectives, all towers were taken. Abyssal Dragon, Holy Dragon. There was a Slayer take for Next Ruya, but it didn't really translate into much because that's the only objective that we saw for Next Ruya.
This is also one of the fastest games, if not the fastest, since day number 1. 10.5 minutes. 10 minutes and 26 seconds is quite fast. And Mad Team has shown us how explosive they can be as a team. A one-sided beatdown shown and demonstrated by them. And they're looking to get an incredible performance in their next few games. MVP is going to be Star with an incredible performance as well in the mid lane with a perfect KDA, 3-0 and 4. Kill participation is quite high as well, 87.5%, and well, with the gold difference of 2,526, he did really win against his opponent, which we saw the struggle a while ago by Fu, getting picked off quite early and consistently as well due to the setups made by Mad Team. And if we recall on the damage department as well, you know, Star did quite a lot in that case too.
That first blood was actually, I don't know, it was mostly a mistake from Fu, who actually walked into the mid lane brush without any kind of vision, and that set up that first blood, and that translated to a lot of gold for Mad Team in the early part of the game. But that is just game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a lot more games, 10 more games for today. So before we move on to game number 3, we're actually going to go for a very short break. My name is Visorio. This is Kian Gaming. This is the AIC 2022. We'll see you right back in a few minutes.
No! God, please, no! Well, I have to say, you look a little funny. There's nothing wrong with pushing your limits, but in order to grant a satisfying Arena of Valor experience, why not start with some simple heroes? As a beginner, you'll get some free heroes. I know what you're thinking. Free means they aren't good. Trust me, that's not how it works in this game. The free heroes you get are all very powerful and are easy to get started with. Let me introduce you to some friendly heroes that are perfect for a rookie like you. The first is an old friend, Arthur. His passive skill, Paragon, increases his armor over time as he levels up in a match. His skill 2, Holy Guard, can deal a great amount of damage over time, which is quite brutal in the early game. What's more, Arthur can use skill 1, Righteous Fervor, to leap forward and interrupt the enemy's movement. He is definitely the nightmare in the eyes of his enemies, especially when they encounter Arthur on Slayer Lane. If you prefer the pleasure of killing enemies from range rather than being a tank, then you could pick Vera for the middle lane. Vera is also a perfect choice for beginners that want to play a mage. Her skill 2, Mesmerize, can control her enemies and puts Vera one step ahead of them. This will provide you enough time to aim and deal damage. Her skill 1, Hellbat, and ultimate, Inferno Bats, are pure damage skills that can hit enemies from afar. Using Vera, you can wipe out your opponents from a long distance away with just a few hits in the later stage of the game. The last one hero we recommended is Valheim, played in the Dragon Lane. Valheim causes consistent damage to harass his opponents. While Valheim's skills deal magic damage, his skill damage increases with physical damage as well. His skill 1, Bloody Hunt, provides area of effect crowd damage, while skill 2, Curse of Death, can stun his enemies for a short duration. Valheim can use his ultimate, Bulletstorm, to slow down and damage his opponents in a wide range in front of him. Both skills 1 and 2 can lock down enemies automatically, making Valheim easier to play. Normally, Valheim should stand in the back of a team fight and use his wide range of skills to help deplete the enemy team. Of course, you can always purchase your favorite heroes in the in-game shop if these free heroes do not interest you, or you simply want more choices to play with. Click your selected hero in the hero section to see the 4 attributes of the heroes. Well, I have to admit that sometimes the length of the attribute bar may also bring you trouble, because the hero may be too difficult for you to master when starting out. Please be sure to choose carefully before buying new heroes. Before buying, you can also find the hero you want to try in the skin section of the in-game shop. By clicking Trial in the lower left corner of the hero's details, you can play a practice match with your chosen hero and get a feel for them. This helps you avoid buying a hero that is not suitable for you. However, the most important thing in-game is that you have to adjust the position and hero you want to play according to your team's lineup. Take a look at the lower right corner of the selection interface, and you can see the issues with your current lineup noted automatically. By correcting these issues and supplementing your team with a different position, you can build a perfect lineup. Maybe you're fast enough to instantly pick your preferred position and role, but that might not be the best way to earn a team victory in Arena of Valor. Keep in mind that AOV is about teamwork, and the interest of the whole team is above all. Got it, rookie?
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay.
All right, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. We are your shoutcasters, Giam Gaming, and here with me is Vittorio. And after that incredible performance of Mad Team against Next Ruya, we are now going to be watching the match of, well, ADT or Adobe Team against DWU or Dewa United. So, well, after that game number one, interesting game number one, wherein Adobe Team had gotten a fantastic win against Influence Rage. They're looking now to maybe get their second win, but it's not going to be that easy since Dewa United is quite strong, right, Vittorio?
Dewa United Esports has shown their stuff in AWC, and as a returning international team that represents and beat out Archangel, definitely they have that. They also have experience in the international scene. They were the giant killers in terms of being able to actually not let Team Flash qualify for the playoff stages. And that was the biggest story for AWC. It was Dewa United who actually stomped the chances of Team Flash to ever get to ever qualify or even have a shot on the championship title on the AWC. But still, every year is a new season for these teams. So I'm expecting a lot for Dewa United, who was resting for AIC 2021 due to them not being able to qualify. So them facing up against a dope team, maybe this is the same story, because when Archangel and Underrank actually fought it out, it was also kind of one-sided for Indonesia, for the ASL teams.
Yeah, and right now, Adobe Team, after having an incredible performance against Influence Rage, well, they're looking to continue winning, I guess, with the proper momentum that they do have as of the moment. Dewa United, though, I'm looking forward to how they are going to be entering this Arena of Valor International Championships day number 2, or their first day, and the first game as well, given the exciting games that we have seen already, not only today in the first two games that we have seen, but also yesterday we saw some surprise plays, surprise results, and some pretty one-sided beatdowns coming in from these amazing teams. So I'm looking to see whichever category this match is going to be put in, given the matchup that we do see as of the moment. I'm looking forward to seeing maybe a new pick coming in, since we haven't seen some heroes resurfacing once again. I'm talking about some of the heroes like the Superman, like the Wonder Woman, that we have seen being highly prioritized way back in AIC 2021. And well, we do see some pattern coming in here, like the Crixie heavily prioritized since it is quite reliable and having a high win rate as well. But on other heroes, no, we haven't seen that much yet. I think we're just scratching the surface of AIC 2022.
Yeah, definitely. This is a best of one. So Crixie is definitely a relatively safe pick. Not just a safe pick, but a reliable damage dealer as well. So if you want to have that big damage burst, definitely Crixie is a pick. But in a best of 7, yes, Crixie is also high valued, but there are a lot of picks that you can go into the compositions. It's just that in a best of 1, you want someone that you can rely on in every kind of composition. And that is going to be a big factor as we actually go into a best of 1.
Yeah, it's always the best of 1s that are quite scary, you know. Normally, we see like best of 3s, best of 5s, best of 7 being quite scary as well in terms of the strain and the mental state of the players, since it is quite tiring to push through those extended series. But on a best of 1, it's like everything on the table in one single game. You have to give it your all. You have to make the least amount of mistakes, and even committing just one mistake can lead to your defeat because of how big of a risk they are and sometimes in the game, especially when the situation is like you are having a full amount of lead already, and then you make the most crucial mistake and the tables get turned and your opponent beats you in that particular game. Those things can happen, and we have seen it not only in today and yesterday, but also in the past tournaments that we have seen, like AIC 2021. We saw some reverse or like comebacks coming in from some of the games, and those things not only surprise us casters but also the players as well, because they do have some expectations, and sometimes those comebacks affects their mental quite insanely.
Yeah, as a game progresses, mistakes can always happen because one mental lapse is all it takes to get the advantage from your opponents, and that's why we have a lot of waiting games, especially in teams that know each other, who have studied each other for a while. The old mainstay teams coming in from the GCS, from the RPL, and also from the AOG already have an inkling on what to expect from each other, especially all of these teams have been facing each other repeatedly from the AWC and AIC 2021. But for, the wild cards that we can say, the teams that doesn't really have much to show in terms of the VOD reviews, wherein you haven't seen a lot of their plays, that's going to be a big factor on the surprise that they could give this gigantic teams in terms of experience. And in your screens, we're going to be starting a dope team versus Dewa United Esports. On your screens is already ADT, and now on the red side it's going to be Dewa United Esports. This is their first game of the day. ADT already has the momentum going for them. Let's see if it's going to be translating on their second game of the day. Again, it's Sai, Zenshao, LCC2, XFN last. We're going to see some roster changes for game number 2. Let's see if this is going to be the strongest kind of composition for ADT, or is it still going to be game 1's ADT lineup? While Dewa United, 44A, Phoenix 20, Axarity, and Mammon are going to be their players. And so far, I'm very, very excited on what Dewa United has in store for us. I know some of the players here, and I've been able to play with them in the Indonesia server.
Ooh, how was your experience actually playing with them? Like,
I mean, it's a ranked game, so there were times that I was able to beat them down. There were times they were able to beat me down.
It's always like a 50-50, right? Because not only are you trying to rise up the ranks, but also you're looking to learn from the games that you do play. But I'm also quite interested in the reason why a dope team kind of shift their roster for this particular game, given that they did have a relatively good experience and also performance during their match against Influence Rage. So I'm curious how they are going to be performing with some substitutions on their players. They're just preparing as of the moment, maybe planning a little bit. This is a nice shot that we're seeing right now, and a pretty aesthetic look on the players' jerseys, since there are like 4 people wearing white and the one in the middle wears red. And as the match starts, okay, it's gonna be a dope team on the blue side, Dewa United on the red.
Yep, and the first ban is still gonna be an Omen ban for a dope team. Aya has been banned out here by Dewa United. 99% ban percentages and 1% big percentages so far.
1%.
In the ASL, that is a very, very big threat. The Aya has always been banned. They never open that up unless you underestimate your opponents. And that's all. And the one time that that ASL team underestimated the other team, it resulted to a win with that Aya pick. it has 100% win rate, and you can see 99% ban rate, 1% pick rate. The only time that she was unleashed, all hell breaks loose.
I mean, we have witnessed it before the AIC 2021, and yesterday as well. Aya has been released, so we know how it happened. There was a game though that was quite interesting and confusing for me and Mikos yesterday, because Aya wasn't banned, but it wasn't picked as well. So maybe in this one, yeah, we're seeing quite impressive bans coming in from both teams. Crixie being available, yeah, it is going to be locked in for sure here on the side of a dope team, since Lorion, which had an incredible performance a while ago during the match of Mad Team, has been banned out. Ooh, it's an interesting pick coming in from Dewa United to start things off.
Yup, it is a Crixie pick for a dope team of first. I mean, it's a pick that's not gonna be that versatile, but still, it is gonna be a very solid pick as long as they're gonna be able to utilize it. Yeah, you can actually use Crixie in any type of composition, and that says a lot about that hero. On Dewa United, they are going to be locking into heroes that are the favorites in the ASL, the Liliana and the Tachi. And you can see in the ASL League, 12% ban percentages, 37% pick rate, and a 46% win rate at that. It is a big pick that can bring a lot to the table. The tankiness, the damage as well, the protection that he can use when he uses that cliff breaker to slow down a lot of the enemy composition.
Yeah, and also the gap close and mobility of these first two picks. So maybe Dewa United wants to have more options in terms of approaching this game against a dope team. This is a pretty solid first two picks coming in from them. A dope team though, now focusing more on the frontline members of their lineup. Zuka and the Veris gonna be hovered as of the moment. If they do lock this in, it's not gonna be that bad. It's actually gonna enable some safety net on their backline members, and with this lineup they can actually open up some of the picks, especially on the marksman department. Maybe they can pick up something like a Telanas, maybe a Violet, maybe something like an else if they do want to opt for poke here, since it's also still available right now.
Yep, in the first few picks, Azuka, a Varus, and also a Crixie on the midst of a dope team. So there is a lot that we can actually expect from a dope team's composition. Again, it's a very, very mobile composition that we're going to be seeing. The Venom from the Varus is going to be a good gap closer as well on the skill sets of the Zuka with the Skyfall and also its skill combinations. A lot of mobility definitely for a dope team. Dewa United finishes it off with a Lavelle pick, which is, you know, the biggest part whenever you pick out a Lavelle is its late game monster capability. It's a late game monster that's waiting for the making. But in terms of the early game and the mid game, he's gonna be relatively weak, but the double trouble is definitely something that could start your clashes. If it hits someone from the other side of the map, that's a lot of time on the crowd control that is going to be able to deal.
And also, aside from the high synergy and the good scaling coming in from Dewa United on their first three picks, I like the color coordination as well. Color blue on Lavelle, Liliana, and Tachi. So maybe if they would pick up more color blue heroes on their last two picks, it would be a nice sight to see. Something worth of a screenshot, maybe.
Yep. And we're gonna see here the two bans for Dewa United. They banned out the Mina and also the Hayate. But on the side of a dope team, they're gonna be hovering on a Florentino ban, and they already banned out the Roxy as well. So definitely these heroes are, you know, big favorites for the ASL. They really love Florentino. They really love Roxy as well. Agnes Grip has been one of the biggest factors. If you're going to be able to hit the Agnes Grip consecutively, it gives you a lot of advantages. A lot of the positioning in clashes are affected whenever an Agnes Grip from a Roxy is being propped out. But Dewa United is going to be locking on to a Scud, a very, very sustainable hero that can soak up damages.
This is better.
And also, he can deal a lot of burst damage as well on the squishies of the opposing team. If Crixie, or maybe if that Kafeni is going to be picked, and if that Scud actually closes in, it's going to be detrimental for a dope team.
Yeah, I think they're deciding right now whether to go with a utility support or a tank support, given the pressure that Dewa United is giving right now with the Scud, with the double trouble from the Laville. So it's really complicated right now. As of the moment, they would decide right now to go with tankiness, and also the crowd control that he can give with the lumbar support. So this is going to be a 3 frontline composition here on the side of a dope team to aid some assistance and protection towards the Crixie and the Kafeni, while Dewa United is investing right now on their very own frontline members, Baldum being hovered alongside the Scud for that frontline power as well. But Zip, is this going to be the debut of Zip towards AIC 2022? If they lock this in, they would have a lot of protection and also interruptions in the lane and the team fight. This is a very irritating support to deal with.
Yup, and definitely we're gonna see a Zip pick here for Dewa United. They could actually utilize this in a lot of situations wherein Laville is gonna be definitely protected by Dewa United. A dope team though, they are gonna be sporting a somewhat balanced team composition, still very, very mobile. It's more of a pickup comp, and if they're not gonna be able to utilize it well like game number 1, then a dope team is going to be definitely falling off in terms of the clashes. But one of the biggest weaknesses of a Zip is that he is always going to be in the thick of it, wherein he is going to be harassed in most of the contests. He's not really the best tank that you can rely on, although the skill sets that he has is already an offset on the tankiness of that hero. But as we saw in the game, what are your thoughts? What team actually had the better composition, Dion?
Well, I do like the amount of setups that Dewa United has, because the Zip has a long range stun, Laville has a stun, Scud can just close the distance quite fast, and the Tachi, we already know how the Tachi can pose during a team fight, especially on how tanky he is. A dope team though has what you said earlier, a balanced composition. So I would kind of lean in towards them because of the 3 front lines that they do have that can actually be the ones to block the setups of Dewa United. And if they would be able to position themselves effectively, they can just muscle out against Dewa United. So maybe ADT.
I'm going for Dewa just because you want ADT. I love what they have on the table. I mean, it's a classic ASL composition. Liliana has been the hero of choice, and we've seen a lot of good Liliana players. iPad Pro, we've seen Nunu as well use the Liliana. So let's see if 20 can actually do justice to this Liliana players. LCC2 is going to be harassed here, and as Zip actually joins the fray, he's going to be using the stun to actually get the rundown on the first wave. Crixie is going to be spotting out the Scud. You actually taking the blue side, so they know where it will start. Enix has been harassed here by the Kafeni. Maybe this is going to be a dangerous situation on the ball lane. The first blood has been taken by Zenshao and LCC2, and that is an overextension for Enix.
And a really nice, an impressive follow-up coming in from LCC2. He rotated from the mid lane towards the bot side to aid Zenshao and given that we saw already the initial interaction of Enix and Zhen Xiao, that was an impressive reaction coming in from a dope team. So now they do have a little bit of an edge, plus the gold funneling going to Zhen Xiao. But even if they are trying to extend their efforts right now towards the topside jungle of a Shorty, well, Devil United still has things under control. They're not letting a dope team take the lead that much. They're still able to farm out safely in their lanes.
Yep, and Enix is trying to get some advantage in. Enix is stunned here by the Lumber, but the damage is not yet enough for ADT to just burst down anyone at this point. Kafeni is a hero that relies heavily on items, and if he doesn't have the good items yet, she's clearly not going to be that felt. And ADT went in for the Dragon take, while the Jungler and also the Dark Slayer lane of Devil United opted to get that Slayer in the top lane for an exchange. They do get the Sentinel as well, so it's going to be some boost onto their gold, kind of gap closer on the gold advantage of a dope team.
Yeah, it's a little over 500 going up and down. Not really that much to pay attention to as of the moment. It's more so these teams sizing up onto each other right now. But as we see here onto the top lane, Manmon might actually be in trouble, but he managed to disengage, especially after popping that ultimate. XF just trying to gain a little bit of a bonus by stealing out that camp from Shorty, while now positioning themselves towards the top side. XF stole out too, so that is a little bit irritating on the side of Shorty. Now, this is going to be quite scary for 44 Ape. He managed to disengage with the ultimate, but that we're already seeing some pressure being done here by a dope team. Devil United needs to play this out a little bit safe because their win condition right now relies on the setup of Enix and 44 Tape.
Yup, and Devil United is the one falling off in terms of the gold rotations coming in from a dope team. They are almost into a 1k gold deficit, and ADT continues to actually harass the members of Devil United. But once we reach a point where we see a lot of the items being made for the teams, Devil United is going to be up into the advantage in the late game. But in terms of the mid game, I still think ADT has the edge over Devil United.
Yep, this is what they opted to go for. Stability in their composition, but they need to be more careful than usual since Devil United opted for this high risk on the setups. One play can actually change the flow of the game. One double trouble connecting onto Zhen Xiao, but now onto the top side, Mamona is taking a bit of damage, but given the sustainability, the tankiness that he does have, well, he's going to be relatively safe. Now onto the top side, Jungle XF taking a bit of damage there from a Shorty, and 20 is forced to disengage, and they cancel that invade for now.
Yeah, and even if LCC2 actually goes in for a invade on, a gank on the top lane, it doesn't really translate much because one of the reasons is that Tachi is a hero that is hard to kill, hard to reach, and has that crowd control immunity once he procs out that Breaker ultimate. And the Dragon is being led by Devil United that's not yet going to be disengaged as LCCT uses the Moonfall to get that boundary control. He was able to zone out the members of Devil United, and it's going to be a rotation from them. Three of the members are going to be there. It's like going to be the Flicker, and the Double Trouble actually gets a hit. The Cliff Breaker is going to be in use with the unison of Axiarity using that Power Glove, and we're going to see Mammon in the area. He is going to be stunned here, and the XF actually gets and zeroes in on 20. Enix is going to be in danger as well. 44A was not able to control and actually defend Enix at that moment as Zhen Xiao closes in the gap and gets that kill. ADT takes that counter play.
Yeah, Devil United started things off with a nice invade towards the bot side jungle of XF. They caught LCC2, especially because of that double trouble of Enix. But a dope team managed to just clinch things out, especially due to the damage being dealt there by Zhenjia with the help of XF from the backside. They got the kill on 20 and Enix, and it caused them to win that trade 2-1. But now onto the bot side, tower's gonna fall down. This is gonna be a lot of damage being felt here by 20. Good job by 44-8 in defending him with that protection. They also get the tower on the top side, so they're not gonna lose too much. It's not a high enough gold lead yet here by a dope team. They're only having a little over 1,000 even after a tower takedown and those 2 kills. It's not still looking that bad for Devil United.
Yep. At this moment, the pickup composition that we're seeing from the Dodo team, they are the ones that are faster in taking in the positions and Axirity, and also Mammon is sorting the Slayer. Are they going to be able to take this? The Power Glove is not yet available, and Zhenjia finishes off and steals that Slayer. Look at that damage. Mammon is almost taken down and bursted down as well. Last is going to be punished here by Zen 20 and Enix, but not much that they can actually do. No objectives are on site for Dewa United. XF is going to be spotting them out. Axirity actually clears out that wave even before Zhenjia fires a shot. And that's how big a the Power Glove damage Axirity has at this moment.
Things are starting to slip a little bit in terms of opportunity here for Dewa United. They have to rely so much on their ultimates and setups like the double trouble. And here comes 44-8 onto the top side. They're trying to catch out CY and Zhenjia. They're attempting now onto the Slayer once again, but there's also a fight on the bot lane. Mammon might actually get caught out. Zhenjia pops out that Fussalon. Now they're dealing a lot of damage. So are the members of Dewa United. They need to fall back and ultimate steal. This time by LCC2. That is another oopsie by Dewa United. CY engages onto 20, but I think they have to fall back. ADT now pushing onto the mid, knocking this tier 1 tower down, and slowly but surely they're getting more gold. They're up by 2,500 and they're looking to get even more.
And they are now pushing back the members of Dewa. That is a crucial mistake for the members of Dewa. They had the retribution ready for themselves, but they were not able to use it to clear out a wave because of the mistake of Scud going in, trying to go and boxing out the members of ADT. And they're now going for a turtle strategy. The flicker ultimate does not connect. The double trouble does. LCC2 was helped there with the cleanse coming in from their support item, and now they're in a position to take the dragon safely. Or is this going to be a contest waiting to happen for Dewa United? We don't know just yet. Scud is waiting here on the jungle camp of XF here on the top lane.
Yeah, a dope team right now, having a dope of a performance, but topside last might actually be in trouble. That's 3-4 members of Dewa United trying to take down this tower. They will be able to successfully do so, but CY tries to go in, good disengage by Dewa United. They're also sending out Mammon to push the bot side tier 1 tower. So they're trying to find ways in order to gain some advantage here or come back a little bit in this game while gaining a bit of gold from those structures, from those minions and camps, but still are quite struggling against a dope team, especially with the lead that they do have and the stability of their lineup. 44-8 will actually be in trouble, but he will be able to disengage successfully while a dope team is just trying to gain more control. 55 seconds before the next layer and 40 seconds for the Holy Dragon. Well, it's not going to be looking that much good here for Dewa United, as a shorty might actually be in trouble. Still has a tower, tier 1 tower on the top lane, but he's taking a bit of damage, except falls back, nearly gets taken down. Actually does so by LCC2, but topside, Fussalon right now. Good save there by 44-8 to save his allies, but last still goes back. This might be quite crucial. They're taking a lot of damage from 20, and they decide to just try to take this tower down on top. This is already for free.
The objective onto the names of ADT. They are now going for a complete defense for Dewa United. They have been pushed back a lot and not much that they can do with the kind of lineup that they have. They are just being pushed back by XF, by Last, and also the combinations that we see, especially from the Lumpur, who has been doing a lot of good work, a lot of the good positioning. The zone control is definitely there for a dope team. There's not much that we're going to be expecting from the members of Dewa United right now. They need to reach the late game to actually have that power spike that they need. But is it going to be enough in this kind of scenario, as 20 is going to be locked down? LCC2 was not able to knock him up, but the Skyfall is going to be used as well. The Cleanse has been procced out, and the Slayer has been summoned here. The Double Trouble is going to get a hit. Another Cleanse is going to happen.
Oh, Zip Roll?
There, the Zip Roll is also on point. The Venom is being used. They're doing his best. The Wild Beast charge as well. Actuality right now is tanky. Even with the damage coming from Zenshao, he's not going to be bursting down easily. But that opens up the mid lane second tier turret. Now they're going to be pushing hard here. Batman does his best, uses the Cliff Breaker, but it's not enough to clear up the waves. And they open up the base of Dewa United.
Dope team right now, looking so fine. Taking a tower up top, trying to take down that inhibitor tower, transferring their might into the mid lane, and finally opens up the base of Dewa United. This is going to be quite crucial because they only have a few towers left, 3 in total, and it's not going to be that easy to defend it given how big of a lead a dope team already has. If we check out the gold difference of Zhenjiao and Enix, it's not looking so good for Enix. That's almost 2,000, and even with the double trouble connecting, CY is quite tanky. They're trying to commit for now, but the good respect being paid here by a dope team. Fasula being used by Zhenjiao, and Shorty tries to zone him out. Might need some assistance coming from the CY, but here comes the flank by XF. Last gets taken down. It's a lot of damage by Zhenjiao. Blast! 2 members of Dewa United. It's a 2 for 3 in favor of a dope team, and they would have the Holy Dragon for themselves at the very end.
Yup, and we're gonna see a dope team take the advantage yet again. LCC2 Zenshan side is still open in the air. Splitter is gonna get a hit. Axariety is gonna be in the midst of the railgun of Zhenshao. That not much that he can do. He needs a lot of supplement damage to burst down that Scud just yet. And all of the other turrets are now going to be taken out by ADT. Dewa United is going to be left, and we can see here on the replay a lot of things are happening, and a lot of the priority picks and priority heroes that they need to lock on, they were not able to execute on Dewa United. 20 and also Mammon was bursted down by Zhenshao at that moment.
Yeah, a total of like 3 people tried to engage onto Zhenjiao, but good job coming in from XF and CY helping him out. Now, Dewa United, they have too much to handle as of the moment, but they're handling it quite well. They're still being quite proactive, looking for picks, looking for plays, trying to get into a nice position for that double trouble, but they need to pay as much respect that Zhenshao needs, because he is just too much of a damage dealer to be handled here by Dewa United. And as we see right now on the screen, this is going to be a Dark Lord Slayer readily available for a dope team, and they're catching out some of the members here of Dewa United. That's a nice plan coming in for XF, and a follow-up here by CY. Now here comes the damage here by LCC2. He might be in trouble. He's also taking a bit of damage here from 20. Mamon has a flank. He will try to go in, but disengage coming in from a dope team allows them to create some distance from that threat of Dewa United.
That was a very, very close one, and we're gonna see Mammon miss out his kill shot. He's gonna be able to take the kill. No, he misses out Moon Piercer, but still able to actually close out. Zhenshao is gonna get a lot of field looks. A lot of the health of ADT is already out of the table, and it's gonna be a shutdown from Enix. It is a 3 for one exchange. Mammon is taken out, but on what cost? Last and XF are the only members of ATT left. The Dark Lord Slayer is being started by Dewa United. They have the advantage in numbers, and there's not much that XF and Last can actually do at this moment. No steal is going to be attempted, and Axorite makes sure that the bushes are going to be flawless, wherein no one is going to be able to steal that Dark Lord Slayer.
And this is what we talked about during the hero selection, the pick and ban phase, and also during the start of the game. Dewa United on this kind of lineup, all they need is one chance to turn the tides around, one setup, and it is gonna be because of Mamon trying to get that kill on LCC2 and the rest of the members following it up, not hesitating to help out their allies. They get 3 in exchange for Mamon. They also get this Dark Lord Slayer, which is marching into the mid lane right now. It's not gonna help out that much for the moment, but it gives hope to Dewa United because they came back from a 3,000 gold deficit, double trouble, connecting not onto the best target, but it is helping them create some pressure now across the map. There's waves pushing onto the top. There's also wave pushing onto the bot side. LCC2 taking a lot of damage. They're trying to take down this Dark Lord Slayer, but here comes engage here by Mamon with the help of a shorty. Zenshao tries to kite it out, but he is being forced back. XF positioning himself for a flank. This might be quite crucial. They're also trying to follow up. XF goes in against 5 people. Might get blown up. Then Shao now tries to hit from the backside, but XF falls down. The Moonfall connects. But many members from Dewa United are still quite healthy. They just survive so much from that, and that's going to be the first wipeout in this game. Dewa United, after that clean team fight, they will just take this victory.
Yup, and now they're going to be finishing off the Nexus, and it is going to be a big comeback for Dewa United, beating out ADT, who was pummeling them from the start. But, you know, victory always goes to the ones who persevere, and that is Dewa United Esports.
Adobe Team showed stability and aggression, but Dewa United demonstrated discipline and control in that game. One chance, one opportunity is all it takes to get the win. Well, technically 2, because they made another setup in the mid lane despite the efforts thereof, except but one setup there onto the top side river allowed them to gain enough momentum to turn the tides around, and this is an incredible performance. One of the best games so far that we have seen of today, and a well-deserved victory here by Dewa United. Congratulations to them. They will take the first victory in the AIC 2022 and give the first loss right now to Adobe Team.
Yup, Dewa United overcoming all the odds, all of the advantages that ADT had. And we can see here on the highlights on how big of the plays ADT was doing on their rotations, and even in their mock, clashes, they know which targets are actually going to give them the highest reward. And LCC2 is actually one of the biggest threats that ADT fielded in this game. He was a monster on the Crixie, but once the shutdowns actually set it in, where he was the target, it was just all over ADT. He was the bulk of the magic damage, and you can clearly feel it whenever he is not in the area to actually help ADT.
Yeah, this was the flank that XF tried to initiate to help out Adobe Team, but Dewa United was actually prepared for that. They quickly adapted to that kind of setup, and despite the damage being thrown out by LCC2 and Zenshao, the positionings and the tankiness were already there. I want to give kind of kudos as well and respect towards the Zip in that fight, because of the amount of shield that he actually gave towards the team so that they can sustain that burst damage from LCC2 and Zenshao. 44 Ape with that Zip Angry gave them a lot of protection, and also the confidence overall by this team is quite impressive. So congratulations to them. They now have their first point.
Yup, and also you could see the late game was really for Dewa United. It's not for ADT. Once we reached the 15-minute mark, it was just all over for Adobe Team, just because the late game monsters on the side of Dewa United was there. Liliana is definitely on the late game. The late game also for the Ville. They were clearly felt in the clashes. The Kafeni was already at a low ball at the time the late game was there. He could have burst down the scud as fast as he could, and that resulted to a lot of free looks for the backline of Dewa United. And yeah, it was just Dewa United being able to turtle their way back into the game. Although there was a hole on the side of Dewa United, it didn't really matter, because once the late game set it in, they didn't. Adobe Team was not able to win any clashes at all.
Yep. They quickly patched up that hole, especially when they managed to scale up. Enix was already dealing a lot of damage. 20 dealt a lot of damage the whole game. And we saw that from early to mid, even in a fight on the top side. Despite not having the best kind of position, he was still able to dish out in order to create some space for his allies as well. So a really impressive performance by Dewa United coming into this game. They would really need this momentum, especially that they will also face off against other strong teams well, they are going to be facing off Influence Rage later on. So this is going to be a good testing of the water, since they have defeated a dope team which defeated Influence Rage earlier. So they're looking to have a really nice day today. They also have a match later on at the end of this day number 2 against Bikertopia. So I'm looking forward to how they are going to be performing later on. But for a dope team, they need to patch up on their mistakes for this game, because they kind of had it on their hands, but it slipped away due to them maybe being overconfident in their positioning and lead. And Dewa United just took that opportunity. LCC2 getting caught out, and well, a dope team forced to just retaliate instead of disengaging, which they could have done on that topside river after getting some turrets taken down.
And looking at what happened there, was one of the crucial mistakes that I saw for coming in from a dope team is the clashes wherein Dewa United, Mammon's Dewa United was able to take out LCC2. They were very, very low in health, and still they were actually engaging on the clashes. We saw a lot of the health bars of a dope team actually already shaved off, whilst Dewa United actually had a lot of fresh heroes that came from the base that joined into the clashes, and that's where everything turned to hell for a dope team. And that is also one of the crucial decisions where Mammon actually just went haywire, went ham, and zeroed in onto LCC2. Once the magic damage wasn't there, you could already see the effects. And looking at the game stats here, a dope team had 8 kills, while on Dewa United, most of the kills that they were able to actually take was on the latter part of the game. They actually swing the kill advantage once we went into the last wipe. And looking at the goal advantage, Dewa United was only able to take it on the latter part of the game, winning the clashes in the late game. In terms of objectives, ADT did a better job. But looking at the damage dealt to champions, LCC2, one of the main damage dealers for ADT, the one that made the system work for ADT, was the one leading the charge with 135k damage. As well on Zhenshao, 186k, but it didn't really translate much because it was mostly negated by Axoriety, Mammon, and also 44-8. He was not able to zero in on 20 and Enix, which are the crucial damage dealers for Dewa United. And that is one of the big things. Even if you deal 200k damage, it doesn't really translate to much. And we're gonna see the MVP of the game. It's Dewa United Esports Axoriety with a KDA of 316, MVP points 10.6, kill participation 75%, and that's very, very big because most of the contests he is gonna be found in the clashes where it really matters for Dewa United. And that concludes actually the game number 3. And we still have 9 matches.
Yeah.
And that's going to be very, very exciting because we've already seen a lot of good stuff on the first 3 games of the day. And to expect, Adult Team needs to jump up. They're going to be facing up against Utopia, one of the teams that actually dominated in the GCS region. But before we go to game number 4, we'll be going for a very, very short break. This is the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. I'm Vittorio. This is Kian Gaming. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
Has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Yan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2, Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3, Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When Ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of Skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When Ultimate is upgraded to level 2, Passive Enhanced Normal Attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's Ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When Ultimate is upgraded to level 3, Passive Enhanced Normal Attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior-type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. he becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use skill 3, skill 1, enhanced normal attack, skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by skill 3, normal attack, skill 1, normal attack, the second part of skill 3, skill 2, skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, coordinating with skill 2's movement and skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game, and you're at a loss about fighting with real players. Fear not. You have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you have realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your divine blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There is only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate at every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really prepared for the... So what? Just take another round. In AOV, failure is just the experience you need to grow stronger. Come on, rookie. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing phase me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen.
Alright, and welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. We are your shoutcasters. My name is Gigi, and here with me is Vittorio. And after that incredible comeback and a performance by Dewa United against a dope team, we are now moving on to the fourth game of today in Group C and D. Mad Team versus V Gaming. Vittorio, I want to know your thoughts on this, because these two teams are quite explosive given their performance in AIC 2021 and today.
Yeah, I mean, in the last recent memory, in AIC 2021, V Gaming was the team to beat. They had a perfect score until they lost in the finals. They never suffered a loss in the group stages, not one. Even in the best of fives, in the best of threes, they never suffered a loss for V Gaming. And if that is a very, very good sign for V Gaming, then it could actually happen again here on AIC 2022. V Gaming is one of the premier teams out in the international scene, and they have been sporting lineups that are Damage is King compositions, and that was a kind of composition that really works well for them.
Yeah, I think it's the only teams that managed to at least scratch the record of V Gaming during AIC 2021 was Hong Kong at just one game, but 4 consecutive wins by V Gaming after that, and Burrito United Esports, which came back on a 1-3 scoreline in that best of 7 in the grand finals. That's all. That's the only time that V Gaming suffered a defeat. So moving on to AIC 2022, maybe they're looking to have a much more perfect record here, or a better performance than AIC 2021. They need to up their performance though, since other teams are also looking forward to having a fantastic run here in the AIC 2022. Mad Team in particular, after they have had an incredible performance against Nextruya, they're looking to get their second win as well and to stay number 2.
Yeah, but going back to that, V Gaming did not suffer any kind of losses in 2021, only in the finals. And that's, they had an unblemished record until BRU put an end to their rampage.
It's one end.
Yeah. Well, going forward here in Mad Team versus V Gaming, we're going to see Mad Team again. Kuku, CQ22 Stars, Zen, and Kawhi, who dominated Nextruya on their first game. The first game of AIC 2022. We're going to expect a lot on the momentum of Mad Team. But V Gaming, they have Wuhan, Wang TD, Maris, Songhai, Bert LB. Their AIC 2021 lineup still intact going here on this AIC 2022. So probably we're going to see the same performance for V Gaming. But Mad Team is not going to take any easy way for V Gaming. They're not going to make it easy for V Gaming. They might even take the win from V Gaming. That is the possibilities in this best of 1 matches.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this game of a Mad Team versus V Gaming, because both teams are looking to be quite fired up in here. as they are, well, quite relaxed and also energetic at the same time. I'm liking how I'm seeing the players smiling and laughing, having a positive energy in their respective rooms as they prepare for this match, because we are about to start. It is going to be the fourth game in the AIC 22 Day 2, and Mad Team is going to be on the blue side. V Gaming is going to be sitting at the red side, so they're going to be the ones to need to ban that Aya.
Yep, and we're gonna see another Omen ban here. It has been a fact that Mad Team, almost all of the teams are actually banning out Omen in AIC 2022. Maybe because of the capabilities of Omen to lock down and also tank in some damage. It's a more improved Scud in terms of locking down opponents into a fixed position.
And it also has a relatively okay split push potential that normally we have seen in AIC 2021, applying some pressure across the map, having that cross map plays. Now with the first pick, Iggy on the side of Mad Team, they're looking to have that explosive laning phase and also team fighting potential. V-Game is looking to answer back with some frontline heroes like the Zuka. Maybe they would like to opt for a standard or like a stable pick as well in the mid lane, like the Crixie, which had an incredible performance overall in AIC 2021 and towards yesterday and today as well. This is a standard already in the mid lane. Crixie dealing a lot of damage. It's not 100% win rate, but it has a lot of assurance, not only in the early game but also in the late game scaling.
Yep, and we're gonna see the first 3 picks here for Mad Team and also V Gaming, with an Iki, a Nakrot, and also a Baldum. It's kind of more of a zone control right now for Mad Team, because there are 2 heroes, the Iki and also the Baldum is for zone control. Yes, there is a lot of range also in the ultimate of that Iggy pick, but at the same time, most of his skill sets are basically only on a border control. There's just a zone of effectivity for the skill sets of that Iggy.
I think Mad Team is looking to have some cross map plays as well, because well, Iggy can clear out waves from a long distance. Nakrot can split push across the map and have a lot of it has a lot of mobility as well. So Mad Team so far has a lot of options in how they are going to be approaching this game. V Gaming, on the other hand, is looking to have that extra protection, and also in their matchups, well, Joker can just easily poke out in lanes, and especially in bullying those scaling marksmen. So that's something that they are trying to deny. Maybe they want to have some control in the early game towards the mid game as well, to enable themselves in kind of like their same play style all throughout way back in AIC 2021. Looking at their bans right now, Laville, Ricky, and also Florentino taken away here by Mad Team. I wonder what's gonna be their last ban, since well, the Dark Slayer lane hasn't been picked up yet here by the side of V Gaming. They're gonna remove the Elendor, which is commonly being paired up with a marksman just like a Joker, so it kind of makes sense if V Gaming would opt for a double marksman lineup, and they would happily take it away. Tachi being hovered by V Gaming, this will serve as an additional frontline, which we have seen earlier as well during the game of Dewa United and the ADT. It serves so much in terms of sustain and also damage.
Yup, that's a lot of sustain. And you know, looking at V Gaming's kind of composition, I think it's a composition that's very, very strong, especially in the early into the mid game. Joker is a hero that really spikes into the mid game But the problem is the late game. That's gonna be one of the biggest problems for V Gaming. But knowing V Gaming, they are sporting a lineup which actually brings a lot to the table in terms of the damage. And usually they try to finish the game as early as the 15-minute mark.
Hayate pick though. I'm kind of excited and scared at this at the same time, because well, Hayate can deal an obnoxious amount of damage even onto tanks, especially when the proper setup is made. But there were times as well that we have seen in the earlier games a while ago that Hayate can also struggle if he is being bullied out quite effectively, and V Gaming do have the heroes for that. They're also hovering the Roma right now, which can serve as a good split pusher and also like pressure during team fights with a lot of poke, a lot of damage, engage and disengage. So this is a really playful lineup that V Gaming opted for, while Mad Team is looking to also have that kind of option but have a better edge in terms of team fighting since they have the Hayate and the Iggy combination.
Oh man, we're gonna see the kind of composition. This is a classic V Gaming composition that they showed in AIC 2021. Mad Team, though, they are sporting the best heroes that they can field. 0322 is a very well known Hayate player, so maybe they are going to be trusting 0322 in this kind of setup where usually a Joker is the one being utilized to counter Hayate. But right now, the compositions are out. They have the mobility on Mad Team as well. They have a lot of zone control to actually compensate for the protection. But on V Gaming, damage is king is definitely gonna be the composition of choice for VGM. Let's see if it is gonna be translating to a win for V Gaming.
Yeah, this is an exciting game between Mad Team and V Gaming. Let's see who is gonna be the victor here, since both teams have prepped their best possible heroes and composition here for this game. I like how Birdle B is opting for that Ryoma, since he does have that incredible amount of experience on this particular hero as well, and it can serve as a nice bully towards the lane, but he has to win against Cow High later on so that he can fully utilize this hero on the side lane and on the cross map plays. We're seeing Star just doing the typical Iggy clearing and also pokes on the enemy team, while the rest of Mad Team is just starting things off pretty safely.
It's just a pretty standard for the teams right now on the start. They're not going for any aggressive plays. They say high risk, high reward, but same goes if you actually lose down the bet, wherein you go for a invade and then you get shut down. And three of the members here are actually gauging each other here on the mid lane. Mad Team, though, is going to be the first one to clear, but with the mobility of the heroes of V Gaming as well, they're not really just going to be falling off with that kind of rotation. They're going in fast for both teams. It's a 3-man rotation for Mad Team.
V Gaming having a little bit of an edge towards mid to late game is gonna be difficult to execute, given the fact that Mad Team does have a lot of protection and also split push potential to match the ones of Birdle B and Kwang Hai later on. So this objective take right now is going to be quite crucial. I think V Gaming is paying a lot of respect towards Mad Team right now, since Mad Team is trying to get the edge here on the Abyssal Dragon. V Gaming grouping up as 5 with a nice position, but Star and Zen is actually catching them up. They're trying to steal it out, and they actually managed to do so with the help of Kwang Hai. So now this is nice coming in from Cow Hai. He opted to start the Slayer so that at least they would get one objective. If Mad Team gets both, it would be best case, but right now it's just balance. V Gaming, on the other hand, is very opportunistic, using all their resources to get that steal on the Abyssal Dragon. But Mad Team grouping up right now on the top side. This might be quite crucial since they are looking for picks.
Yep. Look at the Ember's Gaze from Star. He's actually harassing Maris under the turret, and that is a very, very big thing. As Brioma also is going to be in low health, she is baiting out Kawhi at that moment, since Quang Hai is actually in the area to help him.
Yeah, I think Star later on will deal an obnoxious amount of damage towards many members of V Gaming, since Brioma, Crixie, the Joker is quite squishy in a sense, and well, Quang Hai and Han would be able to sustain it, but what's crucial is that if the squishy members gets deleted or takes a lot of damage, they would have at least some hesitation in engaging into a team fight. So V Gaming has to be a little more careful whenever they try to lane or engage onto a team fight. This is an explosive lineup for Mad Team. They're going to be constantly looking for picks and also at least deal a lot of damage. But we're seeing Han right now engaging with ultimate. Does have a lot of sustain, so he has this confidence just going in, even onto many members of Mad Team.
Yep. And right now, there's not much that we can expect. Both teams are just waiting for their powered spikes. No one is actually trying to commit any kind of aggressive plays. They just want the gold, and this has been uncharacteristic of V Gaming, because usually we see them very aggressive, and that is going to be a trade. Zen is going to be winning. Skyfall has been used here as well. The Moonfall has been procced out here by Maris, and Star still wins that trade with the Shadow Bomb hitting Maris in the face.
I think both of them are just trying to size up each other and measure the capability of their enemy team. If ever they would be able to win, even on a small skirmish, because risks are kind of high. Even if you give just one kill, it can accelerate the game for the enemy team right now. Okay, that's going to be the ulti popped out by Star to just deal a bit damage there onto Huang TD while they position themselves quite effectively here on the Abyssal Dragon. This is going to be a round 2 here on this objective, while Kauhai can still just try to take down the Slayer once again. Zen this time gets a nice punish on that Abyssal Dragon. He managed to disengage since they're already happy with that, but a fight is also breaking out on the bot side. Same goes on top. Kauhai forced to disengage since he's quite low already in health, trying to battle against Birdleby.
Yep, no one is actually winning the rotations, and also the ganks, they're just going in for the natural way. They're just farming up, they're just damaging each other, but no commits are actually being seen for both sides. They don't want to make mistakes at this moment. Spectral R, Pinwheel as well as being used. And look at that dash coming in from Kawhi, harassing him on that top lane push. But we're going to see Mad Team take the first objective here on the bot lane, taking the first tier turret, while Han is dangerously low.
Oh, Mad Team having control in this game. We kinda expected this during the drafting phase, given their composition, but quite a surprise here on the performance of V Gaming. They're feeling the pressure here of Mad Team right now, and they're forced into this defensive movement against Mad Team, and they're losing objectives. A while ago they lost Abyssal Dragon. They might actually lose to this Slayer as well, as Mad Team is just constantly getting some vision and getting these cross-map plays thanks to Zen as well, which cleared out the bot side, so someone has to answer that, while the rest of the members of V Gaming are situated on the top side. We're seeing a first blood finally by Star onto Maris. Things are looking out of hand right now for V Gaming, and Mad Team is quite happy with what's happening right now.
Yep, and we're seeing Hayate actually take the bulk of the resources for Mad Team as well. 5k already on that here, already having a Fafnir. And that's already a very, very scary prospect, as we're seeing he's trying to make his Frostcape for himself as well. Or maybe a Yoga's Edge. I don't know, he's just using that first tier items for his builds. And V Gaming right now is losing some steam, as they're now being pushed back into the side of the map. They can't actually decide on the rotations that they have. Ember's Gaze again is going to be used by Star to damage the members of V Gaming as well. And Zen is always safely going in and dashing out, taking only the objectives, taking only the gold from the minion waves.
And this Slayer is going to be taken as well by Mad Team. No contest here by V Gaming. This is absolute control by Mad Team right now. Already increasing slowly but surely their gold lead. Ember's Gaze gazing that HP of Han. And V Game again forced to disengage. While Mad Team are actually quite comfortable extending their lanes and even having full control on the top side jungle here of V Gaming. That's going to be the ulti popped out. And it forces V Gaming to back away and losing yet another tower. This is 3 towers in exchange for nothing on the side of V Gaming. So far, a near perfect game here by Mad Team. They only just lost one objective, which is that Abyssal Dragon earlier that was stolen. But they're looking to have absolute control on all 3 lanes plus the jungle camps here of V Gaming. Now the Slayer spawn on the bot side. That's an engage once again. But Zen might actually be in trouble. Same goes for Kwang Hai. Gets thrown out and killed. Now they will have access towards mid and bot side. They will be able to take out 2 turrets at the same time.
Mad Team is the one being the aggressors. Usually Mad Team is characteristically the defensive team, but with this kind of composition, with this kind of lineup, they're the one dictating the moves here. And we're gonna see CRP22 and Kawhi actually go for the push. Kawhi is being harassed here by the Joker, but the laughing joke is actually not able to burst down Kawhi at this moment. And Mad Team now opens up the top lane of V Gaming. They can just slowly choke the life out of V Gaming at this point.
That is like 3 turrets under 30 seconds. That's how V Gaming lost control already in this game. The gold lead is just continuously rising in favor of Mad Team. Now with Holy Dragon being taken uncontested once again by Zen. 45 seconds as well for the Slayer to spawn up, which also will be for free for Mad Team. V Gaming, well, they need a miracle of a blade. I can't believe that I'm also saying this, but because of what's happening right now, this is quite different from how V Gaming used to perform in AIC 2021. And Mad Team right now is definitely happy with their performance so far in this game, but they cannot be overconfident because things can turn around in a flash if you make a crucial mistake. But oh, that Ember's Gaze is so obnoxious in terms of damage. Almost half health already of Wang TD, depleted in just 1 skill.
Yep. And right now, they're now knocking in the doors of V Gaming again here in the bot lane. Well, we're seeing the Nacron, Zen's Nacron actually harass the members of V Gaming by showing the lane. The mid lane wave is already in point. The Wild Prison is being used, doesn't hit a mark, and with the clearing capabilities of V Gaming, they were able to survive that onslaught. The Dark Slayer is again available for the taking. Will they take this Dark Slayer? And the answer is yes. They're going to be using this to actually push down another lane, maybe take another third tier turret. If they're going to be able to take another third tier turret, then it's going to be a very, very difficult fight for V Gaming to go for a comeback.
Comeback is still possible. They're not losing too much in terms of economy, despite what 7 tower deficit by V Gaming. they can still come back. This is AOV. Anything can happen in a flash, and we saw it earlier as well in our early games. So Mad Team shouldn't be that much overconfident. I like how they're still playing it safe despite the lead that they do have, and also not overextending, not being overconfident. They're waiting for every chance that they do have with maintaining their control, because that's what they need. V Gaming can just turn on them anytime with a proper positioning. But Mad Team right now, in terms of positioning, they're looking to go onto the bot side. That's an obnoxious amount of damage with the Ember's Gaze. And now this tower is about to fall down in the mid lane. No one can defend since some of the members are actually quite low from that ulti from Star. They got the mid lane inhib. They're looking to take bot side as well. And V Gaming now back on the walls. They need to defend their base. They need to defend from this ambush by Mad Team. They now fully commit. This is going to be crucial. Birtleby is taking a lot of damage. He will fall down. Cowhigh as well is quite low. They need to fall back, but they're choosing to fight. Kwanghai engaged only to fall back once again. Well, Mad Team didn't suffer any casualties, but V Gaming still survives another day.
And they are going to be able to fend off Mad Team at this point. That was a very, very close one. If they were not able to deal a lot of damage to most of the members, it would have been a GG well played already for Mad Team. But with this kind of methodic rotation for Mad Team, it is not going to be easy for V Gaming. There is already 3 big minions here on the mid lane. That is going to be a threat. And we all know minions actually happen in this kind of situation where there are a lot of holes in V Gaming defenses. And as the game progresses, Mad Team is just going to be showing the lanes, choking out the life, and after the 35-second mark, we're going to see the Dark Lord Slayer being spawned, and that brings a lot to the table again. While Prison gets a hit, they're going to be using the Clip Breaker to actually destroy the enemy, but that is going to be a turnaround kill. 2 of the heroes of Mad Team are going to be taken down. Zen and also Cuckoo has been taken out at that engagement.
V Gaming clearly saying that this game is still not done until it's over. They're still maintaining their composure and even getting those 2 picks onto Zen and Cuckoo. So the gold lead is still being quite low, and well, the gold is quite close here for Mad Team and V Gaming. They can actually contest on this Dark Lord Slayer, which they're actually starting. This can be quite crucial. Zen is still 1 second away, and this will give enough opportunity for V Gaming to actually get the Slayer down for free. Ember's Gaze was used to try and deal a lot of damage. It did, but it still is quite safe for V Gaming to disengage. They have to fully commit though, because waves are crashing in the mid, bot, and top. They still have to answer waves, but they do have the Slayer now to back them up.
V Gaming has a Dark Lord Slayer, but it is still going to be a very tough fight. 1 lane from the top and from the bottom lane. They only need 1 minion wave to actually win this for Mad Team. And they need to play this as far as they could. Wave management is definitely going to be a key for V Gaming as well. They know with the kind of composition that Mad Team has, they can just use Nacron, they can just use the Yenna to actually push down and harass V Gaming. And this is it. It's gonna be the Clip Breaker is gonna be started it again. We're gonna see Star gonna be taken down. The orb is now gonna be enough. And that's already 1 member down on Mad Team. They need to clear the waves in the top lane and also in the bottom lane to actually proceed. Look at the damage that we're gonna see, the spectacle, and also the combinations of the crowd control from V Gaming is just too much. If they're gonna be able to zero in a CRG 22, it's already a done deal, even on Zen.
They finally took out a tower and a second one. 1 in the bot, 1 in the mid, and things are starting to turn in favor of V Gaming. Mad Team losing their grip 1 time, and the game is now slowly slipping away from them. A while ago, they were ahead like 3,000, 4,000 gold, but now we're seeing 5,000, almost 5,000 gold lead by V Gaming after they just picked up 2 kills onto Zen and Cuckoo, translated it onto the Slayer take, and now they are back. They are alive. They're looking to really get the control in their favor right now, but Mad Team can still close this out. They need to maintain their composure, just like how V Gaming did in their first 15 minutes of this game. Because if they don't, they're gonna continue to lose towers and they're gonna continue to lose control. And V Gaming, as a stable team, they're not just any team that easily falls off. They try to fight back as much as possible. They want established dominance, but right now it's going to be quite crucial. As an engage here by Han, might actually get caught out. Zen takes a lot of damage. Han gets pulled back, but Quang Hai turns onto them. That's going to be the ulti by Star to try and force V Gaming to disengage. They do, but on top of that, they at least get one more tower.
And almost a quick wave reaches out the Nexus, and this is one of the key. They thought that the member, that Quang Hai is actually going to go for a defense here on the bottom lane, but they were not able to account that the decision making of V Gaming was to commit on that clan. It almost turned around on the heads of Mad Team, and it's a really good thing that Quang Hai actually went in to help his allies, because if he didn't, we would have seen V Gaming actually losing a member, and already a GG well played could be called by Mad Team. Look at the slow from 0322. He's just doing the work here with that Hayate. As long as that Hayate is gonna live, it's gonna be hard for V Gaming to get a push onto Mad Team.
Yep, they can just easily clear out some waves, which they are constantly doing since they do have the inhibitor advantage. So waves are gonna be constantly clashing onto the base of V Gaming, and it kinda is limiting their movement right now across the map. That is what they are having in mind in terms of their goal. If they could get at least one inhibitor on the side of Mad Team, they would be able to have more options in terms of exploring the map and getting some picks, because time is ticking. Whenever they leave a lane, it takes just 30 minutes to a minute for Mad Team to patch it back up. And V Gaming constantly has to clear up 3 big minions in the mid, which is really scary to do so. It takes a lot of resources to take it down. And Embers is gazing those HP bars of Wang TD and Maris. Now Quang Hai might actually get caught out. Disengages properly alongside with Han. But Mad Team having more control after it slipped earlier. Now with low HP bars on V Gaming, they're actually going to be forced back into giving this Dark Lord Slayer to Mad Team.
At this moment, although the gold lead is definitely in the control of V Gaming, the problem is the objectives are not there. This is the late game. It doesn't matter how many gold you have. You already see on your screens that everyone has already locked their items in. And at this moment, with the Dark Lord Slayer actually going and marching here on the mid lane, this could be the end. Marius goes in with a flicker and goes with the knock-up as well. Ember's Gaze is going to be used. The Wild Prison does not hit. Han does his best to zero in on 0322, but he's just too back. A lot of the Clip Breaker as well is going to get a miss. And look at the damage from the members here. That's a contrived blitz being procced at Ember's 0322. Han does his best. The damage does not connect. He still has the resurrection on the Hayate, and more of the members of V Gaming are just swapping down like flies, and the kills are just gonna be there, and the wipeout for Mad Team, and now they're gonna be going for the victory run here on the middle lane as Mad Team closes out their second game of the AIC as a win against V Gaming.
Oh, Mad Team with a spectacular performance on their second game. This time, taking down a former Titan in the AIC 2021. V Gaming used to have an unscratchable record way back in the AIC 2021, but now on their first game, the record is already scratched thanks to Mad Team, and they have really exceeded expectations from everybody with this spectacular performance and an incredible early game towards late game control. It kind of slipped away when V Gaming got those 2 kills and took out the Dark Lord Slayer, but slowly and surely Mad Team were able to recuperate and take the control that they did have earlier. And now with this victory, they're looking so strong right now, and they only have one more game later on, one more Titan to face, which is Bacon Time. But as we check out here on the highlights, we do see the near perfect performance of Mad Team all throughout early to mid, taking all the towers from V Gaming, maintaining their own. This was the fight that they lost Zen and Cuckoo that led to V Gaming having their hopes stopped. But on this last fight in the mid, Star actually almost got taken down by Maris. But with the proper reinforcements of Mad Team re-engaging and with the kunai blitz of 0322, it led to the demise of V Gaming.
Yeah, and it was a very, very good run for V Gaming. They were able to actually take back everything. But the problem is that the objectives are not there for them to actually push. And that affected a lot the late game potential of V Gaming. Yeah, they were winning it, but the problem is because of the holes in their bases, they could not leave it to chance to actually just find out the clashes. And that resulted to a lot of pressure as well, not only in the heroes from Mad Team, but also the minion waves that were just crashing into the lanes of V Gaming. And that was a perfect turnaround. Although they had the late game potential, the problem is that they didn't really have a lot of leeway to actually get that late game potential up to their advantage for V Gaming.
Yeah, if things looked a little bit more assured for them, like if their inhibitor towers were still up, maybe V Gaming would have had a better chance. But it is what it is. Mad Team had the better early to mid, and it gave them what they needed to close this game out in their favor. There's one fight after that small hiccup allowed them to finally get the victory against V Game, and it was a long game. I think that was like a 23 minutes of a game. A long battle of V Gaming and Mad Team, but the result is the same. Mad Team right now will secure their second victory in the AIC 2022 group stage, day 2, and they're looking to just get at least one more. Or even if they don't, they're already assured of extending their stay here in the AIC 2022.
Yeah, Mad Team already has 2 wins in their bag. Usually at that moment, the only time that we're gonna see an equalizer is that if V Gaming actually secures their next 2 wins against next Furia, and also it's Bacon Time. And if Bacon Time actually wins against Mad Team and also next Furia, that is something that is gonna be a tie clincher for Group D. We're seeing a lot of good and talented members here on the second day of the group stages. So we're gonna see if next Furia can actually match out the experiences from V Gaming and its Bacon Time. Not to say that they are a very, very weak team, it's just that in terms of experience, they are gonna be losing out. They have a lot of the giants in their group, and it's a very daunting task for sure. But the next game of the day is going to be Barricatopia against a dope team who just recently lost against Dewa United.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough time for sure for a dope team. But let's see how they are gonna be performing. But in terms of performance, let's check out here on the post-match stats. You do see the trend of the goal difference over time. V Gaming slowly gaining control in this game, but with the current state of the game already being set up there by Mad Team, they already have all the control that they do need, and one mistake by V Gaming, one overextension, and one outplay that Star led in that particular fight that enabled that proper reinforcement engage by the rest of the members of Mad Team, allowed them to clinch out this victory for them.
Yup, and we can see actually in the game stats, a lot of the kills was, and also the graphs, we saw a lot of big swings. And, you know, it's a props for V Gaming. Not all teams can actually last that long in terms of the tower pushes that happen. If you have 3 gaping holes, it is already a hard game for your team. It's usually translates to a win in most of situations, and that says a lot on the MPP Star that actually led the charge, almost 200k on that Iggy as well. A lot of kill participations, and of course an almost perfect KDA. He just died once in their matchup against V Gaming, and that says a lot about Mad Team right now here in AIC. Looking confident, looking strong, and yeah, definitely we'll see them more on the group stages. But as we are going to be moving up into the next series, which is Bikertopia against a dope team, we'll be going for a very, very short break. This is the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Victoria. This is Giyang. We'll be right back after a short break.
And use your right hand to attack. Easy peasy. Now, raise your weapon and smash that crystal. No! God! Please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you have learned everything about winning, but your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AoV, there's the Abyssal Dragon Lane, Slayer Lane, and Middle Lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you'll face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AoV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team?
I fight for what I stand for.
takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always new rivals everywhere. From your order I declare, I'm riding to the end. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test to me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wired. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. 50 feet step back, I'm about to split my G, I'm with it. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little.
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Again, we are your shoutcasters, Gion Gaming, and here with me is Vittorio. We're now on to the fifth match of the day, which is gonna be Bikertopia Esports versus Adobe Gaming. And after the unfortunate loss of Adobe team against actually the victory of Adobe team against Influence Rage earlier, and the defeat on Dewa United, they're looking to at least balance it out with a win this time against Bikertopia. And Bikertopia, maybe on this day number one, they're looking, of course, to getting their first game with a win.
Yep, and Bikertopia Esports are going to be on your screens. It's T1, Zirui, Sin, Tilan, and Pika. Sin has experience in the international scene, and we're going to see a lot of new faces here for Bikertopia Esports. And to give a background there, before anything else, it is going to be a dope team. Sai, Zhenshao, LCC2, XF, and Lal are going to be playing for ADT. We're going to see another roster change here for a dope team. Let's see what is going to be happening. Just to give you guys an idea, Bikertopia are the second placers of the GCS region. They actually, was beaten out by one team, and then the third placers are going to be Mad Team for the GCS region. So this is the second placers, and there, I think the confidence of being able to place in that kind of position is definitely going to be felt here on this game.
A lot of pressure, especially for Adobe team, since this is going to be their last game of the day. They would want to at least have more control in terms of their standing, so that they are assured of their spot for their respective group, which is Group C. I think though it would be okay for them to suffer a loss here, since they already have picked up a win. It's not really so much bad on their standing already, but they would want to have more assurance on their spot. So they have to really up their performance against Bikertopia, which has a lot to offer in the AIC 2022, given how they have performed incredibly well, qualifying into the AIC 2022. It's gonna be a tough battle for Adobe team. Well, Bikertopia landed 5th during their qualifier in the Chinese Taipei qualifier tournament, landed 2nd during their tournament at the Garena Challenger Series Spring 2022, just under one team And right now, they're looking to have a spectacular performance, just like the rest of the teams here participating in the AIC 2022. Looking how they are kind of comfortable so far here on the table or the desk of a dope team. I think they're quite ready for this match against Bikertopia.
Yep, and looking forward to what is going to be shown to us. ADT did have a good run, although Devil United was able to take the latter part of the game and actually make a comeback. It is still going to be a fact that ADT is getting stronger as, you know, the games that we witnessed have been progressing. And to go forward, Bikertopia is a team does not really have a lot of international experience, but at the same time, it is still part of the. They were able to qualify through a very, very big league, which is the GCS. Though this might be a daunting task for ADT, but I still expect a lot for ADT since they've shown us a lot of brilliant plays, their strategy, and also the rotations and the aggression as well has already evolved for them. But we're going to be starting the draft right now with Bikertopia as the first pick.
Yep, they are on the blue side, banning out the Omen. A dope team will have to opt to ban out the II. We have seen so far that most of the time a dope red side bans out heroes just like a Lorion or the Elsu as well, so it might be the option here of a dope team. Bikertopia taking out the Zuka quite early. I think it's not going to be their choice of pick in their lineup, and yeah, Lorion going to be taken away here by a dope team. Pretty much expected already given the trend that we're seeing right now since yesterday, and the Nakroth actually has been a priority for some teams. It's going to be the first pick by Bikertopia as well.
Yep. And it's going to be a very, very ballsy move here for Bikertopia. Since, like I said, if you go for a first pick jungler, you already have an expectation of what kind of composition that you have. It's going to be a very, very mobile pick wherein you can actually go for split pushes and actually go for fast-paced gamings. For a fast-paced game using that Nakron. And the answer of a dope team is they actually went for a Iki and also a Balgam that we've been seeing being recurringly picked up here in AIC.
Engaged composition being built up here by Bikertopia, and Tulen is going to finally be picked here in the AIC 2022. I think we have seen it as well yesterday, but this is refreshing to see, as well as the Thane, which is kind of like a 50-50 in a sense, because yeah, you can do so much during team fight, but you cannot be isolated because you're quite vulnerable. A dope team now has the option to go with the double marksman lineup since they have the luxury of picking up this Elandor, and they have a lot of option as well in terms of synergy with this particular marksman. So if they lock this in, they can opt to go with the Joker, they can opt to go with the Elsu as well, which is not banned as of the moment. I'm wondering what they are going to be opting to take away this time, since, well, Bikertopia hasn't picked up their marksman as well, so it's going to be quite crucial here. They're both going to be limiting their options.
And in this kind of composition, the marksmen's, the archers are actually still available for the picking for Bikertopia, and we can actually see a dope team actually fill out an archer for themselves as well, unless they really want to go to the route wherein an archer is going to be facing out a warrior here on the dragon lane. But right now on the bans, also has been taken out one of the most suppressive archers right here on this game, as long as the snipes hit. I've seen games where Elsu does not hit the shots, and that's one of the instances where you don't really pick out Elsu.
Yep, Joker as well gonna be taken away. Both really high synergy heroes. On the Elandor gonna be respected here. I think we're seeing a bit of stuff going on here on the banning part. Yep, it's not another area. It's gonna be the Richter being taken away here by a dope team, and both Elsu, Joker gonna be denied by Bikertopia. So there's still some options here on the side of a dope team if ever they would want to offer a double marksman lineup, but it's gonna be less potent as it could have been, given that Elsu and Joker does have a really high early game performance. They're gonna hover the Yena as of the moment so that they would have more options on their marksman department, or unless they would want to put a melee one on the Abyssal Dragon lane, which is not really the much common part on the pickings. Bikertopia hovering more on that engage. Yeah, this is what they want to invest. Teamfight and damage. Hayate and Nagi is gonna be one of the best to choose based on their first 3 picks.
And Hayate has been seeing a lot of success. It's one of the heroes that you can actually use and rely on to peel out large HP tanks. And in this kind of composition, the mobility of the Hayate as well is going to be a boon for them, because he's not going to be zeroed in easily by a Yenna or by a Baldum. And a dope team is actually hovering onto a Lavelle. It's
so double scale?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of heroes that they're going to need to protect if that is going to be a pick. It's not a hero that you can just leave out in the open, because yeah, he does have a shield that can negate crowd control, but after that, what happens?
Yeah, it's really risky, but they're gonna go with it. Okay, high risk, high reward, where late game is gonna be so scary here for a dope team. The same goes for the Bikertopia, given the lineup that they do have. Team fighting base composition and an explosive mid laner as well that can match against LCC2 later on with the Iggy. So a dope team needs to be really careful in how they are going to be approaching this game, since there's a lot of setups that Bikertopia can actually make. And I like the Hayate Thane combination as well. Zero is going to be having that goal of shredding the health bars of a dope team, while T1, his goal is just going to be, well, engaging on that team fight and also landing that execute damage.
Yep, and at this moment, we're going to see a lot of ability on the side of Bikertopia. The only one that maybe is not going to be that mobile is going to be the Tane, but it's going to be used for zone control, so that is going to be okay. While on the side of a dope team as well, there is going to be a lot of mobile heroes, but a lot of heroes that they need to protect. Is Baldum going to be enough, or is it going to be the zone control of Iggy that's going to be helping on the protection? Let's see what is going to happen here on match number 5.
Yeah, it's an interesting lineup here for both teams. Quite an ambitious one, actually, on the side of a dope team. Let's see how they are going to be performing against Bikertopia here in this game, as Bikertopia does have a scary lineup as well that can dictate the early game quite effectively. And as we dive into the game, let's see who's going to be taking this win. Bikertopia having this as their first game, while a dope team will have this as their last game for the day. And I already assume that a dope team is gonna play this quite reservedly, just farming out, just avoiding some team fights, since they do have that double marksman lineup.
Yep, and right now we're gonna see the shadow bombs being used to clear out, and not much of any engagement, of course. It is going to be in the advantage always of the Iggy in terms of the zone control, but if the Tulin actually closes out on that Iggy, usually the Tulin is going to be getting that win. Zen Chao is trying his best, trying to go for some damage in. Zirui goes in for the dashes and procs out his passive. And the more shurikens that actually hit, the more damage that you can use and utilize on the shred of the shurikens.
LCC2 though doing a really good job poking out Shin in the mid lane, but it's not much affecting him as of the moment. That's a nice engage here coming in from CY, forcing out Sind to disengage a little bit or respect that damage coming in from a dope team. Not much fight occurring as of the moment. They're just gauging onto each other. LYL onto the top. Pika is relatively safe. Not much though for LCC2 as it's gonna get caught out as Shin will take the first blood. And now onto the bot side, Kunai Blitz here by Zeroy. Can he actually get the kill onto Zhen Zhao? The answer is no, but it forces him to fall back.
Yup, and we're seeing Tillen actually being aggressive here, trying to get and close out that kill, but at the same time, that is already a win for Bikertopia. They have forced out the members of ADT to actually lose out on the lanes. And with Zhen Zhao hitting up the level 4 double trouble is going to be available for them. We're seeing the Elender actually go in and try to take down the blue, while Tilin as well is going to be exchanging the objectives here. That's not going to be an advantage for ADT.
Oh, Ember's case. Doing a lot of work. Pika though, with the absolute work on that kill onto XF. That's 2 kills already in a 1,000 gold lead by Bikertopia here against a dope team. This is quite expected already that Bikertopia would get the control in this early game, but a dope team really is struggling maintaining their composure as of the moment. They're constantly getting picked up, and speaking of picking up, XF nearly gets blown out there. They're taking this red buff right now, and LYL has to disengage. Shin takes another victim by CY. The third kill of the game, and the gold lead continues to rise here, while Zeroy will take Zhen Zhao here as a bonus with that obnoxious amount of damage with the Kunai Blitz.
Yep, but on the top lane, we're going to see LIL actually take the advantage against Pika. But at that moment, well, Zhen Zhao actually needs a lot of itemizations to make the Laville work. And that's not going to happen in a 1v1 scenario in the early game. You're going to be losing out most of the engagement, because as a Hayate, you just need to proc out the passive, and that's basically it. The Judgment Blade is going to be used. Avalanche Fury as well. And T1 is able to secure the kill on XF. That's going to be crucial with a lot more objective takes for the Bikertopia. But on the ball lane, we see an overcommitment on Zirui. He did not see Sai at that area, and they were able to get that kill.
Yeah, Shin as well took out the life of LCC2 once again. LCC2 not having the best of time here in the mid lane, as he already suffered 2 deaths in this 4.5 minute game. I'll see why. That's a nice engage onto Shin. Will force him out to disengage, while T1 is just trying to defend his allies, while T-Lin will steal yet another buff away from XF. CY will get caught out. T-Lin takes the kill as Bikertopia just explosive in this game right now with a 7-2 scoreline.
Yup, and we're seeing a very lackluster performance from ADT. They are being pushed back in most of the contests. Yes, they get some kills on the side, but that's just on the side. You need to actually win the rotation wars. And definitely ADT is trailing, and they get a slowdown there. That's a Dragon Spade being used. The stun as well. Judgment Blade is going to be used. Jury Fury as well. T-Lin is just soaking up the damage. He doesn't care, because there is someone else taking the dream here in the bottom lane. Hayate is going in for a push, and with the members of ADT's low in health, will that Diana be able to actually defend the second tier turret? The answer is no, but Zhen Zhao was able to kill T-Lin at this moment. Sin secures that kills as well with a Thunderbird. And it is just Bikertopia getting a lot of good looks, even the objectives as well.
So that sacrificial play by Tillen was actually worth it to give space for Zero to push the bot side, get the Abyssal Dragon, and Jin has actually got the kill in the end there onto Zhenxiao. Now with a whopping 4,000 gold lead at 6 minutes into the game, things are getting out of hand here for the team. This is their struggle. This is the weakness of their composition early game. So they need to just farm it out. They have nothing else to offer here. As of the moment, they're constantly gonna be vulnerable to ganks just like this on the top side. Zhenxiao, you have nowhere to go. LYL survives by a small margin. But Bikertopia will continuously do that. Even in the bot lane, XF might actually get caught out as Pika is looking to get this kill, is trying to escape, but you cannot really do so against a chase, so you're just gonna fall down pretty quickly at the very end.
Yup, Pico was able to take that kill easily, even in a 1v1 situation. He is one of the heroes that they use to actually deter a 1v1 from a Florentino. So in a 1v1 situation, you know the capability of that hero. And the stunts, the dashes as well. But Pika is going to be taken now here onto the jungle camp of ADT, while most of the members of Bikertopia are just taking in the resources, taking in the objectives that they could get, and still Sin takes out the kill. The Thunderbird is there and procs out the passive. A lot of damage onto the Tulin. He's going to be using again the Thunderbird. He's not going to be able to secure that kill, but the Kunai Blitz is not going to be enough to burst down Sai at that moment. But still, they get the outer turret objective, and no more turrets are left outside the base of ADT. That's a double trouble. It's gonna get a hit onto Zero-E. Lyle is gonna be zeroing in, uses the full moon mode. He is not gonna be committing himself in that kind of crossfire wherein the Tane is still ready to push.
Yeah, normally when someone hits the double trouble, the allies will fully commit on that target, but not for a dope team. They're way too behind right now. 6,000 gold lead by Bikertopia. Holy Dragon taken. The Slayer is gonna be, well, for them as well. A dope team cannot contest at all because Bikertopia will just will just turn onto them. They have enough resources to do so. They have so much kills already in this game. 603 on Shin. That is quite impressive. And even if it's Zero-E doesn't have that much kills, he already made so much work for the team by split pushing in the bot lane, allowing them to have better economy in this game as well. But now Bikertopia looking to close things out. They can just push here onto the top, mid, and bottom lane as well, led by Pika, but they're choosing to engage here in the mid lane while they're pushing onto the top. Nice work there by T-Lin, and that engage by T1 will allow them to fully commit, and the goodbye blitz under the core will get to the demise of Zero. They might actually be overextending here while LYL takes one before it falls down. T-Lin has to disengage along with Pika, but they're already happy with what they got. That's 3 inhibitor towers that Bikertopia took away from a dope team in exchange for just 3 members.
That is going to be definitely a trade that's going to be remembered. A dope team is now sitting at a defenseless base. All of the holes are there. The top lane, the middle lane, the bottom lane. They're just going to have a hard time. Yeah, we've seen it before on the earlier game. Be Gaming did their best. But at the end of the day, it's going to be hard if you're going to be worrying about creep waves as well, not just the clashes. You need to manage the waves well. You need to be in the right positions. You need to have the advantage in starting the clash. And that's going to be hard at this situation because that's a lot of things that you need to worry. And T1 and the others are actually marching out. He's going to be using the Avalanche Fury to start off and put some damage into the table. He's going to be tanking up. That's a Dragon's Bane. Sai is going to be taken in while Prison is going to be Pika is again going to be damaged here as well, but Sin is going to be zeroing in on XF. He is going to be taken out here. He's going to use Metamorphosis to get back. He is going to be taken out by Pika as well, and we're going to see T1 secure the kill off to Zenshao. He's just taking the damage from the Nexus. He's going to fall down again, and Zeroing as well is going to be in the position, but he's not going to be able to zero in onto the Nexus just yet.
Yeah, a dope team still staying strong in this game. They took out Pika and T1 while successfully defending their base. They lost XF and Zenja, but that's okay because they can still defend with LCC2 being alive. Now Bikertopia wants to secure yet another Holy Dragon, maybe another Slayer, so that they will have the edge in terms of pushing down onto the base of a dope team. But they have to be really careful because we're already reaching the mid to late game. XF and Zenshao are starting to hurt alongside with LCC2, which has quite an okay amount of kills, which translates to his economy. So they can actually fight back effectively under the safety of their core.
Yeah, but the problem here is that, yes, there's going to be a lot of damage onto XF and Zenshao, but also on Sin, who's already able to actually complete his Staff of Null. So another magic penetration item onto Sin at this moment. Will they be able to last here with its layer actually in their bags? T1 is going to go for that.
That's engaged!
And it's going to be Lyle zeroing onto Pika. Pika might be taken down as well, but Lyle's damage is not going to be enough. He's going to be finished up by Zeri using the Kunai Blitz. That's going to be a lot of thunder onto Sin, who's just going to be using the Thunderbird. There's not much that they can do at this moment. Tillen gets that double kill with the Druid Fury, and the Nexus Lock is going to be secured by Bikertopia, taking match number 5, giving a loss to a dope team.
Beautiful performance there by Bikertopia, and that fight was initiated by T1 with a proper engage that caught out a dope team actually, unexpectedly by them, because they just wanted to defend their base under the safety of their core, but they weren't allowed here by Bikertopia. They charged into the mid and actually almost took out Zenshao quickly. Luckily, he was able to disengage, but with that split of a team fight, a dope team couldn't actually position themselves back effectively, which gave the proper advantage to Bikertopia to just pin them down and take them out one by one. And this victory will allow them to have that edge in this tournament right now, since they still have 2 more games later on against Influence Rage and also Dewa United. So this is a big jump start on their day right now. And as we check out the highlights, we do see the advantage, a standard advantage of this kind of composition against a double marksman. It's really hard to execute a double marksman composition, especially with an Elandor, if you have a double scaling marksman, unlike the ones that has an Elsu or a Joker. And also, you're dealing with a lot of damage coming in from Bikertopia, from Thielen, from Shin, and also Zerui. They have performed quite well in this game to gain the advantage that they do need to close this out.
And we can see in the highlights, there was a lot of action in this game. It's all about the high-octane kills that we saw from Bikertopia. They have been doing a lot of aggressive plays. Yes, even in the invades, you can see the Tane actually going in, using the flicker on the charge, and just soaking up the damage for the team and opening up the positions for T-Lin and the others to enter, especially Sin on that Tulin, who's just going ham on that Tulin, just getting some kills left and right. And not to say the Nakrot as well, who was very, very aggressive. This is the first time we saw Nakrot here in day number 2 to be that aggressive. He's very, very sure of himself. He knows when to dash in, to dash out. That's how good the Nakrot of Bikertopia was.
and also the rest of the members performing really, really well in that game. Shin having a lot of kills, shutting down LCC2 quite early. And well, Zhenshao as well, struggling quite a lot against Zirui because of the aggressiveness of this particular player. We saw earlier that he did get some solo kills against Zhenshao, and it forced a dope team to invest a little bit more on their Abyssal Dragon lane as well as their mid laner, so that at least they would be able to survive just as much as their Dark Slayer lane. But on top of that, well, we already know the weakness of this composition, and it was really exploited here by Bikertopia. And that fight at the very end was really beautiful on the side of Bikertopia. Divide and conquer onto a dope team and setting up, fully mitigating the strengths of ADT and finally closing out that game.
It has been very exciting. You know, if I was gonna be changing some of the draft, I would have picked up Crixie instead of the Iggy pick, which, you know, is more of a defensive liability. One of the reasons why is the mobility that he has, the wave clear. Actually, his wave clearing capability can also be negated if he gets stunned during the release of Shadow Bomb. Yes, you have a lot of range in terms of the Ember's Gaze, but at that moment he was more of a liability because there was a lot of heroes that was needing protection at the composition of ADT. And I think that is one of the biggest loophole that they had going into this game. They had another liability, which is the Iggy. And looking at the game stats, we're gonna see a lot of kills on the side of Bikertopia, a lot of kills as well on ADT. That's gonna be a 12 kill deficit that we could consider. And in terms of gold lead and almost 10k objectives, it's all about Bikertopia. The damage that Sin did, that's 102k. LCC2 tried to match that. But even if you have a lot of damage that you've been dealing, it doesn't always translate to any kind of kill. Because yeah, you can do a lot of damage, but at the same time, because of the mobility of Bikertopia, they were not able to zero in, they were not able to actually close out the kill. And looking at the graph as well, it was just Bikertopia dominating the game, not giving any breath for a dope team. And we're gonna see the MVP of this game. It's gonna be Sin on that Tulin, an almost perfect KDA 717. Damage that he's dealt is 35.5%. He was able to close in using the Thunderbird. Kill participation 66.7%. That's 2/3 of the kills that they were able to actually utilize in Bikertopia. They were able to accumulate 2/3 of the kill participation, and that says a lot on how big the mobility of Sin on that Tulin is. And yeah, that actually concludes match number 5. A dope team actually failing out to utilize the double marksman composition. Because if you want to utilize that kind of composition, you need some kind of protection, someone that can supplement your composition as well. And that concludes it. Before we go to game number 6, which is going to be next Ruya and the gaming, everyone, we're just gonna be going for a short break. This is the Arena Valor International Championship 2022. My name is Victoria. This is Kian. We'll be right back after a few minutes.
Sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle alert pings. When players are on the move, They can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button onto their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness status ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal status ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill in the cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy status ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation alert ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him and get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me. There's no hold up delay. I still survive. I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light. It's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. From you on the light declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high mind, my destiny.
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Again, we are your shoutcasters, Giang Gaming, and here with me is Vittorio, and we're now down to the 6th game of the day, this time by NRX rather, and V Gaming. This is both their second game and they have yet to get their first victory of the day. So a lot of risk for both teams, and let's see who is going to be taking the win. But earlier, we recall the fantastic performance by Bikertopia against a dope team, shutting down that double marksman composition. And this time, I think maybe teams would be starting to hesitate on opting for that route, right, Vittorio?
Well, I just think that it was more of the composition that they had. Double marksman comps usually work, especially in the late game. And if you get the advantage, it's just the composition that you're going to be pairing up with. And the composition that they had wasn't really fit for that kind of composition. There was just a lot of options that they need to protect at that moment, and it made it very, very hard for the Iggy to actually be utilized in a way wherein they're going to be able to get that zone control that they want. Only the bottom is there to go for the defense, and that affects a lot on what kind of free hit positions that the marksman can actually go to. And even the Iggy as well, there is just going to be a zone where she is going to be very, very effective. The Ember's Gaze does help on mitigating and actually dealing a lot of damage even before the flashes start, but it's not going to be enough because of the mobility that we saw from Pankirtopia. But now V Gaming is going to be facing up next Ruya, who was actually dominated by the other team, which is Mad Team, on their first game of the day. So is this gonna be a repeat of what is gonna happen? We saw V Gaming match out with Mad Team, and they were always neck and neck as well. We saw how brilliant V Gaming was on the late game, and it made the game very, very hard for Mad Team to actually finish. And if that is going to be a sign, then V Gaming might be able to take out next Ruya again. But that is a what if. Maybe we're going to see a change in this.
Yes, and we're actually about to start here. V Gaming versus next Ruya Esports here as their second game, and both teams are looking to finally pick up their first point. It's only one team that will get it, so it's everything on the line here for these amazing teams. And well, V Gaming is really hard to take down. It took a lot for Mad Team to be able to successfully do it, and it would take a lot more for next Ruya to do it as well, because V Gaming will make sure that that scenario won't happen again. And as we check out the rosters for both teams, that's a nice looking design here for all the members of both teams, V Gaming and next Ruya. We have Bobnet, Closer, Fu, Reaper, and Buggy. And we are now diving into the pick and bans here. So V Gaming gonna be on the blue side, while next Ruya on the red side. Omen consistently banned here all the time, given the threat that he does pose in all of the games that we do see the Omen.
Yup, and we're gonna see two bans already put out by V Gaming. That's a Richter and also an Omen, two Darkslayer lanes. Also, they could actually be flexing to the support position as well. Next Ruya is gonna be taking out the same bans, Elsu and Aya, one of the most banned heroes.
Yeah, on the red side.
Yeah, most of the leagues out there for AOV. We're gonna see a first pick, maybe going for Lorian. We've seen Varus use that hero before, and that could actually that could actually be a good sign for V Gaming. They want a lot of crowd controls, they want a lot of repositionings, and a lot of backline wrecking using the Lorian. And next Ruya is actually overing into an Iggy pick. Yeah.
Next Ruya going for that burst poke as well for their mid lane, which is Fu. I'm kind of scared though if ever they would take a defensive route, because V Gaming normally opts for aggression. That's why earlier we kind of were confused on why they had a different route against Mad Team, and now as they patch it up, they're investing so much on engage and damage. Nakrot being hovered as of the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if they would opt to pick up something like a Hayate as well later on, to fully have that amount of damage, which can have a big synergy as well with Ethane that we have seen earlier with Vikertopia.
Yup, and an Iggy and a Balm. I mean, Baldum.
Cafeni being picked up already as well here by V Gaming. Yep, Baldum locked in. I think they would want to play this reservedly or defensively on the side of Nextruya.
Yeah, and again, about them, we've seen this before, and it didn't work out. Maybe it is going to be working out on this match number 6, depending on what they're going to be pairing that up with. But with V Gaming, there's a lot of damage already on the table. That's a Lorian, that's a Nacron, and that's a Cafeni, who we're going to be expecting a lot of damage to actually fall into their laps, especially in the mid game. The Cafeni actually bursts out this damage once he finishes up his Claim Sancti, and after that Claim Sancti, it's just pure damage that you're gonna be feeling up.
Huh. Laville pick here by Nextruya, so possible double trouble into the Embers combination here by Fu and Closer. Let's see if this is gonna be their route. They're taking away some team fighting, high synergy on team fighting heroes here, just like the Mina, and it would make some sense here since the first 3 picks here of V Gaming are actually quite scary. Like, even if it's just check Lorian and the Cafeni, if Mina would actually be picked up here as their support, or even on the Dark Slayer lane, it would allow them to have so much engage. Nice respect on the Roxy. I do appreciate this, since normally it is paired up with a Laville, so that a team would have that much pick potential. I think they would opt to remove or limit the choices here of Nextruya as well, since they would want some more options here in this game.
Yeah, and looking at the first 2 picks for both sides, not much that we can actually go out for. But in terms of the bans, we're gonna see a lot of Dark Slayer heroes in the side of V Gaming being banned out. They're actually shutting down the ideas of Nextruya. Maybe the strong Dark Slayer lane heroes have been banned out already. The Lubu, the Richter, the Roxy, and also the Omen. And on Nextruya, they banned out the Florentino and the Mina as well, that we could actually utilize in the Dark Slayer lane as well. So I'm pretty curious on what kind of Dark Slayer laner are we going to be seeing. V Gaming, Burdell B is a very, very well-known Ryoma player. Maybe we're going to see a Ryoma again here on match number 6.
It's not going to be impossible. I think V Gaming would want to redeem the Ryoma here of Birdleby, which he did try to have a good performance earlier on their match against Mad Team, but unfortunately the control of Mad Team earlier was really on point. They're having a different route right now. I like their options right now, especially the Thane pick alongside with the Yenna. So a lot of frontline power and also execute damage on their hand, which has a lot of synergy with the Lorian and the Cafeni. It would make sense, and I'm not even gonna be surprised if they immediately lock this in. They're still deciding, or at least look for more routes, and yep, they do decide to finally take it as their lineup. Nextruya now hovering the AIC, which is going to be a nice pick coming from them, especially on the jungle side.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of mobility, AIC is also a hero that you can actually contest with the Nacron. The problem here is that in terms of the composition, there is just going to be one defensive hero again for the side of Nextruya, and most of the engagements are going to be started here by the Aoi and also the IV.
So in comparison here by both teams, I'm kind of leaning towards V Gaming based on their team fighting based composition with a nice amount of side lane control as well because of this Nakrot pick. They have a lot of options in how to approach this, and they would actually have a decent amount of early game control that best suits their playstyle. What about you?
Well, in this type of situation, Bird LB is still a Dark Slayer laner who's going to be very, very aggressive for sure. And Yena fits right into that criteria. It's just about the wombo combos that's going to happen because next Ruya actually is fielding a very, very mobile comp as well. It's the rotations that's going to happen that's going to be dictating who's going to be on top of the other team. And we all know Lorien is actually still one of the undisputed heroes that you want to actually field because of the mobility that he has, the capability to deal a lot of damage in the AoE, and of course the long knockup that he has. That's the advantage that the Lorien has over the Iggy, who only has a minute, maybe a split second of the crowd control.
Yeah, Lorien, the knockup duration is so long. You can actually cook food while you're waiting to go back onto the ground. That's how long that knockup is. It's obnoxiously capable of allowing your teammates to follow up pretty quickly. And it best suits the lineup right now of V Gaming, since they would want to establish a really aggressive, engaged composition against Nextruya that has a lot of potential in allowing them to win in this game. But let's see though, because Nextruya does have a lot of options as well. They have a decent amount of pick potential with closer info combination here with the Iggy and the Laville. It's up to them on how they are going to manage V Gaming, since early game, well, they can actually have a really good standing, since the pokes here of Fu can actually be quite hassle. Maris though chunks him down to half health in just a small poke.
Yup, and we're seeing the effectivity of Lorien, who can actually deal a lot of damage. There's also some minuscule lifesteal as well as he deals damage. That's one of the advantages of having Lorien on the mid lane. And definitely, Fu might be in danger here because there's going to be a push and they get that kill. First blood goes to Maris with a combination of Kwang Hai's Jury Fury. We're gonna see here that the Baldom is starting here in the blue buff, and they get that steal yet again, and Bompton might be taken out, but the crit is just not enough to get that kill as well. Reaper again is gonna be pushed back. This is the second time that he is being invaded aggressively by their opponents.
Yeah, V Gaming having a different playstyle this time. Well, not really different. The previous game that they had was a different one, because normally this is how they play out their games. Really, really aggressively, and try to squeeze as much lead as they can. 1,000 gold lead at 2 minutes is not surprising here for V Gaming. We're already quite used to how they usually get this in their games, especially in the AIC 2021. Now they have complete access towards this Abyssal Dragon, while Nextruya is trying to equalize it with a take here on the Slayer, but Bertleby is trying to prevent them alongside with Manis, so this is going to be a tough choice. Reaper will secure the Slayer, but in what exchange? They do get Bertleby as well, so this is good coming from them. They exchange Reaper for that trade. Not really a bad deal coming in from Nextruya. They have to keep this up if they want to win against V Gaming, because V Gaming, even if they lose a member, they're going to be continuously trying to make some plays once again.
Yep, and Maris is just here doing some work. He is going to be winning most of the trades because Fu is just going to be electrified in most of those situations. The Wormwood Circle being used to bring Bird LB. He is going hard against them, and that's the Dragons Claw actually being used to
Ooh.
reposition, but Bombnet is going to be left alone against the trio of V Gaming, and they get another kill for themselves.
Oh, V Gaming not giving a break there for Bobnet and Reaper as well, because they constantly invade on his jungle camp. Now that's a knock-up that we stated earlier. A minute in the air, and Reaper will not be safe. V Game yet again with a kill. Wang TD and Han trying to take down this third in the bot side. It will take some time since Wang TD doesn't have that much damage yet, but it does chunk out a bit of HP on that tower. Now at 3.5 minutes, they're already having a whopping 2,500 gold lead, while Han continuously tries to initiate here for Maris in the mid lane. So NXR needs to be really careful. NRX rather. Nice double trouble connecting onto Maris, but Nextria showing some hesitations in terms of engaging, but zero hesitations here by Huang TD on the bot side, and they get the bonus of the tower as well to further increase their goal lead. Huang TD, Quang Hai actually will try to invade while helping the bot side as well. That's a double kill by Huang TD, and it's already looking so blurry here for Nextruya.
This is one of the reasons why I'm actually very pessimistic on the Baldoom and also the Iggy pick. One of the reasons is that it relies heavily on protection, and look at the damage that they've been doing. Buggy almost taken down with most of the members of P Gaming actually at half health. That's how big the damage they were able to deal. The Tain was just tanking the damage from the Archer, and he was mostly ignoring most of the skills of Nextruya. But on the top lane, maybe we're gonna see a lot of engagements. Dragon's Claw being used here by Aoi to actually close in. Not much that Nextruya can actually do at this moment. They are we're seeing a build-up from V Gaming, reaching an almost 5K in a few more minutes. I'm for sure that is gonna be in the advantage again by V Gaming. And most of the plays that we're gonna see, Nextruya is not able to actually secure the kills that they need.
Oh, that's going to be the double trouble connected onto Huang Hai though. Is forced to disengage. Can he actually survive? He does so! With a sliver of health remaining. So that's Bobned. So not really a bad deal here for Nextruya, but since most of their members is located towards top lane, bot side is quite vulnerable. That's a Fusila being used, but Buggy with a nice interruption there. They're gonna lose this tier 2 tower though on the bot side, while the rest of the members are trying to secure this layer onto the top. Birdleby is all alone. He needs to disengage because Fu is going to try and assist Reaper in that process. They need to draw their attention though, because bot side is being knocked out here by V Gaming, and that knock-up is really scary. Huang TD will try to disengage. Oh! That double trouble connects onto Huang TD, but he does have his member, so Buggy... Oh no! You're just gonna fall down. A little oopsie there by Nextruya, and this is just in time for the Abyssal Dragon. V Gaming will just take it for free.
Yeah, he thought that he had the damage enough to actually finish off Wang TD, but he didn't know that is still not going to be enough. That's an Irie. He needs a lot more of those late game items. Dragon Squad is going to be used here to actually avoid the full moon circle of Bird LB. The Crescent Strike is not going to be on point there, but still, the advantage is building up. They already had an almost complete destruction of turrets in the bottom lane. The third tier turret is still left standing, and that already says a lot. They have a lot in terms of the rotations that they can actually make. The mid lane turret is going to be defended, but there is going to be another contest here on the top lane. Fusilad is going to be procced out here. Maris uses his skills. The Star Sky is going to be procced out. He does not hit that Star Sky with the flicker being used by closer to reposition, but they still get the second tier turret. Wang TD is getting all the free looks that he needs.
Yeah, bot side being pushed there by Buggy, so good job there by a member of Next Ruya. Oh, Maris nearly gets blown up by an Ember's Gaze by Fu, but he managed to disengage with the flicker. So now, at the 8-minute mark, still, V Gaming has full control, 8,000 gold lead and 7 kill lead as well, alongside with those objective takes that they do have, denying some from Next Ruya. And this is a scary lineup that they do have. They won't hesitate on engage on that one from that Thane, and Han just completely pummels upon the members there of Next Ruya. 3 members dead already, might even be 4, but Buggy manages to disengage, luckily with a sliver of health. But this tower in the mid, who's gonna be there dependent? Reaper will try, but I don't think he can actually do it since there's like 4 people from V Gaming knocking on that tower, while Kwang Hai is actually chilling at the bot lane.
Yep, Kwang Hai is now at the doorsteps of Next Ruya. He is just gonna be taking in some damage, trying to deal and slice off the health of that third tier trade. While on the top lane, we're gonna see Bert LB showing up the lane. Wong TD is now gonna be summoning the Slayer here in the mid lane. They are going to be in danger, but Kwang Hai makes Buggy and Reaper run away in a 1v2 situation, and they're doing their best. Wang TD secures the third tier in the top lane, while we're seeing the Slayer actually dealing some damage. Look at the damage coming here from Kwang Hai as well. He has been slicing off the health bars of those turrets. Wang TD is still in an open position. As long as Han is going to be in the area, it's going to be hard for anyone to go for it. They're going to try. Maybe the orb has been procced out. Bird LB might be in danger. It's going to use the rock shield. But Fu is not going to be able to reach Bird LB. And that's a failure onto their defense. V Gaming now going in strong, where they'll be going back into the base. The Dragon is open for the taking. Another objective to their name. A 10k gold lead as early as the 10-minute mark.
Oh, this is an absolute dominance right now by V Gaming, and it's only at the 10-minute mark. Well, it's not going to be as fast as a game here compared to Mad Team versus Next Ruya. But right now they're doing pretty much the same work here as they do try to engage. Now, once again, Fu alongside Buggy and Closer gets obliterated in an instant from that wombo combo, and now they're just gonna be looking to close out this game. This is GG. They're not even waiting for their minions anymore, and there's nothing that Reaper can do. This game is absolute dominance, and pretty much how we know V Gaming.
V Gaming was able to close that out at the 11-minute mark, and that shows a lot on how good they are on their rotations as well. Yes, they might have lost their first game of the day, but it doesn't matter. They're just gonna be going strong onto their next matches. And looking at the wombo combos, did you see the last clash where Reaper was the only one who was able to survive because he wasn't there? The Star Sky from Mars was very, very on point. They got all the right looks, and V Gaming just being V Gaming, showing that damage is still king.
Yeah, aggression, absolute at its finest as well here, coming in from V Gaming, and a well-deserved victory. They will secure their first point here in this day number 2 of the group stage phase 1. And they only have, well, one more game at the end of the day against Bacon Time. So at least they are already assured of their spot so far here in this, in their respective group, in Group D. Since Next Ruya has a lot more in store, they need to perform really well on their next game, which is not going to be that easy as well, since they're also going to be facing against Bacon Time. But as we check out here in this highlight, well, it's pretty much deja vu here for Next Ruya against V Gaming. It's really similar to how they experienced Mad Team earlier during the second match.
Yeah, they've been pushed back, and one of the problems there is that Reaper does not have the leeway to actually be effective, because most of his jungles jungle camp has been invaded repeatedly here. And if you don't give a lot of space for your jungler, it's going to be detrimental for your chances of the team, because the jungler is very you're going to be depending on the jungler to actually go for objective takes, especially on the dragon and slayers, which is very, very crucial to build up the gold lead for your team.
And we saw more on the side of V Gaming having absolute control on all of the objectives. They didn't really give away much onto Nextruya because of how they took control not only on the top side but also on the bot side as well. So there's not much that Nextruya can actually do, since most of their members were actually bullied out in their lane, and we saw V Gaming absolutely demolishing everyone on the side of Nextruya. They only had like 1 kill, I think, in that game. It was pretty clean, an almost perfect game as well, because Nextruya took out a tower on the bot side earlier and had a kill as well in that game, but it's pretty much the same experience against Mad Team earlier. So I think they really need to think on how they are going to be approaching their next game, because if they lose out on that one, well, it's going to be tough. They're going to be the ones to bid goodbye on their respective group.
Yeah, and at this moment, for sure, we're going to still see V Gaming in tomorrow's best of 2 matches. They already have a 1-0, unless we're going to see Nextruya maybe take a win against its vacant time. Maybe take a win. That is still a what if. Maybe we're going to see a giant killer again happening here in AIC. Because, you know, who doesn't love an underdog story?
Yeah. Things can happen. Surprises can be made by any team, and redemptions can be made as well. We have seen it last AIC 2021, curses being lifted up. So Nextruya, I thought, gonna be impossible for them. It's gonna be very difficult though, since they're battling with other well-established teams that have a solid background coming into AIC 2022. I don't wanna deny their hopes here in AIC 2022, but their opponents are really strong, like V Gaming, Mad Team, and also later on Vacant Time. It's not the best experience coming into Group D, so they have to really prove themselves if they want to belong towards the latter stages. But as we check out the stats, post-game stats here of this game, well, V Gaming having a beautiful performance. The trend on the gold difference over time is obnoxiously almost stable, going up and up towards 11,500 thousand gold at almost 11 minutes, and they're not really trailing much behind in terms of ending this game as fast as a Mad Team, because Mad Team closed this game out, closed their game against Nextruya at 10 minutes and 26 seconds. They did it just 31 seconds later at 10 minutes and 57. So they're looking to have the usual performance that they normally have on their games as V Gaming, while Nextruya are still yet to find their groove in this AIC 2021.
That's a lot. You can see Maris dealing out a lot of damage. The MVP of this game, it's going to be Wang TD on that Kafeni at 802, perfect KDA, Rogo difference a substantial 4K, MVP points 12.5, kill participation 2/3 of the kills and assists that they've done in this game, and damage percentages that he was able to deal 24.5% of the total damage of the team. And that says a lot of Wang TD as an archer in ADC. So moving forward, we're gonna see Big Gaming actually face off its Vacant Time in the last match of the day, and that's what we need to look out for. Let's see if V Gaming can consistently show us this kind of performance. But we're gonna see in the next game, it's gonna be Influence Rage against Dewa Esports. Let's see if there is gonna be a comeback for Influence Rage here. But before anything else, before we move into that match, we'll be going for a very short break. My name is Vittorio, this is Kiang, this is the Arena Valor International Championships 2022, and we'll be right back after a few minutes.
Yo, they think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hold pace, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb you on the way, declare I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test to me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit, my mind's on fading mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild, I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded, my destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little. Me.
No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hold pace, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built everything from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hold pace, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb you on the way, declare I'm riding to the air.
Hi, Rookie. Now you understand the basic knowledge of Arena of Valor. Let's review what you have learned. Use your left hand to move your hero, and use your right hand to attack. Easy peasy. Now, raise your weapon and smash that crystal. No, God! Please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you have learned everything about winning, but your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AoV, there's the Abyssal Dragon lane, Slayer lane, and Middle lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you'll face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AoV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team?
Arena of Valor is a popular mobile MOBA game with a total of 200 million players worldwide clashing on the battlefields of Athenor. AOV has top-notch graphics featuring over 100 unique heroes, excellent balanced battles, rich underlying lore and story, and a well-established global esports scene. AOV has had so many highlights, but let's pause for a moment to return to the original question. What is AOV to you? Arena of Valor is a mobile-based multiplayer online battle arena where you control heroes in a fair multiplayer competition on a battlefield known as Athenor. In the game, each side will occupy one side of the map through constantly attacking the enemy, destroying their towers until the eventual destruction of the enemy's crystal base to secure victory. The extremely large number of unique heroes, filled with the imagination and creative skills, the excitement of confronting real players in real time, and the uncertainty that comes with teamwork are all factors that make every game you play a refreshing and unique journey. The thrill of the warriors' brutal attacks pummeling defenses, the mage's arcane abilities that control the flow of battle, the agility and fatality of an assassin ambushing from the shadows, the marksman's incredible long-range burst damage, the support's incredible offensive buffs and team protection abilities. There's a hero for every playstyle, with the amazing variety of classes in AOV. On top of that, your growth as a player is something even more exciting. Operating skills, the number of heroes you can comfortably play, game sense, situational judgment, split-second decisiveness, and courage. The accumulation of all this growth will give you a stronger ability to win games. Maybe one day, you too will grow up to be a professional player on the stage of AOV's global tournament and become a star that everyone looks up to. Welcome to Arena of Valor.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I tasted glory, tasted pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running close the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hold pace, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome.
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Giang Gaming, and here with me is Vittorio. We're now down just over half of our 12 games for today. We're now on the 7th one, this time after the fantastic performance of V Gaming against Nextruya. We're now going on to the match of Influence Rage going up against Dewa United, and it's going to be an interesting one because, well, for Influence Rage, they haven't gotten their first win yet. Dewa United earlier has gotten their first win against a dope team. So, Dewa United already has a good amount of standing towards the respective group. So, let's see if Influence Rage could tie up the score this time against Dewa United.
Yup, and definitely Dewa United was able to go for a very, very good comeback against ADT. So, facing off against Influence Rage might be, since ADT was able to beat down Influence Rage in a dominant manner, then it could actually be Dewa United that is going to be on the aggressive end yet again. But Influence Rage maybe is able to actually, adapt to the teams that have been competing. They had the chance to actually watch out the games that have been playing out here for day number 2. So let's see if there is going to be a change on the playstyle of Influence Rage.
Yeah, because earlier, well, Influence Rage, unfortunately, didn't have the best of performance against their respective opponent. So I think this time they would need to be able to polish their control across the map, because their lineup was not really that much bad earlier. I think it's more so on the execution side. They actually started off with a nice combo of the Hayate and the Thane. Unfortunately, they lost on the team fight due to a dope team earlier having the better positioning, as well as LCC2 just basically dealing a lot of damage for team fights. So I think maybe this time it would be better to have maybe still the Hayate and the Thane combination, but with a better mid lane, top lane, and also jungle to back him up. Not anymore the Alistair, the other heroes that they tried to experiment on their game against a dope team. Because Dewa United, they're not gonna save at all on their lineups. Earlier we saw their really good comeback and also their nice performance with the debut of the Zip as well, and with their enough frontline power that they had, they were able to actually resist so much damage coming in from a dope team, which was kind of like their key strength during their match against Influence Rage. So having that in comparison kind of states that if Influence Rage wants to win against Dewa United, they need to be able to kind of break their limits and also be able to finally have that nice touch of a lineup with a proper execution as well that best fits their playstyle if they want to defeat Dewa United. Because right now it's gonna be kind of tough, as we are just gonna be checking on their rosters right now. Props to the production team and also the graphics for making this beautiful work, as we are on space watching this amazing tournament.
Yup, and Dewa United Esports and Influence Rage ready to face each other. Dewa United Esports 44-8, NX20, Axioretti actually. And Mammon are going to be the representatives of the Dewa United Esports. They were the ones that orchestrated that major comeback against the dope team. And Influence Rage, Mix RJ, Danny, Miss White, and Yum is gonna be their players. They look ready for the action. Let's see if there is gonna be a difference here on match number 7. Influence Rage has a lot of fans for sure. they're an old standing team, so yeah, definitely a lot that we could expect on that team. And like I said, this is the AIC 2022 new rivals, new honor. We're gonna see a lot of new faces for sure. And look at that, Dewa United Esports
Yep.
member just dumping.
20 there, just warming up for the game that they are going to have facing against Influence Rage. So quite a sight to see, while Influence Rage are just being also serious on their desk right now, as we are heading down to the pick and bans. Dewa United on the blue side, Influence Rage on the red. So I think it's gonna be a different approach here for both teams, since they are gonna be switching their side based on how they usually are. Actually, Influence Rage on their match against a dope team were on the red side, so maybe they can try out the similar lineup that they had against ADT, but have a better synergy in terms of completing the lineup. Instead, they're banning out the Lorian, which is pretty standard, because usually just either Lorian or Elsu being banned on the red side, plus an Aya. Then on the blue side, it's almost always the Omen, right? They're also going to be removing the Nakroth. For now, they wouldn't want to first pick it this time, since, well, during their match against a dope team, they didn't really had interest on that particular hero. They're more so focused on the usual utility, mobility, and damage, with a nice touch of tankiness as well for their front lines. Oh, no banner on Aya? Really? Really?
Oh, they actually had a ban here with the Omen and the Nacron. And for Infamous Rage, they're hovering on a Tachi.
No Aya ban?
So Aya is going to be open
What?
for the taking. Will Dewa United Esports be able to use Aya at this moment? Maybe we are seeing a strategy from Influence Rage that they're baiting an Aya pick and they have a counter for it. Maybe. Just maybe.
Nah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Even Dewa United got surprised. They were hovering something else earlier, and they were like, oh, okay, wait, a Zenka, but Aya is open, so like, yeah, free Aya. Okay, we're gonna take it. And even yesterday, we saw an Aya being chosen. Team Flash tried to counter it with the Florentino and the Hayate and the Arum as well, but it wasn't really that much enough. And this time, there's a lot of heroes open for the taking here of Dewa United that has a lot of synergy with the Eye as well. So, kinda confusing ban here coming in from Influence Rage. I don't know why they specifically allow this Aya to be open, but let's see how they are gonna be patching this up. Maybe you're right. Maybe this is part of their plan. They are gonna be locking in the Kafeni and the Zuka, but still, how the question still persists. Like, how do you counter this Aya?
There's not much that you actually have. It's just you need to have a lot of firepower whenever an Aya is involved. There's a lot of crowd controls. The crowd controls she has, it depends on the area as well. It's an area of effect. So, yeah, definitely the speed up, the shields, it makes it very, very hard. Especially if you're going to be fusing Aya to a hero that's going to be very, very tanky. And lo and behold, we have Scud. And we also have another very, very valiant pick on the Elsu. On the hands of Dewa United. Two meta heroes that are broken are going to be in the hands of Dewa United. As long as they're going to be able to utilize those heroes to their best of abilities, it's definitely going to be an easier game for Dewa.
Yeah, I'm really, really confused as of the moment, by the decisions here of Influence Rage, but there's enough chance that we might be wrong, and this is all part of their plan. Hopefully, that is the case here, because we're all just basing on statistics as of the moment and like the trend on how things usually go. And when an Aya gets chosen, when an Elsu gets chosen, it really increases the win rate of the particular team that got that heroes higher. I mean, so far we haven't seen, since last AIC 2021, an Aya pick that suffered a defeat. It has 100% win rate, and it will take a lot for Influence Rage to get this win against Dewa United. Florentino as well has been taken away, so not much counters left here for Influence Rage to utilize.
Yep, and Zane is being over there by Influence Rage. Yeah, he can actually try to outlast an Aya, but at the same time, it doesn't really, translate to a lot of the counters on that hero. You want heroes that can actually burst down easily. Maybe a Hayate pick would have been better at this moment, because adding some tanks into the mix, definitely you're just gonna be shredding those shields and HP. But since they went for a first pick, Kafeni, I don't know, it just becomes a lot more nonsensical at this point. And we're gonna see an Arthur. Maybe we're gonna see an Arthur mid while we're being fused by an Aya, because we already saw a Scud jungle coming for Dewa. Let's see if it is gonna be a repeat of what we're gonna be expecting. Last pick for Influence Rage, not much that they can actually pick to turn around every situation for their team.
Yeah, that's 3 frontline heroes that Dewa United has picked up that has a lot of synergy towards the Aya, so this is looking quite scary if you ask me. And Arthur Aya combination has been utilized already yesterday by no other than Talon Esports on their match against Team Flash, and that game had a Florentino and Hayate in it for Team Flash, and they still struggled to actually take down the Arthur. So in this one, well, it's looking much blurry for me, especially that they do have the Scud, they do have the Yena as well. That's gonna be really challenging to kill. Plus they have the Elsu just at the back line going for those snipes, allowing Dewa United to win a team fight without it even being started. So that's going to be the struggle right now of Influence Rage. I wonder how they are going to be approaching this one, since, well, Dewa United has a dream team as of the moment.
Yep, it's a composition that's going to be hard to actually put the hole in. The only advantage, I don't know, even the advantages that I'm thinking, it's just not there.
Yeah.
You have the versatility of an Arthur who can just speed himself up whenever he uses his first skill. And basically that's it. Yeah, Influence Rage does have a lot of damage on their side. A lot of field damage as well on their mage, which is the Iggy. A lot of peel damage as well onto Kafeni, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough right now to actually beat out the kind of composition we're seeing from Dewa.
Oh my. I don't know right now. I'm at a loss of words. Dewa United has this really strong team fighting based composition that strives on extended ones for sure, since they do have the eye. And yeah, Arturaya in the mid lane. Normally we see before that it's mostly paired up with a Tara, but right now with the trend of Arthur being used in the game, especially on the support side, it does really make a good amount of sense to pick it up for them, as a 44 Ape gonna be happily taking this particular hero for them. We're seeing an invade here by Influence Rage, by Mist and Mix RJ trying to get a camp. However, the reset on the camp kind of delayed what they wanted, and he's currently taking a bit of damage there from 20.
Yep. Even with that small camp being taken, not much is going to be felt here. As we're going to see some sharing here on the mid lane. And Enix is going to be trying to snap out Kafenmi, but in terms of the width of the bushes, he's not going to be able to take some clear shots here. And Enix is just going to be in a position, maybe the snipe is going to connect again.
Oh,
And,
ouch.
yeah, Mix RJ is going to be in the area to maybe push Enix into the right position, but still going to be easier said than done. He is going to be spotting now a lot of the members of Influence Range on the bot side, so he's not going to be overly aggressive. And 44-8 is going to be fusing with the Aya here in the mid lane.
Yep, that's a combination. That's a hard to kill Arthur since he does have the protection of the Aya and just gonna continuously try to close the distance onto the members of Influence Rage, while Enix keeps on hitting those snipes onto their members. And now this dragon is gonna be for free, absolutely free, while Influence Rage will at least trade it out with with the Dark Slayer. For now, we're seeing a shorty closing the distance here onto Mix RJ. They're gonna be diving since 44-8 has 20 to back him up. Danny falls down, and well, 44-8 and our shorty are kind of low in terms of HP. Our shorty might actually fall down. That's the Ember's Gaze getting the kill onto Dewa United's jungler. 44-8 a little bit too late on that re-engage, as they are just trying to clear out the wave for the meantime, but it gives actually some time for Influence Rage to have the luxury of invading the jungle camp here of Ashorty, since he just respawned.
Yup. And at this moment, one of the problems that has been arising for Influence Rage is being mitigated right now, because they do still have the early game advantage with the damage that they're making. With RJ is going to be spotting out 44-8. He was able to get that push, and not much of an advantage right now for Dewa, although they are neck and neck in terms of the gold that they have. 44-8 is going to be zeroing in here, and this is going to be one of a big problem. They are not going to be able to close that out, but Mammon finishes up Miz. Fusilon is going to be used by Danny, and a flicker by Niaf, but he does not spot out anyone for the Dragon's Bane.
Oh, that's quite sad here coming in from Influence Rage, and Dewa United is opting to scale up because the frontline members are just gonna keep getting tankier and tankier than ever. Enix is gonna hurt even more, and it's gonna cause a lot of problems here for members of Influence Rage. If you look at the gold, it's dead even. So this is at least a good sign coming in from Influence Rage. You're not getting bullied at all by 44-8 and Ashorty and Mammon. And Enix as well, and it continues to try and hit someone with a snipe, but good defense being made there by Danny alongside with Mix RJ. But on the top side jungle, 44-8 is running alongside with a shorty, and here comes the dive. Whitehead is gonna get taken down. That's another kill by Dewa United, while bot side Enix actually almost got caught there by Mix RJ. A good attempt, but Danny might actually be in trouble. Here comes 44-8 chasing him down. It's gonna be hard to kill, but good job here by Mix RJ in terms of creating some space there for Danny to escape.
Yep. And Mix RJ was able to actually deter them. Danny wants to go back to get some creep wave. That's gonna be the Ender's Gaze hitting down Enix, and still a deep impact being used. He is gonna be forced to use that orb, and with that information, they can actually zero in onto Miz. And still, 44-8 is going hard. He wants to go and deal a lot of damage and distract the members from getting back into their bases. He's not going to give a lot of regeneration. He's not going to let them regenerate into their bases. But the top lane has been taken, with Mammon being taken out as well.
And a shorty will just take a tower in the mid lane. Not much that the Influence Rage can do, because they're being zoned out here by 44-Ape, constantly chasing them down. And if you check out the gold right now of all the members, we do see that most of the gold is being funneled here onto Enix and also a shorty on his farming, while Influence Rage are trying to have at least a balanced economy on their lineup. They are preemptively starting the Slayer takedown, while Dewa United are still just trying to have some zone on towards the bot side. They're not starting the Abyssal Dragon just yet, but there's a fight. A shorty has to fall back. He is relatively tanky though, so he will survive that onslaught from Influence Rage, while Enix is already starting up this dragon.
Yup, and not much that we can expect for Influence Rage to go for a contest here. But there is going to be a lot of pressure on the top lane with White actually taking the initiative to go for some pushes and showing the lane to their advantage. And the Scud on the ball lane is just going to be farming easily, while the key is going to be pushing. The Dragon's Bane is going to connect. He gets some stun in the Wild Beast Charge. He's going to use to clear out the wave, and they're going to do his best. 44-8 might be in danger. The Fusillade is going to be procced out here. Mix RJ might be in danger at this moment. Aya is going to be going for the speed up. He is not going to be able to zero in, as the damage coming in from the members of Influence Rage is just too much for the engagement.
Yep, at least they're being able to kite out the members here of Dewa United, but they're slowly getting squeezed in as they're constantly losing some towers. Already lost 2 tier 1 towers here, both in the mid lane and bot lane. Top side is quite safe, given the fact that the Niap was actually doing a really good job pushing for the team, and they're keeping up in terms of economy. So Influence Rage, despite the struggle here in terms of the lineup of Dewa United, they're being quite creative in how they're approaching things. And now as the Holy Dragon spawns up and Infinite Slayer, now they're trying to engage on the 44-8, but he is quite tanky. So despite like 3 ultimates invested onto him, he's still alive. You do take the tower on the bot though, and will have a bonus on this Holy Dragon. So Dewa United, I'm having a question now on how they are going to be approaching this, because so far Influence Rage still are able to squeeze out some objectives for them.
Yeah, but this moment, Dewa United Esports is just trying to get all of the objectives on their hands. All the outer turrets right now for Influence Rage is already non-existent. Let's see if it is going to be the same story as Influence Rage spots out Dewa United Esports members here. 44-8 might be pushed back. That's a deep impact connecting. And are they going to be able to take Nyap? They are going to be able to take that. White tries to go for a trade with Enix as the target, but he is not going to be able to zero in, and that's a full moon mode. He is going to be crowd controlled, but at the same time he's going to be immune to it as long as he's going to be charging that chakra. At this moment, Dewa United Esports is the one being aggressive with the tankiness that they have in their composition.
They also have the Doombringer marching into the mid lane as well, so Influence Rage kind of struggling out of the moment, and they are going to be attempting to get that kill onto Mamon. They will be able to do so thanks to Niap, but he has to fall back. Not much damage being felt from the frontline members of Dewa United, because Influence Rage are being able to kite them out, and Dewa United kind of relies a lot on Enix as well to be able to dish most of their supposed damage from those snipes. So Dewa United right now splitting across the map, finally being able to take out all the outer turrets here of Influence Rage is a good sign, because this is what their goal is. They want to squeeze Influence Rage into their base so that they will have more access on the camps and the neutral objectives. A shorty with a nice kill onto Mist, while Influence Rage actually got Enix. So Dewa United has to be a little bit careful, because if they're going to be careless like that, Influence Rage are going to be able to at least survive for longer.
Yep. And right now, Deep Impact is going to be used again on Mix RJ. There's going to be some crowd control as well. They are actually going in hard. They're creating some space for themselves to take all of the jungle creeps to, deter the stacks of the jungler. The red buff is going to be secured by the Kafeni. 44 Ape is just in the area prowling. He is going to be tanky with the shields and speed up as well. He has his own speed up, and there is going to be a speed up coming in from Aya. He is going to be zeroing in again. The Skyfall is being used. It's just playing on all of the ultimates, even with all of those kill shots being procced out. Not much has been done against the Arthur. There's a lot of heal, there's a lot of tankiness as well, and there is some shield. Apple's Fury and the others are not yet ready. Danny has his full Zilla yet, but there is going to be a zero in. Axiority goes in hard. Danny is going to be the target of choice. Mammon closes it out with a full moon crescent strike, and as well as a Dragon's Bane from Niao, but he's not going to be able to get that kill as easily as it gets. And the snipe connects from Medix, and they get a wipeout against Influence Rage.
And this might be it. They have the wave onto the bot side, crashing onto that inhibitor tower 10 seconds before Danny spawns up, but I don't think he will be able to arrive safely or in time to defend the base. And, well, Devil United will take the victory here against Influence Rage and have their second point or score for today.
Yup, and look at the faces of Devil United Esports. They are celebrating already on that win. They already have a 2-0 for themselves. Maybe they're living the dream as Devil United Esports has, although I could say that it is not really a very, very dominant game for them, but still a very, very solid showing for their team against Influence Rage.
I mean, they got the Aya, so it really allowed them to have that incredible amount of advantage in terms of picks. So really good job by Devil United, especially that a while ago they were already they were already hovering the Azenka. So if they actually have locked it in, maybe Influence Rage would have gotten that chance of picking up the Aya instead, but it's not the case. They got it. They got the Arthur. They got the 3 frontline composition with the help of the Elsu as well, and a Shorty actually did quite a lot of work during that game in as well. So really good job by Devil United. We saw them struggling in some of the cases since Influence Rage also has gotten some kills and objectives and towers as well, but Devil United regrouped, replanned, and executed perfectly, especially in that fight on the Holy Dragon. I think Influence Rage kind of got tempted since 44 Rage is kind of low, but they did not anticipate the Arthur to actually fall back, to engage once again, and he has the proper backup this time. It's not him just alone with the Aya helping him out, and Devil United just fully committed on that fight that allowed them to secure that win.
Yeah, and definitely with Devil United actually, just sitting pretty right now in Group C, because they're definitely going to be able to play in the 4th day of the group stages in the best of 2 series. And Influence Rage is definitely in danger. The next team that they're going to be facing up is against Utopia, and that narrows down their eligibility to actually qualify for the 2nd day of the group stages. But still, in that game, we didn't see a one-sided stomp. They did have some fight in them, and this could also be the case when they face up Utopia.
Yep. This is the struggle though. Influence Rage lost against a dope team, and they're going to face a team that actually defeated a dope team. So in terms of comparison, it's not going to be a happy match for them. They need to patch up a lot of mistakes. And this is their final chance here if Influence Rage wants to stay in this tournament in the AIC 2022, but for Dewa United, they're pretty much done already for the day. They have one more game against Bikertopia, but they're A-okay with it since they already have gotten 2 wins. They're already like assured on their spot for the next part of the group stage, the next phase.
Yeah, and definitely it is gonna be a hard fight. And we all know Bikertopia actually dominated a dope team pretty one-sidedly. And that is a fact. Not even Dewa United was able to dominate a dope team, but still, in Group C, it is a fact that VRO is a different kind of beast. And Influence Rage is gonna be handling that beast, and I'm very, very scared for Influence Rage.
I'm quite scared, honestly, especially after this kind of performance. It would take a lot of improvement for them to be able to defeat such a team as Bikertopia. But let's see how it will pan out later on. They still have some time. You know, we still have a match after this, which is Bacon Time against Mad Team. So at least just one game to set up a meeting and maybe talk things out. Like, what should we adjust? Well, one thing's for sure, like for me, and I bet you would agree. Like, please ban out the Aya. Like, if you're on the red side, ban it out, man.
You know, maybe they're banking on the Aya being open for them, but that is a Hail Mary kind of strategy. In terms of the drafting, I guess they did build something decent that actually worked for them. They were actually able to last long against them. It was a 12-minute game, and looking at the kills, a 6-kill deficit in terms and in favor of Dewa United. Gold isn't that big, only a 5k gold difference, but the towers, they are definitely going to be taking the bulk of the objectives. Abyssal Dragon as well, Holy Dragon and Slayer. In terms of that count, yeah, Influence Rage was able to take those, but at the end of the day, it's about who pushes the Nexus. We're gonna see the damage being dealt here. Yes, Miss was able to deal a lot of damage against 44 Ape, but because of the shields, the speed ups, it didn't really matter because most of the time you're gonna see 44 Ape walking out alive in any type of contest.
Yeah.
You can see in the gold graph that Dewa United Esports was actually not in the lead at the early parts of the game. It was Influence Rage who had the advantage, but it slowly dwindled down once the shields were down and out. And we're gonna see the MVP of the game. It's Axioretti.
Yep. He had a wonderful performance. Not only was he able to dish out a lot of damage, but also he was helping out all the lanes. A while ago, we saw him ganking onto the bot side, which is natural. He is a jungler, but also he was split pushing for the team, pushing onto the top, mid, and bottom as well to just overall aid his allies. And also during team fights, we saw him being in the front line alongside with 44 Apes. So really good job there by a Shorty, and he will continuously do that for the team, as he did it as well during their match against a dope team. So let's see what will happen, as we do have a couple of more games to follow after this one. But for now, we are just going to be going into a very short break. Vittorio and I will be back as you're watching Arena of Valor International Championships 2022.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1. Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 Bone Fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 Bone Fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the Bone Fans converge. Skill 2. Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 Bone Fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 Bone Fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the Bone Fans converge. Skill 3. Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. From you, the light declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for,
All right, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. We are your shoutcasters. Gion Gaming here with me is Vittorio, and now down towards the next match, which is Bacon Time going up against Mad Team. And of course, we are slowly but surely coming towards the end of the day, and games are getting more and more exciting after the fantastic victory of Mad Team earlier against Next Ruya and also against V Gaming. They're now sitting at a 2-0 standing in their respective group, which is Group D. And now Bacon Time on their first match coming into AIC 2022, they actually were performing quite well in their respective qualifiers and also in their respective tournaments that they have joined. They have defeated other strong teams as well, just like Talon Esports in the ROV Pro League 2022 summer. And now they're looking to have a strong entry towards day number 2 as well here in the AIC 2022. So I think this is going to be a tough match here, right, Vittorio?
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough match, but you know, one of the problems that we see from Bacon Time is that they actually underperform in this type of scenarios. They were the favorites on the AWC, they actually fell short. They were one of the favorites going forward in AIC 2021, and they actually fell short again. And going here in 2022, I don't know what to expect from its Bacon Time, because the more we expect, the more we get disappointed of what happens. But I'm sure this Bacon Time is going to be coming out strong here to start 2022. As you said, they have been performing consistently well on their local leagues. But that is the local league. But in terms of international experience that we've seen from its Bacon Time, we don't see, you know, outstanding results. They get eliminated as early as the first round of the playoffs, and that is one thing that we don't want to consistently happen for them, but it has been happening for them. So to speak, I know a lot of fans of his Bacon Time who gets disappointed on their run, but maybe they can actually change this image, just like how BRU was in 2021. No one expected them to actually win because of the runs that they had.
They had the curse, right?
Yes, they had a curse on the international championships, even in the world championships. But they took it all on 2021. They were able to win AIC. Maybe this is the season for its Bacon Time. Let's see if that is what's going to happen. Because the first game that they're going to be actually facing off is V Gaming.
Yep.
I mean, Bad Team. Actually, Bad Team is the first team that they're going to be facing for today.
Mad Team, and maybe, just maybe, you know, a little off chance, maybe Bacon Time is going to be the new Buriram United Esports this time in the AIC 2022. Anything can happen, and we pretty much have witnessed it way back in the AIC 2021. So, against Mad Team, though, it's going to be a bit of a challenge since Mad Team has taken down one of these strong titans as well coming into AIC 2022, which is V Gaming, and well, not really the other one, which is Nextray. They pretty much just had fun during that game. Now coming into this third match of Mad Team, let's see how they are going to be performing, since Bacon Time wants to establish a good start in the day 2 of AIC 2022, and now we are going to be checking on to the rosters as well, and which players are going to be playing for this game, as we are already coming a little bit closer towards the end of this tournament. So we have on Bacon Time side, Tao X, Muwan, Kim Sensei, Almond P, and Marky as well here as their Dark Slayer lane. So this is the roster for Bacon Time. They're looking quite strong. Almond P coming from AIC 2021 is looking to have a better performance here alongside with Bacon Time, while Mad Team is consist of Cuckoo, 0322, Star, Zen, and Cow High, which pretty much have already stated how they are going to be performing based on, well, how they dominated their games a while ago against their respective opponents.
Yep, and Mad Team so far has a 2-0 onto their name. Are they going to be able to close out this day with a 3-0 for themselves to rule Group D? Or it's Bacon Time is going to be ending that streak as early as this game? Let's see who is going to be having an unblemished score record here in Group D. Because whoever gets that momentum will have the targets in their back. And for sure, it's Bacon Time, since they are the RPL champions, they are going to be the first representative the main representative for the RPL region.
It's gonna be a tough start, but speaking of start, Bacon Time is gonna start on the blue side. As Matt Team is on the red. I don't think we are gonna be seeing the eye being available here this time. Coming from both teams, Matt Team immediately banning it out. And I think actually it makes more sense to ban it out first rather than the second time, so you would have more options if ever the team on the blue side would take out another ban. You would have a lot more options on your second ban since you are the second one to actually ban out on your second ban. And here, yeah, Aya is taken away, Omen, and now the Nakroth has been taken here. So Matt Team will just choose Lorian or Elsu. They choose the Lorian, Elsu is available. Bacon Time, instead of getting the Elsu, they are gonna try to counter it with the Iggy, with that immense amount of AoE damage, especially with Ember's Gaze.
Yep. At this moment, it's Bacon Time actually picked up an Iggy, and so far in the number 2, we're not seeing a lot of success for that here, although we did see some brilliant plays from Iggy picks, but mostly whenever they actually pair it up with a Baldoom, it always ends up in a disaster. And Bacon Time finishes off with a lot of range on the first 3 picks. They have that Iggy and they have that Elsu and Thane in the front to make it hard for the pushes to happen for Mad Team. While Mad Team actually close out with a Liliana, Azuka, and a Hoover on a Paina.
If they would actually lock this in, they kind of just state that they would like to pick up something like the Telanas or maybe the Kafeni. Overall, a late game scaling hyper carry of a marksman, so Bacon Time can just immediately take them out. So, but Mad Team are removing some of those hijack heroes, or those heroes that has a lot of pick-off potential, like the Roxy. So really good ban coming from them. They would have a little bit more safety net in their composition. Bacon Time now, yeah, responding to the possible high synergy heroes or marksmen for the Paina pick. Laville immediately taken away, which does have some pick potential as well with the double trouble. Scott gonna be respected here by Mad Team since Bacon Time can use it in the Abyssal on the Dark Slayer lane and or also on the jungle, which has been done earlier by Dewa United against Influence Rage.
Yep, and there's a lot of heroes that you can pair up with the Paina pick. It could also be a hero like Slims, a hero like Kafeni, who is going to be definitely getting a damage boost whenever he is going to be in the field of range of the Paina. And the hero's already been hovered here. It's either the Slims or the Kafeni pick for Mad Team. And it's already predictable because it's a Paina pick. There's not much of a hero that you can pair up with a Paina. And right now,
lock it in.
is going to be picked up. That's going to be a lot of damage boost for the Kafeni. Definitely, she's going to be felt even with just the Claim Sancti in tow. But on the side of its Bacon Time, I'm pretty curious on what they're going to be building in the jungle and also on the Darkslayer lane. And maybe we're going to see a jungle Tulin in the making for its Bacon Time. Let's see if that is going to be their option, and if they add Ryoma to add the engagements, they're going to have a lot of protection and zone control again on their lineup with the Iggy, with the Thane, and if you add also the range of the Ryoma, they're definitely going to have a number wherein they're just going to be dealing damage in the distance. Mad Team though, they are opting for a Yena.
Well, additional frontline, but I'm still quite scared with the composition here of Bacon Time. Damage at its finest. You kind of missed seeing this, Cullen being in the jungle. And it is going to be used here by Bacon Time, since Iggy is going to be more so used here in the mid lane, and Ryoma as well with the poke. A lot of setups that Bacon Time can actually utilize against a Mad Team right now. But Mad Team wondering how they are going to be closing out their composition. Well, this is not really going to be a bad deal. Yana can serve as a proper front line that can actually have a good amount of synergy with the Zuka to aid their backline members, which is the Liliana and the Kafeni, alongside with the Paina. So Mad Team, I think they would just try to opt to scale. It's going to be hard though, given the pokes that Bacon Time can actually do, but there are some chances and windows of opportunities for Mad Team. So I think that's going to be their take, trying to catch out Bacon Time unguarded and take them out one by one.
Yep, and right now with this kind of composition, I'm pretty excited to see what kind of strategy Mad Team is going to show us with this kind of lineup. There's a lot of damage, a lot of entry as well. They're going to be relying hard on the Pinet to just go for the crowd controls. But we all know there is going to be a cleanse ready from that Thane. But on its Bacon Time, with the zone control they have on the Brioma, the zone control they have on the Thane, and also in the Iggy, it's going to be interesting to see. Are they going to be able to entry with the lineup of Mad Team, or the damage that Bacon Time has is enough to deter any engagements from Mad Team?
It is going to be tough, especially for Mad Team right now. I mean, they do have a necessary utility support that can aid them in terms of team fights, but we can't deny the fact that a lot of folks can mess up your formation, especially coming in from the mid laner and support, and even the jungler here by Almond P. Almond P had a fantastic performance as a jungler way back in AIC 2021, and is looking to have a fantastic one here as well in the AIC 2022. So with Bacon Time as a roster with this kind of composition, it really just jumpstarts their game number one. And Mad Team, if they want to deny this game from Bacon Time, it would take a lot of effort, as we're already seeing Kim Sensei ganking in the bot just for them pokes.
Yep. It is always a fact of the matter that Iggy is a very, very fast clear wave, has a very, very fast clear wave, and you can actually see here with the stuns actually connecting Cuckoo, is gonna be getting that mini stun, using that bird projectile to get a lot of mini stuns in the clashes. It is gonna be interesting to see. Series 322 actually helped in clearing out that blue buff, because he knows if he stays in the lane, he's just gonna be harassed by Muwan with those snipes.
And Muwan is gonna be happily attempting to land those snipes, as it is an Elsu. If you have a high enough accuracy on your snipes, it's gonna really mess onto the laning phase, or even onto the mental state of your opponent, since the threat is gonna be constantly there, and they can actually go for finish, given that they do have Almond, the Tolen and the Iggy as well. But good job here for 0322 and Cuckoo, actually being able to lane safely despite the attempts there of Muwan. Almond P starting this Abyssal Dragon, and Mad Team are not gonna give this for free. They are attempting to steal it out. They are contesting. Almond P still gets it with a punish though, as that's going to be the Ember's Cage being used. Tao X nearly gets a kill onto Cuckoo with that ultimate, but Mad Team will still be able to disengage successfully. So despite not being able to take the steal, it's not much of a risk though. They're still able to disengage successfully, and they can actually transfer their might onto the Slayer instead.
Yep, and Marky is actually in the receiving end of the damage coming in from Kawhi. He is going to be forced back to recall, but the Tulin is going to be in the area. He's not going to go back just yet. He still has the Spectral Ire to get back into the clearing of that wave. Kim Sensei is in the area, throwing in some bombs against the members of Mad Team Tugs. He spots out Star. He is a tanky support, so even if he does receive damage, it's not really going to be felt even in this part of the game where he doesn't have a lot of defensive items. A lot of the pushes right now is being dictated by Bacon Time because of how fast they are in terms of the rotations. And the Tulen, as a jungler, also has that capability to burst down the jungle waves as easy as it gets. And he's going to be using the Thunderbird to get the damage in. And that's a steal coming from Muan. Takes that blue buff under the noses of Mad Team's jungler and mid laner.
Oh, Muan, you cheeky boy. Getting that blue buff from Zen. That's gonna leave a mark there onto the jungle member of Mad Team, interrupting those farming. But speaking of interruption, Marquez is actually getting damaged there by Kauhai. Really good job by Kauhai to bully out in terms of the lane. But Zen, ooh, that's an almost kill with a combination of Almond P and Kim Sensei. So good job by Star actually on blocking that damage. But Mad Team still are quite struggling in this early game. We're seeing now an increase in gold lead by Bacon Time, as they are also having the luxury of slaying the Slayer while waiting for the Abyssal Giant to actually spawn up, which is in the next 35 seconds, as Muan constantly just tries to have this dominance in the bot side.
Yeah, they're just keeping each other in check right now, and yeah, the Sentinel is going to be secured here by Marky. It is going to be a very, very hard day for Mad Team since they don't really have any leeway. Muwan is in the backside. Tonks is going to be entering the area. He's going to be using that disengage to get that snipe pin, and Kim Sensei is in the area as well. The healing rally is being used here. The healing light coming here from the Fina to get that HP up and also the damage up for Seer 322. Right now, we're seeing it's Bacon Time actually taking in the dragon. They have the capability to have the first phase on the hill, and also the clear wave of that L suit is just too suppressive.
Yep, he keeps landing those knives, and Marky finally gets the first blood here for Bacon. I think this is kind of like the longest first blood that we have seen since yesterday. 5 minutes and 45 seconds before, well, one of the members of Bacon Time actually got that first blood. And it does translate onto a tower as well, onto the bot side, since Mad Team is kind of losing their grip in their laning phase. And an increase of gold lead is being seen right now in favor of Bacon Time, a little over 2,500. And this is starting to get a little bit out of hand for Mad Team. Bacon Time just gonna continue to poke and push back Mad Team's members because of their damage and setup actually. Cuckoo being in the front line, just trying to get some information. That's actually a nice engage, but they need to be very, very careful. Tau X almost executes 2 members of Mad Team with the help of Kim Sensei. And now Muan trying to position for a snipe. They need to be very careful because he's gonna eye on to the low HP members of Mad Team right now. A good defense by 0322 on the mid side tower, so at least they're not gonna leave that tower be for now. But top side, it's gone.
Yep, it's Bacon Time just going in for the top form. Usually in a matchup for a Ryoma and Yena, we're gonna see a Ryoma and Yena. It is usually the Ryoma at the receiving end who is gonna be losing out against a Yena pick. And Cuckoo has been harassed here. One after another, the Emperor's Gaze and also the snipes are just harassing that Fina, and no amount of heal is gonna be helping him. Marky goes into fray, and the snipe is not gonna connect just yet. Tugs is being harassed here, but at the same time, he's just relishing from the pain. He's gonna use the Apple's Fury. The Emperor's Gaze again is gonna connect with the snipe of Muwan in tow.
Oh, this is gonna be tough. Mad Team continuously struggling right now. At least they're not suffering from casualties out of the moment. Oh, Pusila a little bit too late. Kim Sensei still manages to disengage, while Bacon Time are eyeing on to the objectives, while Anmon P taking the Slayer And Marky is actually positioning himself towards that Holy Dragon. Mad Team actually contesting. This is kind of new, a little bit risky, but Tao X is there. Muwan is ready for the snipe alongside with Almond P, and they will actually not be able to get that Slayer. So good job here by Mad Team. Quick disengage, nothing in exchange. They just get the Slayer for free.
And with a 4K goal advantage for its Bacon Time, they are going to be in the right position always. They are the one dictating the clashes unless we get a good look for Mad Team. But with how its Bacon Time is playing it, it's close to impossible. Zen is doing his best. He is going to be pushed down here. He's going to be afraid to actually go in and try to secure the blue buff just because of the push of Tuff, who's just going to be bringing Zen into the thick of it.
Yeah, Mad Team needs to find more ways to sneak out those objectives and also win in some of the fights because they're constantly losing more structures. Bacon Time already has picked up 3 in total, and they're looking for more. The Slayer's marching into the mid lane though, so it's gonna delay some of the intentions here of Bacon Time, and it's gonna buy enough time for Mad Team to actually farm out for a little bit. But it's still not enough. I mean, they're still down 5, almost 6,000 gold from Bacon Time, and they still have yet to actually scale up pretty hard. 0322 is gonna hurt later on, but he's also gonna be quite vulnerable towards Kim Sensei, Amon P, and Muwan, and even Marky, and even Tao X since he has execute damage. So a lot of threat actually shown, and ooh, just one snipe. Star is almost obliterated. He needs to fall back. Muwan though taking a bit of damage from that Fusolon after a nice knockback there by Tao X. Another snipe, but that's not gonna connect. Amunfi actually suffers defeat, falling down because of that overextension and some misplay by Bacon Time. Mad Team, they slip away their first kill.
Yeah, maybe this is the start of the momentum shift for Mad Team, who was able to actually bait out Almond P at that moment. And the crazy thing about it is the damage coming in from 0322, and that is the combination of a Paina and a Kafeni. Once you boost up the attack speed of Kafeni, his passive actually brings her a lot of damage, plus 80 damage. And it was clearly felt by Amon P in that engagement. The 5k gold lead has dwindled. Marky might be in danger. The Skyfall did not connect the Ember's Gates. It's going to be used by Kim Sensei to disengage the members of Mad Team, and it is still going to be in a stalemate.
Stalemate battle. Economy is still in favor of Bacon Time, but we're seeing Mad Team right now fighting back more than usual, and this is a good sign. They're not losing any more structures in the past 3-4 minutes, and I think they can even contest here onto the Slayer take, but they're kind of being forced into responding towards the waves first, so it buys enough time for Bacon Time to actually get it for free. But for the Holy Dragon though, we're seeing Mad Team eyeing onto it as well. They're going here, spotting out Tao X, and well, Cuckoo is just gonna focus on defending 0322 so that they would have enough safety net for their marksmen. I think they are gonna hesitating a little bit. They do have interest on this Holy Dragon. It's gonna take a big risk for them if ever they do want to commit. Cow High is also here. Fusila being used already. Tao X being kited a little bit, but those snipes are landing as alongside with Kim Sensei's damage. Amon P pops out that ult, but they won't get anyone aside from that Holy Dragon. So Mad Team still back on the ropes.
Yep, definitely. They are going for a defensive strategy at this moment. They're not the aggressors. And Muwan is making sure that the snipes suppress most of the members of Mad Team. The snipes actually make Mad Team hesitate in some of the clashes because of the damage that they have been receiving. Plus, look at that Ember's case. They need to rely heavily on the heel of the Pina to make it work for themselves, and now they are going for a clear. Fusilada has been brought down. The bomb clears out the mid lane. The top lane might be in danger. Almond P is in the area. Brocks out the passive yet again. Are they going to be able to take the mid lane second tier turret? And the answer is yes. They're going to be giving some space for its bacon time. They are not going to be in a good position there, as Taux is actually positioning into the backside of the second tier turret. If they do go for the defense, they might be pushed into an unfavorable position.
And this position onto the top side is not looking good at all, because they're being drawn towards the Infinite Slayer marching into the top. It gives enough opportunity for Tawex to actually engage, but they engage instead. Tawex might actually get caught. They're trying to retaliate. Here comes a flank there by Marky. It forces a lot of flickers by Mad Team for that disengage. So both teams are relatively safe, but they're losing grip on their towers. All outer turrets have finally been destroyed here. Amon P goes for that ult. Star survives with a sliver of health. So good job by him and the rest of the members of Mad Team. But Bacon Time still has control. They're doing a really good job here in this game, maintaining a sizable lead for going 5,000. And it's only a matter of time. They have enough pressure being established so that they have access towards the Slayer. But Mad Team, despite the pressure, they're still picking. They're still trying to gain some vision towards the objectives because they want to contest. They want the off chance of actually catching out the members of Bacon Time. Just need to play it out safely because of all those pokes from Muan, Kim Sensei, and Almond P.
Yup, and now with the Dark Lord Slayer actually open, they are going to be starting it up. Almond P is just going to be getting his passive up, while Tugs is actually suffering from the damage coming in from the members of Mad Team. He was left alone there, but he was still able to tank all of the damage coming in from the 4-man member of Mad Team. And now it's Bacon Time. It's going to be starting Dark Lord Slayer. Are we going to see a contest coming in from Mad Team? They are slowly positioning themselves up into the top side, but it is going to be too late with the damage coming in from the other members of its Bacon Time. It's just too late for the rotation from coming in from Mad Team.
Yeah, they also had Star go back towards the base because it took a lot of damage earlier from the short interaction between these two teams. But I like the endurance of Mad Team right now. They're still holding their ground. They're still having their base secured with their inhibitors. And oh, Kim Sensei actually nearly gets blown up there. Tao X positioning himself for a flank. Ember's Gaze getting the HP bars there of Mad Team, while all the members of Bacon Time just going with their standard pokes, using all their skills to try and deal damage towards the members of Mad Team so that they can create more space and they can prevent them from actually committing onto them. And right now with the Dark Lord Slayer marching into the mid, Marky just trying to attract some members. He attracts 2. Star takes a bullet from Muan and gets executed by Rastet. So now, numbers advantage by Bacon Time. This is the worst possible moment for a Mad Team right now to lose a member. There's a wave crashing into the mid. There's waves crashing onto the side lanes as well. And Bacon Time can just end this right now. They're gonna attempt to do so with the Dark Lord Slayer marching into the mid. But Mad Team now being led here by Cuckoo. He's half health though. Fasla being used just to clear out some waves. But Muan is eyeing on the prize. There's the ult there by Almond P and engaged by Tao X. It catches no one because of the Pina, but they're trying to get that kill on the Cow High. They get to do so, and now one by one, Mad Team members are falling down, and this just might be it. Bacon Time gets their first win. Mad Team suffers their first loss.
And yup, that is going to be a game set match. It's Bacon Time proving themselves that this might be their time to shine in the AIC 2022. And looking at their the happy faces of It's Bacon Time. They're very, very happy to actually prove themselves up in the first game of the AIC 2022. And if this is a good sign for them, as long as the momentum, as long as the confidence is actually available to them, then definitely It's Bacon Time is actually going to be showing us a lot more better games.
Yeah, this was an incredible performance for Bacon Time. A really good draft, a really nice execution as well. And despite the efforts there of Mad Team, I want to commend Mad Team though. Despite being on the edge on the wall as well, they were able to keep up in that game. And it was just unfortunate that Star actually got sniped there by Muan, because they were able to avoid death for so long in that game, and it's only that time that they actually lost a member so crucial because of the Dark Lord Slayer marching into the mid, and without enough members, well, it's only a matter of time before Bacon Time actually closed out that game. They had a really good attempt in trying to bounce back, but well, Bacon Time already has everything in their hands, all the tools that they need to close it out. Marky was so low, but that doesn't matter. They get the win and finally scratch the record here of Mad Team.
Yep, and looking at that match, props to Muan to actually be able to utilize the skill shots, the sniper shots of Elsu. You know, at that sliver of moment, he was able to detect the right target, and he was able to snipe out Star at that moment. And once the shots was setting in for Muan, even in the first parts of the game, he was just hitting his shots left and right, and that's how you play Elsu. And not like the Elsu that, you know, we've seen a lot in our ranked games, not hitting their shots. Because Elsu, yes, he is a very, very good suppressive hero, but as long as the shots are not going to connect to the right people, then yeah, definitely it is going to be affecting the game on how an Elsu impacts the game as well.
Yeah, and overall, well, Bacon Time had a really nice start on their first game here in AIC 2022. This is going to be a big momentum boost for them as they have 2 more games, and it's not gonna be a long break for them. Only 1 game before their own ones. They're gonna be facing off against, well, they're gonna face off against Nextruya and also V Gaming. So that's going to be an interesting last game for us later on. But for Mad Team, that is the end of their day. They did, yes, they suffered a loss against Bacon Time. That is unfortunate, given the lineup that they did have in comparison to Bacon Time, but they did have a really good job overall today. They have a score of 2-1. They're assured of proceeding towards the next phase of our group stages. And for Bacon Time, they need to they still have yet to prove something. Well, they have to take out Nextruya, which is gonna be an interesting scenario for them, because Nextruya has yet to get any wins, and they're gonna be quite intimidated, I guess, on their match against Bacon Time, given that they have defeated pretty much the team that defeated them as well, like, you know, Mad Team. So let's see how it will pan out later on, but it's gonna be quite a feat here. Bacon Time going on towards the AIC 2022. They had a lot to prepare. Yes, they do have that curse that you talked about before, that it's actually hard to expect from them, because sometimes they do lose their grip. But maybe in this time, as they do start the AIC 2022 with a blast, maybe they would be able to have a better holding on their grip on their games.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be one of our expectations for It's Bacon Time, but we're going to be looking at the stats for match number 6. Match number 8. This is match number 8. I'm sorry. For match number 8, look at the kills. It's not really that big because in these types of games, it's not about the kills, and the players know that as well. It's about how they're gonna be able to take the objective, because at the end of the day, it's all about the Nexus. If they are gonna be able to push out the Nexus, that is already a total win. They are always gonna be eyeing for the prize to maybe build out their itemizations, and that's how you usually see pros do their games. In terms of gold, it is at an 8k gold advantage, which is statistically 80% of the time that you actually have an 8k gold advantage is already translating to a win. And the MVP of match number 8 is going to be Muan on that Elsu. He brings the firepower for its bacon time. He has a KP of 80%, a 103 KDA. That's not really, substantial, but at the same time, you can see the damage that he's dealt is 25.2%. So that is a lot, because there's not much of any kills that you're going to be expecting in these types of games, and he was able to deal 25% damage for its bacon time, which is a very, very big thing. So moving forward, if we're going to see it's bacon time showing this kind of games wherein they're going to be playing it as cool as it gets, they don't really get intimidated, they don't get baited, then yeah, we're going to see a much better bacon time here on the AIC. But before that, we're going to be going into a very short break before we start match number 9, which is going to be Influence Rage against Biker Topia. So once again, this is Visorio, with me is Ian Gaming. We'll be right back after this short break.
Excellent balanced battles, rich underlying lore and story, and a well-established global esports scene. AOV has had so many highlights, but let's pause for a moment to return to the original question. What is AOV to you? Arena of Valor is a mobile-based multiplayer online battle arena where you control heroes in a fair multiplayer competition on a battlefield known as Athenor. In the game, each side will occupy one side of the map through constantly attacking the enemy, destroying their towers until the eventual destruction of the enemy's crystal base to secure victory. The extremely large number of unique heroes, filled with the imagination and creative skills, the excitement of confronting real players in real time, and the uncertainty that comes with teamwork are all factors that make every game you play a refreshing and unique journey. The thrill of the warriors' brutal attacks pummeling defenses, the mage's arcane abilities that control the flow of battle, the agility and fatality of an assassin ambushing from the shadows, the marksman's incredible long-range burst damage, the support's incredible offensive buffs and team protection abilities. There's a hero for every playstyle, with the amazing variety of classes in AOV. On top of that, your growth as a player is something even more exciting. Operating skills, the number of heroes you can comfortably play, game sense, situational judgment, split-second decisiveness, and courage. The accumulation of all this growth will give you a stronger ability to win games. Maybe one day, you too will grow up to be a professional player on the stage of AOV's global tournament and become a star that everyone looks up to. Welcome to Arena of Valor.
私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに本当バカ。何？私じゃ不満なわけ？次はあんたの番よ。全部私が片付けるから。ほら、最初から私
pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays. Heroes move in silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. From you on the light declare, I'm riding to the end. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test to me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go, I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode, I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you find it hard to find.
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Again, we are your shoutcasters. Gion Gaming here with me is Vittorio, and we're down now to the last 4 matches for tonight. After the incredible victory of Bacon Time against Mad Team, we are now moving on towards the match of Influence Rage versus, well, Bikertopia Esports. And it's gonna be an interesting one. Vittorio, what are your thoughts onto this so far?
Well, with the showing of Bikertopia, you know, having a dominant win against ADT, and a dope team actually had a dominant win against Influence Rage. So if we're gonna be going by that kind of logic, then definitely Bikertopia is gonna be dominating Influence Rage as well, because you know that is the thing of it. Because if ADT could, you know, dominate Influence Rage, why can't Bikertopia, who had a wide margin against ADT, not dominate Influence Rage? But if Influence Rage maybe suddenly has a miracle in store for them, then Influence Rage could actually take a win against Bikertopia. But that is a very, very hard logic to actually take into consideration.
I got a slim chance, but do you believe in the miracles? Right? Because for me, well, sometimes I do, but in this case, it's really hard to do so. You know, based on how Influence Rage had performed not so good in the past few games, and well, Influence Rage, they were also the team that allowed an Aya, and that doesn't really give a very good impression onto me. So hopefully they do patch their performance up, or they're lacking on that drafting part, especially that they are going to be facing off against a strong team, Bikertopia, which had an incredible performance against a dope team.
Well, I'm not gonna be mincing words. At this point, yeah, I do believe in some kind of miracles, but in this kind of games where strategy, wherein the training comes in, that's actually a padding for Bikertopia that, you know, that deters those kinds of miracles, because it only happened once. If we're gonna see, you know, confidence, the confidence, cockiness that happens on the team, like what happened on AWC against Team Flash, who went and subbed in 2 of their sub players, and that turned to a disaster for them in the group stages. That's not gonna happen on Bikertopia for sure, because we all know every game counts. Every game should be taken into taken into consideration. You should always take it seriously.
Yeah, you have to give it your all, especially here for Influence Rage. Everything is on the line now. If they don't get a win, then they would be the team that will bid goodbye here, and just happen to leave AIC 2022 on the respective group, which is Group D. On Group C, and for sure they don't want to be that team. However, this time against Bikertopia, it's gonna be a tough wall to climb. It's gonna be a tough mountain rather to climb if ever they do want to keep on their hopes or like their dreams here at the AIC 2022. Because if you do check their history against Dewa United, they didn't really have the best of performance during their match against a dope team. It's not really the best performance as well. They got dominated and they're both in both of their past 2 games. So in order to improve that amount, it's not gonna take, it usually doesn't take the same day, right? But so that's why we kind of had that kind of assumption or like analogy that it would really be a miracle for Influence Rage to defeat Bikertopia. We're not saying it's impossible, but it's really just uncommon as of the moment here, especially on a highly competitive scene of gaming. So hopefully they do meet the expectations onto them, especially for the people that are supporting them, because teams do have their supporters, of course, trying to wish that they would get their wins. And against Bikertopia, well, it is still possible, but they need to really not mess it up this time.
And we believe in the capabilities of the players, that is for sure. And as it progresses, definitely, maybe we're gonna see an improved Influence Rage. Maybe not in AIC 2022, maybe in the next international competition. But for now, it's not just about it being uncommon. It's highly unlikely if we base it on statistics. It's just that they're not yet ready in this kind of competition. We're gonna see a lot of the good teams competing with each other. They're not really ready just yet. We have a term for that. They need to actually be in a period of upheaval, wherein they need to rediscover what the international scene is, what the current meta is. Maybe they're still lost in that kind of transition, since they're a fairly new team back again here for the AIC. The last Brazilian team that we were able to witness was way back in the AWC and Overclock.
And it's really uncommon. So for the side of Influence Rage, it would take a lot of effort. We already established this from a while ago, and based on the statistics, based on their performance and how they have shown so far in this day, it would take a lot. And well, we are people who really looks for growth for teams, so not only are we expecting a good performance for them in this particular game against Bikertopia, but even if they lose, we're gonna be hoping for them to have a much better improvement for the next one, because they are gonna be trying to qualify once again. And we had seen some teams bounce back from last year's AIC 2021, and now having a really good start in the AIC 2022. Things can improve, and hopefully this time we do see an improvement, though, since things are not done just yet. They still have their game against Bikertopia, and they will try to do it. Bikertopia having the members of T1, Zirui, Shin, Tilin, and Pika this time on their roster, while for the side of Influence Rage, it's gonna be shown in a short while. Mix RJ, Danny, Mist, Whited, and Niap.
Yup, and these guys are gonna be the representative of the Brazil region. Maybe this is the last time we're gonna see Influence Rage here in the AIC, but that is still a what if. Maybe they can go for a comeback win here against Bikertopia, and that would be a big story, since Bikertopia is definitely one of the favorites in Group C to actually qualify, not just on the group stages, but on the playoff stage. They are the second placers of the GCS region, so that says a lot on the caliber that they have. And no nervousness is gonna be seen from Influence Rage. They are ready for the undertaking. Maybe we're gonna see an improved Influence Rage. The draft phase is now gonna be starting, and Omen is still gonna be the first ban.
Yeah, Influence Rage, please do ban out the Aya later on. They ban out the Lorian. Yeah, please ban the Aya. That's my only comment here. Out of the meantime, yes! We're seeing the Aya being hovered. So it's gonna be it's finally gonna be their ban. Leaves out the Elsu. Can be the first pick here for Bikertopia, but the Iggy is gonna be available for a counter though for Influence Rage.
Yep, and with the first two bans, it's an Omen and an Iggy. We've seen a lot of the Iggy plays for Influence Rage. Maybe it influenced this ban. It's a respect ban for Bikertopia. And for Influence Rage, they went for a respect ban on the Aya. And they were able to actually see the Lorian as well. So it's not going to be available for Bikertopia. But the Elsu is going to be the first pick here by Bikertopia. A lot of suppression. Maybe we're going to see performance resembling Muwan's Elsu. That is going to be a sight to see. And Influence Rage answered it back with a hover onto a Liliana and also a Zuka.
Ooh. Attention going to Laville, but Bikertopia upping their damage with the Talon, and a pretty nice rotation for and setup. Frontline power with the Rector. We did see the reliability of this particular hero, not only in this tournament but also in the AIC 2021. And now, ooh, interesting choice of hero here for Influence Rage.
Yep, and right now with the first three picks, the Elsu, the Tulin, and also the Richter, a lot of ability again on their lineup. While on Influence Rage is a Vera, Azuka, and a Laville. Laville is usually picked out whenever there is an Elsu, just because you can use a double trouble to actually stave off the snipe and also give you a lot of time for the initiation of any clashes.
And I'm wondering though how they are going to be performing with a Vera pick here for Influence Rage, because we haven't really seen much Vera being chosen here in the AIC 2022, so not much information on this, and it's kind of new for Influence Rage, but maybe this kind of surprise is what's gonna work for them. They're also hovering out the Alice here. They're gonna lock it in, and it's gonna provide a little bit of more safety for their composition, while Bikertopia is still investing on more damage. Liliana, which was hovered a while ago by Niap, will be chosen here by Zirui. And I'm wondering what the T1 is actually gonna lock in, because the Rector can actually be flexed into the support role. But since they're hovering the Thane, it's gonna be a different approach. Rector is gonna be on the Darkslayer lane.
Yup, and we're already seeing the entirety of the composition of Bikertopia. We're gonna see a jungle Tulin again. That's gonna be a fast clear for sure that we're gonna be expecting from Bikertopia. And a lot of protection in zone again. A lot of suppression. You can't just go and enter into the range of that Elsu without facing off against that Thane first. And that's gonna be a big thing on how Influence Rage needs to play this. They need to take out Elsu as early as the clashes start, or maybe if they could actually take out the Thane, but that is somewhat impossible, because even in a 4v1 scenario, Thane is gonna be too tanky to just, disregard. And with all of the capabilities to build up a crowd control, it is gonna be hard to just ignore the Thane as well. But on Influence Rage, they added an Alice into the mix. They're not sporting any kind of tanks in Influence Rage. Maybe they're banking hard on going for an entry kill. They have a Vera, they have a Zuka, and they have an Irie on their side. The late game potential of the Laville is going to be out of the charts, but at the same time, he still needs some kind of protection to actually be effective in the late game.
All the protection to aid the members here, especially for Influence Rage, and now we do see final matchups here for Pika and Niap, Tilin and Whitehead, Shin and Mist, Zirui and Danny, T1 and Mix RJ. It's gonna be interesting since, well, for Bikertopia, they do like the aggression more than the safety net. They want to play things not passively in general. They like to take control, they like to bully out their opponents, and Influence Rage, it's only understandable given the state that they are right now. They want to keep things defensive and try to scale up towards the late game.
Man, the game is now going to be starting. Let's see what is going to be in store for us. But in terms of composition, Giyang, I think Bikertopia still has the nail in it. They have the advantage in terms of the mobility, the damage that they can deal. They're going for an early invade right now, with Pika leading the charge and Tilin as well is in the area. They are going to go for a very, very sneaky invade. Not much on the information network here. T1 and the others are just harassing them. We're gonna see that Miss is actually gonna be taken. MXRJ is gonna be taken at this point. Miss as well is being harassed here. But Sin actually goes into the turret range and gets taken down. Zirui is gonna be doing his best, and nope, that's gonna be a stun and an aggressive play from Zirui. He's gonna be taken down at that contest. T1 as well, but skilled by Danny, and that equalizes the gold here.
Yeah, interesting interaction here by both teams, and actually Influence Rage got the more benefit out of that scenario, given the more kills that they did secure. And Bikertopia, I think it's not what they intended to experience here, as Mist already has 2 kills and 1 for Danny as well. It is kind of split up here. Shin and Zirui both got 1 kill for themselves, so they are going to be able to at least have some gold for themselves. But right now, Bikertopia grouping up here for the Abyssal Dragon. They have to be very careful though, because Whitehead is there. Influence Rage are also grouping up towards this very objective. But we're seeing more numbers here inside of Bikertopia, so they will get the objective. Mix RJ nearly gets blown up, but they managed to disengage successfully. Blue buff though will be stolen out here away from Whitehead.
Yup, and Pika was almost taken down here. Good thing Richter has that parry ready for himself. He is going to be using his dashes to get away. And Yap is in the area, throws out the shuriken, pops out the ultimate view, and he goes for a lot of dashes as well. He's going to be disengaging as the orb is slowly descending on himself. He is not going to be hit, and still, he is trying his best to go for that kind of play, but they do catch out White with T1 going with a flicker avalanche charge. And still, Sin is gonna go for the stun. That is gonna be the mark of the Hunter. Being proc down here, but the dash did not hit. He's not gonna be able to refresh his first skill. And Miss is gonna be in the midst of the members of Bikertopia. That's 2 versus 1. He is gonna be taken down. Pika is not gonna be able to finish that out as White clears the fray, and the double trouble is not gonna get a hit on anyone. But it is going to be a turnaround play, but still the advantage is going to be in the hands of Bikertopia.
Kills fast in the first 3 minutes into the game. That's a total of 10 kills for if you add both 5 of both teams. And it's really interesting because Bikertopia tries to be very aggressive, but most of the time they get punished and traded out here by Influence Rage, and it's not gonna be beneficial for Bikertopia if this continues to happen. Oh! Ouch! Danny almost gets taken out there as he gets hit by one more snipe by Zerui. MixRJ tried to stop or block, but unfortunately it was angled quite effectively by Zerui. Missed though. Almost dies once again. Pika as well, as he is able to disengage for now. Double trouble might actually connect, but a good preemptive dash there by Shin, trying to now counterplay here onto the but a good disengage by them as well. T1 just zoning out MixRJ right now to buy some time for T-Lin to actually steal out an objective from Whited, and that's a nice push by Zerui. He has been bullying Danny since the very start of the game, but Bikertopia still has yet to commit onto more objectives. T1 might actually get caught out, but good hiding on that brush allows them to be zoned out a little bit and hesitate on the side of Influence Rage while they take this Slayer down for themselves.
Yep, a lot of the objectives and a lot of the rotations are now being dictated again by Bikertopia. They are showing a lot of aggression here. They're not letting Whited actually take some chance to go for a farming game wherein he's going to be able to turn it out. And Yup actually goes in with a dash, gets a miss. Double Trouble's going to get a hit onto T1, but it doesn't really matter. He uses the flash flicker. I mean the flicker, Ryu. But Yup, Zerui waits for the right moment of the effectivity of the orb and takes that kill again.
Things are looking out of hand here for Influence Rage. They're trying to keep up, but they're actually quite behind in terms of economy since they're losing some structure, they're losing some objectives as well. They weren't able to keep up with the pressure here of Bikertopia. They're losing towers across the map too, but missed with a good trade. Double trouble! Nearly connecting onto Zerui. Oh! Tries to go back in for that outplay, but a good defensive strategy there by Mist, allowing them to instead take the kill onto Zerui. T-Lin trying to get that kill onto Niap, actually blows them up right in front of his face, and he will try to get this tower as well. He does so. MixRJ a little bit too late on that approach, but Bikertopia right now still having 3,000 gold advantage with the Abyssal Dragon now spawning back up. Bikertopia will just take this for free.
Yup, and more objectives are being stored out here. T-Lin secures that the Abyssal Dragon. Double Trouble is going to be proc that hits. No target at all. And even the snipe from Zerui as well. But it is going to be MixRJ being taken out. This is the price of not having any tanks on your team. Yu is going to be used here. That he is not going to be able to take get out of that sticky situation as T1 uses Aval's Fury, while T-Lin secures a kill for himself as Whited is going to be wiped out in the map.
That leads to a 5,000 gold lead now by Bikertopia, and they only need to destroy the top lane outer turret to finally gain some better view on the inhibitor towers here of Influence Rage. They're trying to knock onto the base right now, half health on that mid inhib, and it's just enough time right now for them to have access on these both objectives. They're splitting across the map. They're starting with the Slayer on top, while Pika is actually rotating, getting some vision on the Holy Dragon.
And the Slayer is going to be secured here again by Bikertopia. We're going to see as Whited actually going to go for a steal, but that is going to be a punishment waiting to happen as Zerui is going to be able to snipe out here. Not even using his skill shot, just a normal attack at that moment because he was in the midst of the members of Bikertopia. Pika goes in with a Mark of Daunton, misses out it again, and the snipe is waiting to happen. He misses out that shot. And the Thunderbird is not yet enough to burst down the allies at this moment, but the damage is clearly felt here with the Tulin actually building out a lot of the damage here. They are going to be felt soon enough as we see T-Lin coming up with the Thunderbird just again. He's just using his ultimate to burst down them, and Ryu is going to be brought down again to get an additional damage reduction. And still, Bark of the Hunter is being used here onto the bottom lane. He is going to be in danger for the taking. He is going to be taken out. 2 of the third tier turrets have been taken, and that's going to be a push from T1. T-Lin again gets a kill with the Thunderbird. Zerumi uses that snipe. Is this going to be the end? The Nexus Lock is here, and Bikertopia finishes this match in a 9-minute 33-second mark. The fastest here in day number 2.
Yeah, fastest game right now. Absolute dominance, and well, not gonna lie, we kind of expected this to happen given how Bikertopia performed quite well here today, and how it is kind of like the opposite of Influence Rage. So not really the best experience for Influence Rage as of the moment, and Bikertopia just got their second point of the day. They have one more game against Dewa United, and even if they lose on that game, they're already assured of their spot for the next phase, or the next part of this group stages. So congratulations to Bikertopia. They had a beautiful performance in this game, demonstration of strength, a speed run as well in this tournament, as they did draft such an amazing composition here in this game, getting the L2, which was piloted so well by Zerui. And as we check out this highlight, well, it was an interesting exchange of blows here by both teams. We had a point wherein the score was like 5-5. Bikertopia was getting some kills, but they were getting punished by Influence Rage and getting traded out. But if we do check out the economy, Bikertopia were getting the most out of those exchanges, since they were translating kills into more gold, and that led to them having more advantage, and those advantage allowed them to open the base of Influence Rage and just close this game out for them.
Yep, and this is a perfect example of being able to take advantage of kills, because whenever they have the kills onto their name, they were able to take more objectives for themselves. If it was just all about kills, there's a lot of situations where kills aren't really, the end-all be-all to actually win the game. You actually need to take in the objectives, you need to take towers, you want to get this kill because you want to take the mid-lane tower, you want to take this kill because you want to go for an invade, you want to take this kill because you want to have the objectives lined up for yourself, like the Dark Slayer or the Dragon. So, kills also, yes, bring value to the table, but at the end of the day, it's about your purpose of securing those kills. It's not just about giving advantages to the lanes, but also, getting a boost on where everyone can actually take advantage of. So at this moment, Bikertopia was able to actually capitalize on the kills that they were able to secure.
And generally, Bikertopia are just having the time of their lives right now in the AIC 2022 day number 2. We're already coming to a conclusion here for Group C and Group D, and we're already having a glimpse of the teams that are kind of the contenders to say goodbye in the AIC 2022. So unless there is a miracle that these teams can actually make, it's not gonna be looking good for them. For Influence Rage, unfortunately, they are gonna be bidding goodbye since they suffered 3 losses for today. They are gonna be determined the last slot in their respective group, which is Group C, while the other members, Dewa United, Bikertopia, and a Dope Team, are gonna be the top 3 ones in their respective groups.
And right now, this is already the end of the line for Influence Rage. We're not going to be able to see them anymore in the AIC 2022. It was a very, very solid run. Even if you lose out, this is valuable experience that you can actually use in your next showing. Especially, you've actually faced out with a lot more experienced teams, so don't get disheartened. You just need to grind it out. You need to go to the study room. You need to actually research more stuff, research your skills, research not just research, but also practice out on how you're going to be able to play out what is the most effective rotations as well. You should always also think about what kind of pressure that you could always practice the playing under pressure as well.
Yeah, teams can improve, players can improve, and the results can be different next time. But for now, it's pretty much how we kind of expected them to be. Looking at stats, gold is just one-sided. Everything is just one-sided here on the side of Bikertopia. It was a good fight that has been made there by Influence Rage, given that they did have some kills, but on the objective sides, on the gold department sides, on the damage department sides, they were down on every matchup possible. So that's a lot of disadvantage that they had. But on the bright side, well, it is a lot of growth that they can actually have as individuals, as players, and as a team in general. And we're looking to hope that next time we do see them, it will be different. It will be a different feel, a sight, and also an experience watching them play.
Yeah, but Bikertopia is just, has a lot of the lead on their back. They did not give any breath here. And looking at the MVP, it's going to be Tilin on the Tulin. 704. It's a perfect KDA. KP 73.2%. MVP points on 13. That is very, very substantial. And we're going to see more of Bikertopia after the next game. It's going to be Bikertopia against Devil United, both of the teams that has it 2-0 here in Group C. We're going to see who is going to be the dominant team here. And yeah, the next game is going to be against next Ruya against It's Bacon Time. That's a lot of things we're going to be facing out. And before we go to the next game, we are going for a very short break. This is the AIC 2022. My name is Victoria. This is Young Gaming. We'll be right back after a short break.
Painting genius, Jan. Since his childhood, the exceptionally talented Jan has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Yan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive enhanced normal attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2, Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3. Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of Skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of Skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use Skill 3, Skill 1, enhanced normal attack, Skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use Skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by Skill 3, normal attack, Skill 1, normal attack, the second part of Skill 3, Skill 2, Skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, coordinating with Skill 2's movement and Skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using Skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game. and you're at a loss about fighting with real players, fear not. You have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you have realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your divine blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There is only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate at every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really prepared for the... So what? Just take another round. In AOV, failure is just the experience you need to grow stronger. Come on, rookie. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays, heroes moving silence.
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Again, we are your shoutcasters, Gion Gaming. And here with me is Vittorio. And now we're down to the last 3 matches, starting it off with the game of next Ruya versus Bacon Time. Expectations, well, Bacon Time has had an incredible performance, beating out one of these strong teams right now, scratching the record of Mad Team. And next Ruya, they have yet to find their first victory. It's gonna be a tough battle for them. It's kind of like a similar matchup of Influence Rage and Bikertopia, or alike. But let's see if we can be surprised here. How are you, Vittorio?
Yeah, very, very dandy right now. I'm very, very ecstatic on the games that I've seen. I've seen a lot of improvements on the teams that I've witnessed, like Adult Team. They were United, almost the same They were United that I know. The others, Mad Team actually has an overall on the field that they're actually showing us. They can be aggressive. They're a more aggressive team right now with Zen actually being added into the roster. And of course, it's Bacon Time who was able to surprise us with a strong showing against Mad Team.
Yeah, and Mad Team surprisingly Mad Team being shocked by the performance as well by by Bacon Time earlier. So now Bacon Time looking to maybe secure more points against next Ruya, because they have another battle again later on, which is V Gaming having a 1-1 scoreline as of today after suffering a defeat against Mad Team. So it's going to be an interesting battle given the standings as well. But for next Ruya, not so sure this time, because we already witnessed, we had expectations in the previous game and also for them as well, and based on stats, it's not looking good for them too.
Yo, man. Just the same with the logic on Influence Rage versus Microtopia. It's Bacon Time actually beat out Mad Team, who dominated next Ruya. So, in that kind of trade of logic, then it's Bacon Time is definitely going to be them dominating next Ruya as well. I don't want to say this, but I don't want to mince my words for all the fans of next Ruya. This is not the last time they're going to be able to support and see them, but definitely for the AIC 2022, this might be the last time that we're going to see them for this international tournament, because it's Bacon Time is a different kind of beast. They're not just going to be playing out, and of course they're going to be very, very well prepared. These are the RPL champions, mind you.
It's hard to win here right now, especially for the side of next Ruya, given their performance as well in their past 2 games. This is their last chance, their last ticket to stay here in this Arena of Valor International Championship, and it's not much comments anymore coming in from me, since we already know what the situation is for next Ruya. They're facing off a Titan that has defeated strong teams as well, but they will try their very best. Bacon Time just going with their standard approach in their games. Tao X, Muwan, Kim Sensei, Almond P, and Marky having a fantastic game earlier against Mad Team. They did perform quite well, especially the composition that they have built up with the Elsu Iggy combination with the Tulin as well, and with the proper front lines of Ryoma and the Thane. So now with next Ruya, Bobned, Closer, Fu, they will try to at least get a good performance against Bacon Time. It's not impossible to get a win, it's just improbable, but things can go out of way for Bacon Time. We do know that sometimes they slip up on their advantage. It is possible. The curse can be real, but at this time, they're really just happy here. Well, on the side of next Ruya, they're quite happy being seen here on the camera, just chilling, positive vibes, nothing is impossible.
Yup, nothing is impossible. But at this moment, it's Bacon Time. It's gonna be the first pick. They're gonna be batting out the Omen. They're not letting that hero into anyone's hand, and that is a lot. In the RPL, 74.1% ban rate on that Omen. That's very, very substantial. Even with that kind of win rate, it means that the Omen can bring a lot into the table. A lock into anyone is always, a scary type of strategy whenever we're gonna see an Omen being up. He can also tank a lot of the damage as well. Aya and Lorian has been automatically banned by next Ruya without any thought already. They already have a plan on the bans that they're gonna be showing us, and Nakro has been banned out here by its Bacon Time.
They're gonna be picking up the Iggy first, which has a relatively high win rate, 68%, and next Ruya opting to take the Elsu for them alongside with the Thane. Looking pretty good on their first 2 picks for now.
And yep, it's gonna be a Thane and an Elsu. Ooh, these are two of the most winning heroes right now on day number 2. Maybe next Korea is going to be surprising us here on match number 10. What do you think?
What? This is gonna be a first, if ever. Even in the AIC 2021, it didn't actually turn into a win. Flash, not really the best option here for Bacon Time, but they could flex it out. Pina being hovered alongside with the Kafene, pretty standard stuff. We have seen this kind of combination as well before, and it does work wonders, especially towards the late game. So Bacon Time now will lock it in. Pretty solid first 3 picks. Next Rhea with a lot of high meta heroes picked up in their first 2. And on their mage department, they are turning things on a different one. On their 3rd pick, Kali being hovered, it is gonna be locked in as well.
Yup. With the first 3 picks here, Pina and Feni again has been picked out here for another composition. It has been a strong composition. We saw how the damage of Mad Team was able to compensate and prolong the fight just with the Pina and also the Kafeni combo. But at the end of the day, execution is king. But Kali on the side of next Ruya, that's a very questionable pick. Maybe they're looking for a lot of range, and Kali can bring that into the table. The problem is that you only have a slow, you don't have any mobility on that hero. Kind of speed up, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be enough. He's still a hero that's going to be very, very squishy as well.
I'm wondering how next race is gonna opt to go on their last picks. A nice preemptive ban here by Bacon Time on the Florentino and possibly the Superman. While frontline heroes or Dark Slayer laners being taken away by next Ray, which is understandable since Mark is quite a beast on those particular heroes. Closer gonna lock in the Irie, which will add a lot of engaged tools for the side of next Ray and some damage as well, which actually has a lot of synergy on their other picks, especially for their Thane pick. Bacon Time though, now looking to eye on the Scud, which has shown a lot of success overall towards AIC 2022. What will be their last pick though? Because Scud can be in the jungle, Scud can go on to the Dark Slayer lane as well. So Bacon Time has a lot of options here. They can pick up an additional frontline. Richter actually gonna be their option. So this is gonna be their Dark Slayer lane. What will be their jungler?
Yeah, that is something that's gonna be boggling our minds.
Kira.
Kira is gonna be over here with 5 seconds in the clock. I think that's gonna be a lock-in. They are gonna be sporting mobility on their side. A lot of assassins on the Richter and also the Kira. They're gonna be relying heavily on the zone control of Pina and also the Iggy to actually help them get the right position. But next Ruya is gonna be answering it up with a hover onto the Volcan. With the current lineup, there's a lot of sustainability on the in their composition. In paper, this kind of works, except maybe because of the Kali pick, which I totally dislike. I mean, next Ruya has a chance to get a win on paper, but on execution, let's see if they're gonna be able to close it up and utilize their advantage in terms of the sustainability that they have and also the damage that they can bring.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned in paper, because Bacon Time has had a lot of success despite any kind of composition that they do make. And with this, actually, it stands so well early game towards late game. Next Ruya has a really good team fighting based composition with a lot of options towards how they're gonna approach Bacon Time. It's gonna matter where or what kind of approach they would opt to go to though, since this composition still has some lapses in them. If Bacon Time can position quite effectively and also catch Nextruya off guard and avoid the engage of Bob Ned later on, they can actually win a team fight. And it just shows as well, based on the discipline that Bacon Time actually, well, shows in all of their games, they can stand a really good chance here in this game against Nextruya, despite the incredible lineup that they did draft.
Yep, and right now, we're going to be entering the entire battlefield with a lot of expectations on Nextruya. This might be the last showing here in the group stages, and it is against it's Bacon Time, which is one heck of a team. A daunting task again is going to be in the back of Nextruya. Marky goes in, harasses Bob Ned here on the mid lane. And that's going to be the healing light. Hugs is just scaring that Kali away in the mids, just using that healing light that does not deal a lot of damage at all.
Nextruya playing this passively, which kind of makes sense, of course, given how Bacon Time usually operates their movement, and now invading towards the bot side jungle here of Nextruya. They spot out the reinforcements though, so they will pay the respect due towards Nextruya and back off for now. We're seeing some sizes though onto the top side. Marky and Buggy just poking one another, trying to get an advantage in terms of laning phase onto the top side, while on the bot side, Muan and Tau X are actually just having a safe laning phase, trying to avoid those snipes of Closer, but it's kind of a challenge, of course. Closer is really efficient in using the Elsu, and he will try to land those snipes as much as possible. 25 seconds before the objectives spawn up, and let's see who will gain the first advantage here, because there's starting the group up. Abyssal Dragon is going to be prioritized here by Bacon Time, and Nextruya will, of course, try to interrupt here in their taking, as they are grouping as for Bob Ned might actually be caught out. Almond P is not showing himself as of the moment. They want to keep some privacy here as they do try to take control on this Abyssal Dragon camp. Reaper closing in, Closer, trying to land those snipes. They finally engage, and Reaper actually steals out the Abyssal Dragon. Now they turn on to Bacon Time, but actually they are overextending a little bit. Reaper gets caught out, gets the first blood done for Bacon Time, and well, that's not much of a casualty since Nextruya still has taken that Abyssal Dragon. Buggy trades it out as well. He will try to disengage, but it's almost impossible to do that. Almond P takes the kill. Closer now, trying to disengage. Flickers away from the danger. And that is it for that fight. Bacon Time with 2 kills. Nextruya with a kill and the Abyssal Dragon.
Yup, that was a lot of the clashes. I thought that it was a very, very good take for Nextruya when Reaper was able to secure that dragon. But the problem is that he overextended himself against 3 of the members of its Bacon Time. Yes, even if that's a Volcan, that is not a good decision for yourself. They could have just walked out of that and just, you know, went on their merry way.
Yeah, Bacon Time is just doing pretty much Bacon Time stuff, getting as much advantage as they can, while Nextruya is trying to hold off their laning phase here, especially that their best possible lane right now is bottom lane, the Abyssal Dragon lane, as they are diving, investing 4 people. They will obliterate Muan in the process, so really good job coming in from NRX as they are trying to push this tier 1 tower down. Bacon Time recognizes and responds efficiently by pushing the top side, as they will be getting that tower since it's not being defended at all by Nextruya. A little bit of an oopsie there, trying to invest so much on bot side. They forgot top side and led to that little goal lead by Bacon Time.
right now, it's just a lot of pressure again is being mounted into the side of next Ruya. We're gonna see Muwan trying to go for a steal. He misses out that overall dreams though. He is not gonna be entering in the fray. Marky does deal some damage into Volcat. Closer is gonna be missing out that shot. It is gonna be a repeat here again, as all of the turrets from the top lane to the bottom lane first year has already been destroyed. It is going to be securing that shot against Stokes, but you know, it doesn't really translate to much. And look at the moves coming in from Marky, going for a Kyrie Irving style of a crossover.
Ooh, nice reference there, my dear friend. But Big Time still is taking the lead here right now, taking control of the bot side jungle of Reaper and having enough position in zoning to take control of this Abyssal Dragon. No steal this time by Reaper, as he is busy trying to get some farm onto his topside jungle. Ooh, that's a lot of damage from that ulti of Kim Sensei, and they are actually going to be committing onto the topside. Buggy might actually get caught out, dashes away, while Tau X is just trying to chase him down, but they draw attention now towards mid lane. This Bacon Time is gonna try to take out that tier 1 tower. Good response by Next Ruya. Rotating there as well. They do have the numbers and they do have the poking power coming in from closer, but now it's gonna be quite difficult. Fusselot gonna be invested, but Reaper goes towards the backside. Bacon Time now needs to flee. They take out Buggy though, they retaliate, and they're taking a lot of lives from the side of Next Ruya. 3 members dead, and Bob Nerenfu has to fall back. Oh, actually, Fu even gets killed in the process. That's 4 kills by Bacon Time now.
Yeah, they're just racking up those kills, taking in the objectives that they can. At this moment, it's just going to be hard for a comeback. It's a 6-minute. We're going to be entering the 7-minute mark, and it's already a 5k gold lead for its Bacon Time. And as the game progresses, as more items are being built here by the Kafeni, it is a lot more going to be difficult for anyone of from Next Ruya to actually secure a kill. And we can see here in the replay, there's a lot of overextension always on their play. They're just baiting out the members here multiple occasions, and we're gonna see the Kali starting it up again. But look at that, Marky finishes off with the Mark of the Hunter. Is he gonna be able to take out Closer? The answer is no, and that is going to be an out of range snipe. He doesn't get a hit onto that Rector, and at this moment, 2 of the members of Next Ruya is going for the defense. Muwan is in the area as well. Emperor's Gaze is being used. The Ultima has been procced out here by Reaper, but nothing is going to be coming out of there. Snipes from Closer are going to get a hit, but again, it's just going to be healed back again from that area. Who is going to be taken now with Kira, and this is one of the biggest problems where Kali is an easy target to actually hit.
Yeah, Fu is dead for the next 12 seconds. So defending this mid or bot or even top lane is going to be a challenge here for Next Ruya. Bacon Time just continues to accelerate this game in their favor with a 8,000 goal lead rather. Excuse me. They're just keeping ahead so much right now, and now Fu tries to zone them out and clear the waves in the process as well. But Bacon Time now can eye on the Holy Dragon and the Slayer as well. Oh, but Fu might actually get caught out once again. Marky goes in, but disengages after that. They will just be happily disengaging after taking that first inhibitor tower in the mid lane.
And right now, they are now knocking into the bottom lane. Are they going to be able to defend? Bobnet actually pushes the wall, but that wall is unsurmountable. Muwan is going to be in the cusp of his health, but he is going to be regenerating because of the health. The healing light coming in from the Pena and the Mark of the Hunter again coming in from the Marky. He's just going ham. He is going to be securing a lot of kills. Fusila has been used, but he is not going to be able to secure that. He's going to be taken out by the Nexus Fire, and it's a 3 versus 2 defense. I don't think it's Bacon Time has a firepower to finish this just yet.
Yeah, they did wanted to at least finish this game as fast as possible. Nearly actually beats the time of what team is that? Biker Topia against Influence Rage. But now it's not gonna be that. They need to play this out at least safely as possible. They do have an incredible amount of lead and options as well with the Slayer takedown, the Dragon takedown, but they're opting to push the mid for now to gain that lane control. Amon P engages. Bobnet passes out ulti just for the zone control, but now with limited resources, Big in Time opts to go towards the Slayer, but Reaper actually will try to catch out. Kim Sensei, nice shield coming in from Tau X, and it does save the day here for Bacon Time. Good attempt though by Reaper, but unfortunately he won't get anyone for that time.
The Nature's Rally actually helped them up, and also the healing line as well. You can see the regeneration felt here, even if they always escape with the Sliver of Hell just because of how effective Talks here is in this game. And an almost 10k is already been built up here, but it's Bacon Time. And statistically, when we reach this kind of gold lead, it is already to the bags of the team that has this kind of gold lead. We're gonna see more of the action here with next Ruya spotted out Tongs here on the bushes. The blue buff is gonna be available for the taken Alma P. He's gonna be securing it, and the ultimate has been popped off here by the Kali, but it doesn't really matter. In with the, is not gonna be dealing a lot of damage onto that support. He's just gonna be healing up the damage here. They need an anti-regen, but the anti-regen is not in sight at all. He is going to be using the Owl Sentry to get the mini stun. Alma P disengages, uses his ultimate to get out of the way. Togs might be in danger here. He's just going to be using the healing light to regenerate out of itself. He are going in for the last push here. The last inhibitor turret is going to be taken here, but it's Bacon Time. They're going in hard for a defense. It's a 5 versus 5 convergence. Let's see what's going to happen. Alma P misses on that Uprol gaze.
Already
the triangle. Mace is not going to be hitting.
Oh!
Marky as well has the Mark of the Hunter. He's going in hot. He is going to be going in hot against that Fall Guy. Reaper is going to be taken out. It's a 5 versus 4. Not much that they can do. Is this going to be a Nexus lock? Nature's Rally as well as Minions. Alma P finishes off Bobnet. Buggy is going to be the next target of Marky.
Oh, they commit
in for that turret bomb. And it is going to be a win for It's Bacon Time.
Absolute dominance right now for Bacon Time, and unfortunately for next Ruya, they are gonna be one of the 2 teams today to bid goodbye towards AIC 2022. They fought hard, but not fought enough against the other Titans here in the AIC 2022. Bacon Time, however, will secure their 2nd victory of the day. They have one more match later on against V Gaming, but so far they're looking quite strong.
Yeah, definitely a very, very strong showing for It's Bacon Time. They still have one much of the day against V Gaming. Will they be the one to have the 3-0 here in Group D? Or is V Gaming going to be tying it up to a 2-1 for themselves as well? That is something that I'm actually looking forward to. But, you know, kudos to Influence Rage. They did put up a good fight against It's Bacon Time. And, you know, it's not the end of their dreams. They can actually continue it still. Look at the highlights of match number 10.
Yeah, it started off with an explosive actually. Next Ruya trying to fight back. They got some kills earlier thanks to Reaper and Buggy. However, you know, Bacon Time having the better discipline and answering back with pushes when next Ruya tries to push or tries to gank their bot lane, allowed Bacon Time to gain enough economy to get that lead in terms of firepower against next Ruya. And they got more and more of a lead, and things just turned into an uncontrollable state for the side of next Ruya. Bacon Time opened up the base, and that final clash, well, It was just standard stuff there for Bacon Time, a demonstration of skill and might against the opponents that they do face.
Yup, and going forward in this kind of matchup, it's, you know, we went with the train of logic, and that's what we got. Because, you know, sometimes, yeah, luck and miracles do happen, but luck doesn't always translate to, you know, giving you the advantage. It's always about the experience. It's about how you train, how you play the game, how you study the game. And of course, story teams like this have that culture already in store for them. So, not to say that, you know, the newcomers are weak or something. It's just that they already have that kind of advantage in terms of how the team was built. They already have the experience. They already have a system of study in terms of the plays that they're making, and that gives them the edge against the other teams that doesn't really have that much of a story just yet.
And experience tells how, or clearly states how teams are kind of different from each other. Bacon Time clearly has a lot in the high competitive scene, and well, Nextruya, this is at least a good start coming in from them. They do have a lot more to learn and grow, but it's not really so bad. They put up a good attempt on fighting back against the other established ones and other strong ones, and for sure both of us are going to be looking forward to seeing them improve and be a better team in general, heading towards the next tournament that they are going to be joining. But for now, happy faces, happy smiles for the other teams qualifying in the respective group. Mad Team, Bacon Time, and V Gaming are assured of their spot. Nextruya, unfortunately, will be bidding goodbye. And hopefully we do see them improve for long. We're just waiting for the stats here on the post-game results, but we're already assuming a one-sided stomp coming in and reflecting onto the stats, given the state of the towers that they had in their game, given the state of the gold lead that they had, over 10,000 at the end of that game. Bacon Time clearly is on top of their performance right now.
Yeah, definitely on top. And not much how we can say about it. It's Bacon Time. They're just showing in their true colors as the RPL champions. What excites me the most is going to be the last match of the day against V Gaming. We're going to see one of the top teams that went into the finals, V Gaming, to actually match out against, you know, the champions of RPL. It's Bacon Time. Since 2021 was already dictated as an RPL year, are we going to see a repeat of the dominance of the RPL League? Or are we going to see a newcomer to actually dethrone the RPL teams from, you know, international success?
And for the next two games, since we're just waiting for the stats to come up, what are your expectations for the last two games that we are going to be having? Because, well, at least for the next game, because for the last game, I think we're both expecting an immense battle between Bacon Time and V Gaming. But for Bikertopia and Dewa United, I want to know your thoughts.
In terms of the performance of Bikertopia, I think Bikertopia has the edge of Dewa United, hands down. One of the reasons is that when they actually face up with the dope team, Dewa United actually had a lot of trouble. They needed a comeback win to actually just clinch the game. But before that, let's go into the game stats. We're gonna see, in terms of kills, it's a 13 kill deficit. And if my math is right, ladies and gentlemen, and that's a very, very big deficit in favor of it's Bacon Time. In terms of gold,
Your math is right.
Yeah, I mean, 11k gold, that's a big gold lead for a 12-minute mark. Remember that. And for a 12-minute mark, It is a very, very substantial gold lead. Only one Abyssal Dragon is the objective difference against next Ruya. And that also says a lot. That's mostly all of the objectives fell to the hands of its bacon time. And even in the damage being made, the top damage dealer Kim Sensei made 120k damage against the top damage dealer of next Ruya at 60k damage, almost half of what Kim Sensei has unleashed against next Ruya. Goal difference over time, you're gonna see on the graph, it's just very, very one-sided. No wild swings at all. And the MVP of this game, it's Bacon Times Almond P on the jungle. It's Kira 608, a perfect KDA, 12 MVP points to his name. Kill participation, that's 82.4%. So most of the kills was participated by Almond P. And that says it for match number 10. We're going into the next match of the day. It's Bikertopia against Dewa United. And to go back into discussion, I think Bikertopia has the edge over Dewa United in this game just because of the performance that we made. We're not gonna say that it's a sure win for Bikertopia, but it is a more likely win for Bikertopia as well. And before we go into that match, we're gonna go for a very, very short break again. This is Victoria. This is with me is Kiyoung Gaming. This is the AIC 2022, and we'll be right back. Don't touch your browser.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Long you the light declare, I'm riding to the end. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Again, we are your shoutcasters, Guillaume Gaming, and here with me is Vittorio. We're now down to the last two games for tonight. Starting it off with Bikertopia versus Dewa United Esports. We had our initial analysis towards this particular matchup, and well, our excitement still remains the same. We are really looking forward to how these teams are going to perform, and expectations have been made, but things can get surprising depending on how these players, these teams are going to approach this game.
Yep, and definitely we're gonna see Bikertopia's players here. T1, Zirui, Sin, T-Lin, Pika, who has been doing effective work in terms of strategy, in terms of rotations, in terms of individual plays. And we also see Dewa United Esports, 44A, Penix, 20, Axio Ready, and Mammon in your screens. Dewa United so far does not really show any dominating plays, even against Influence Rage, and Adobe Team, they had a hard time taking the win as well. So at this point, Bikertopia, who is the exact opposite, which actually showed their dominance in their previous two games, is gonna be their matchup. So it's a 2-0 for both of these teams. We're gonna see who is gonna be the top team in Group C after this.
Well, at least on the side of Dewa United, we're seeing 20 still going with the usual warm-up on that, what do you call it, fist movement. And positive insights on both teams. I think energy-wise, these players can be a little bit strained already or tired in general, but hopefully it doesn't affect their performance here tonight. Bans are still relatively the same, quite quickly actually, as Omen, Zuka, Aya, of course, gonna be taken away, and Lorian. So Elsu priority for Bikertopia. We have seen them opt for an explosive composition. They're gonna ignore the Elsu at the moment. They're prioritizing the Nakroth instead.
Yep, and right now with the Nakroth first pick, it is another confident composition definitely for Bikertopia. With the bans that we're seeing, it's just that after the Lorian has been shown to the teams, they are banning it objectively with how big of an impact Lorian has. And even way back, Lorian has been a very strong hero pick. Even matching it up against a Crixie, an Iggy, a Raz. Usually the dueling potential of a Lorian as well in a 1v1 scenario is very strong.
Ooh, Bikertopia though. Roxy has been consistently banned out, especially in the second banning phase in the games that we have seen. Bikertopia will prioritize in getting it instead in the first pick phase alongside with the Liliana. Varus gonna be the answer though here by Dewa United alongside with the with the Crixie and the Joker. So having the Joker says that okay, maybe they would opt to at least counter if ever or match the possible Elsu pick. It also shows that maybe Dewa United would opt with a double marksman composition with the Elandor. It's gonna be hard though since Bikertopia has a lot of kill potential. You know, with their initial first 3 picks. A lot of mobility as well. So Dewa United should really think about this, especially on their next 2 picks.
The first 3 picks of both sides, it's just we don't know what to expect yet. Roxy can be flexed into 2 positions, a support position and even in the Dark Slayer position. And at this point, I think a support Roxy really works well, just because if you get the Agnes grip, you're gonna be able to use Flicker, you're gonna be able to use Sprint, and then bring into your team's clutches whoever is gonna be the target of that Agnes grip. Even if it's a tank, most of the time it translates to a kill. And Dewa United has a lot of damage on their side though. They have sustainable damage with the Crixie. You have an assassin-like damage from the Joker, but the only downside of that kind of composition is that Joker falls off, and sometimes the damage that he deals isn't enough to actually, win the late game. Not like other marksman heroes like the Hayate, the Violet, the Kafeni, heroes that you can actually rely on up to the late game. But yeah, mid-game potential, it's over the roof for the Joker.
Yep. Late game though, I think Bikertopia are also investing on it quite a lot, with the Violet being hovered. As in the meantime, they're gonna be locking it in alongside with the Richter. So really nice setup here by Bikertopia. Dewa United investing right now heavily on the frontline department. Arthur, we have seen it, especially in day number 1, being utilized on the support role. And Dewa United is not gonna hesitate on that. They do have a solid lineup in terms of frontline and backline power. A relatively good scaling, but I think they're gonna be investing quite a lot on the early game as well. Especially that they're, of course, trying to get that win against Bikertopia.
And right now, in this kind of composition, you're going to see a lot of assassins. As I am Bikertopia, you can consider Liliana as an assassin. You have Nacron, you have Richter. That means a lot of mobility as well. Roxy is also a very, very fast hero in terms of the default movement speed. And you also have the tumbles coming in from that Violet. It's going to be a very, very hard day for Dewa United. Although they do sport a lot of crowd controls on them that they can actually chain. You have Varus, you have the Ryoma, you have also the Crixie, and even the canister, the ultimate of the Joker. You can actually have the mini stun as well. So if you can chain that, the pick-off potential of Dewa United is beyond the roof.
It is gonna be possible, depending on how they are gonna be executing that. But Bikertopia normally does try to avoid those kinds of setups on their opponents. And I think on this particular lineup, they would be really aggressive as well, since they do have the Roxy and the Nakrot on their lineup. Roxy as a support, so he would be trying to land those Agnus grips to set up for the team with a sizable amount of follow-up. 44-8 took a bit of damage there in a short amount of time, since it's just the early start of the match. And Bikertopia actually investing quite a lot in this early rotation and access towards the jungle camp of Axiority.
Yup, and right now with Bikertopia actually taking now the advantage in terms of the wave player, they are going to be opening up the jungle for an invade, and that gives a lot of breathing room for Bikertopia at this moment. They're going to be taking the red buff and also direct route to more resources for themselves. gonna see Zeruli here just securing here the vision on the camps of BRO.
Oh, I wonder what happened. Okay, there has been some technical difficulty on the side of Biker Topia. I think it's gonna be addressed in a short while to make sure that these players have the best possible experience in this amazing tournament. And it is up to the tournament marshals, of course, to make sure that everything goes as smoothly as intended. Yes, it's okay. Okay, they just want to patch things up, prevent any further issues.
We're just waiting for it. But in terms of what happened, is just that whenever there is going to be some confrontation in the mid lane, you want to clear it as fast as possible so that you can actually rotate and have your cooldowns ready for, you know, deterring any kind of invade from your opposing team. And definitely Devil United is falling off in terms of how fast they are going to be able to rotate, just because the Crixie delayed herself in clearing up the lanes, and he didn't have help from the support as well.
In terms of supports, you know, if we are going to compare the overall impact of their choice of heroes, I do see more on the side of Bikertopia because of that kill potential with the Agnes grip. But 44 Ape is going to be trying to at least distract Bikertopia's laning phase, given, well, Arstar is quite irritating. We haven't seen him invading some camps though from T-Lin, so this jungler of Bikertopia is being able to farm out quite safely after being assisted here by both T1 and Shin. Now in the mid lane, 20 seconds before the first objective spawns up, Bikertopia does have a relatively good access towards Abyssal Dragon, and well, Devil United, I think they need to answer with a trade for the meantime.
Yup, and we're seeing here Bikertopia actually trying to harass here. The member scan laughter is being used, but still the goal has been taken here. He is going to be secured with that Agnes grip, was able to run away safely.
Yeah, nice execute there with the punish by our Shorty, taking the Slayer for the team as well. So balanced take for now. Oh, 44 Ape nearly gets blown up. Bikertopia has yet to start this Abyssal Dragon though, so Dewa United with Axorti on the bot side jungle will have a chance to actually steal this out, since this cooldown on the punish spell is quite fast. It is available right now, and Bikertopia has yet to decide where to actually go. T-Lin now opts to go into the mid lane, maybe just try to clear out the wave and gain access towards the bot side jungle of Dewa United to have that more assurance in landing that punish towards the Abyssal Dragon. While Shin and T1 are actually gonna zone out 20. He actually gets the kill instead. That is quite impressive. And first blood there by Bikertopia plus that Abyssal Dragon.
And more of the moves are going to be done here by Bikertopia. They have the control here. They spot out 44 Ape, but T1 does not commit with the Agnes grip. If he did commit, for sure 44 Ape is going to be falling down now. And they're just going in hard. Pika as well going for a 1v1. Action ready. It is going to be deterred from getting any push. 44 Ape might be in danger. Cat laughter is being used here. He's going to be in the midst of 3 of the members. Are they going to be able to secure the killing joke? Has been used. Agnes grip as well. But we get 2 of the members of Bikertopia down with 20 entering the fray using the Moonfall. T-Lin is doing his best to go for a rotation, but with him being spotted out in the top lane, it is just a matter of seconds and a matter of decision making for Dewa United to actually go for a commit on the bottom lane.
Yeah, a little bit of an oopsie there by Bikertopia, and the Dewa United are not a team to mismanage here, because they will try to take as much resources as they can when they get the opportunity to do so. Pika took a bit of damage there from Amon, so he needs to pay the necessary respect due with now Bikertopia hovering towards the bot side. 44-8 now engages. Good steal there by Enix, denying some gold from Bikertopia as 20 is dealing quite a bit of damage there towards the members of Bikertopia. The Slayer is going to be up in the next 15 seconds as Abyssal Dragon is going to take a bit of time. It was taken out earlier by the members of Bikertopia quite late. So now options are quite limited. They are grouping at the bot lane, trying to get some poke there onto 44-8, but it's going to take some time while Mamon is already eyeing on this Slayer on top side.
Yep, and Bikertopia is now opting for a 3-man rotation as they're trying to give a lot of the resources into their jungler. 3.5k to his name already. Leviathan is building already an Astral Spear. Probably he's gonna be building a Spear of Longinus, and Pika is gonna be spotted out here by Mammon, but no success so far. He needs a lot of help to actually deter Pika from escaping. He has a lot of ability for himself, and they secure another Slayer to the name along the bottom lane. They almost burn out Enix at that confrontation. He is going to be using the Cat Laughter to get that invincibility up, and 44-8 is doing his best to clear out the waves. He is still going to be successful at the moment. He is going to be tanky, but clearly the violence damage is being clearly felt by the Arthur.
And it will increase furthermore. Speaking of increase, pressure is being increased here by Bikertopia, trying to get some good damage towards the members of Dewa United and a little bit onto the tower as well. Dragon still available for Bikertopia's taking, but they're taking a bit of damage from the members of Dewa United. They're forced to fall back, but Zirui flickering out, respecting reinforcements possibly incoming from Dewa United. And now Dragon is more suitable right now for Dewa United since they have the better positioning, but topside is being pressured by Pika. 44-8 gets pulled back and killed there by Shin. So good pick off being made there by Bikertopia.
Yep, and not much of any kind of contest is being made here by Dewa United. They're actually being careful here. And we're going to see Pika going in hot with the Mark of the Hunter. Is he going to be able to escape? Uses the Venom, but the range was just too short. And he's not going to be able to escape the clutches of Pika and Zirui in the area. Mammon is going to be the next target here by Pika. Spectral Arrow is not going to get a hit. He's not going to be able to regenerate. 44-8 tries to go and secure that kill, but with the flicker still ready for the Richter, he's going to be able to safely disengage yet again. He's going to go for a knockup again. Mark of the Hunter is being used. He is going to be dangerously low. Thielen is in the area to add damage. And he catches up with the Agnes Grip. We're going to see here Enix in danger for sure. 44-8 does his best to escape, but with Thielen using the Judgment Blade. And also a comeback flag kill from a Sin actually finishes off the deal, securing 2 kills for himself.
Yeah, and T1 though falls down, so that's a little bit of a trade. Zirui will get blown up there by Mamon. A little bit of an overstay there by Bikertopia. The 3-for-1 trade turned into a 3-for-3. And Dewa United will even have the opportunity to take down the mid turret of Bikertopia. So Bikertopia needs to be playing this out more safely than usual, because if they get punished furthermore, they're gonna lose a big amount of lead in terms of gold.
Yeah, that was a decision-making lapse from Zirui, who actually was farming in front of the members of Dewa United Esports. He thought that it was going to be a disengage, but he didn't know the aggression that Dewa United can bring into the table was a big number here. He is going to be missing that Spectral Iron, but still, he is going to be forcing a retreat on that Akron. And you're going to see here in the replay, the Spectral Iron has been protecting the Valence Blade as well from Mammon. Finishes off. And the right timing on the orb actually saved Mammon from a lot of grief. No shutdown is going to happen.
In terms of shutting down objectives, though, Dewa United has been getting at least a tie against Bikertopia. Right now, they're trying to pressure mid lane. 44-8 doing a really good job in terms of zoning to give some space for his allies. But Bikertopia is having a different plan. Split push on the sides whilst having the Slayer aiding the push in the mid lane. So Dewa United are being divided right now, and Shorty will fall down thanks to that gank by Shin, Pika, and T1. Now in the mid lane, Shin gets another, this time a double kill onto Enix. They might try to go for more, but they're also going to be happily taking this tier 2 tower. Now all outer turrets destroyed. What's left are the inhibitor towers here for Dewa United.
Yes, what's left is the hope and dreams of Dewa United to make the mount a comeback. But is the comeback going to be possible with the damage that we're seeing from the members of Bikertopia? They are going to be engaging again. Agnes actually got a hit. 20 was locked into place. 44-8 is dangerously low. Sin gets a double kill from that Liliana. And we're going to see Pika get the 3rd tier turret. And he's going to go for a duel against Axioretti. And Thielen cashes up that Varus. He's going to be taken out again by Marquis. Thielen and the others are now zeroing in. It's going to be the Nexus and one member left. Mammon is going to do his best, but it is not going to be enough because the Nexus has been taken by Bikertopia.
Yeah, a fantastic performance coming in here from the side of Bikertopia. Incredible aggression, and they could not be contained here by Dewa United. I want to commend them though for putting up a really good fight, but at the end of that, Bikertopia will remain victorious. They have an undefeated scoreline in Group C, and Dewa United will be scratched on the record, having a score of 2-1.
Yeah, it was a very, very good run for Bikertopia for the first day in the AIC, and that says a lot on how big of a threat here Bikertopia is to the Group C teams. For sure, they are gonna have a target on their back, but it is gonna be easier said than done if some of the teams here in Group C are gonna be able to beat them up. But in hindsight, we're gonna see the highlights here on how good the combinations we saw from Bikertopia, who was just securing the right targets at the right moment. They were always in the right places whenever they go for a gank, and that is a big thing. Although there was a moment where Dewa United Esports, this is the moment where they actually took some advantage back into their reigns, but at the same time, they were actually divided and conquered.
And I want to commend Pika, Thielen for the side lane control, T1 and Shin for those plays to get those kills. They were really mechanical on the hero choices that they had, and it took a lot of effort. But all those efforts were, of course, repaid with this victory that they had against the respective opponent, which is Dewa United. So Bikertopia, well, they will sleep quite comfortable tonight, having that amazing score of 3-0, and they are going to be looking forward to more spectacular fights and games in the next upcoming days. I'm also looking forward to seeing the stats after a short while, because I want to check how much damage the Liliana actually dealt, because Shin was obliterating so many members of Dewa United. I want to commend as well the Agnes grip by T1, always connecting. I I don't think we have seen his Agnes grip miss on any target. It was always on point, on the best possible targets.
That's how you execute a Roxy play. I've seen a lot of supports that use Roxy and not, the only thing that you can actually put into the table when you use a support Roxy is to get the Agnes grip. And that's how you play it, ladies and gentlemen. You actually need to be sure that you're going to be hooking someone. Even if it's a tank, it doesn't matter as long as it hits a hero.
And not only that, the proper follow-up is also equally important. And Bikertopia showed good synergy with that nice follow-up whenever T1 actually tries to kidnap someone with the Agnes grip. So kudos to that. I want to point out as well that Devil United, despite the loss, they actually put up a really good fight against Bikertopia. So I'm also looking forward to seeing a better performance in the next upcoming day, since they are going to be sticking around. It's just that they lost the grip on the first, being on the first top 1 spot here at Group C. They're trading just 1 point behind Bikertopia, but still relatively dominating.
Yeah, and that says a lot. Let's see what is going to be in store for Group C in the coming days. As we're going to be entering the last match of the day, and it's one of my favorites. It's V Gaming against It's Bacon Time. One of the reasons why it's my favorite match of the day is because these guys have been performing wonderfully in today's group stages, as well as the legacy of V Gaming in 2021 could be scratched here by It's Bacon Time. Will we see a V Gaming that has been beaten out by Mad Team and also It's Bacon Time, or are we gonna see an equal ground in terms of the score that they're gonna be building? Because if V Gaming takes this, it's a 2-1 for Mad Team, for It's Bacon Time, and for V Gaming. But if V Gaming loses this, they're gonna be the 3rd seeded team. Not much that we can say. First, second, third, you don't want to be in that kind of position. So I think V Gaming needs to prove a point that they're not just going to be pushed around here in the group stages.
Yep, I don't think we have seen a tied score yet on the top 3 on all the groups. Mostly we see someone really staying on top. And it's going to be interesting if that does happen here on our next match, because the scores are really nice as of the meantime. Mad Team taking out V Gaming. Well, all of them have won their games against Nextruya, but on the top 3 ones, they had a win against each other, and almost it will depend though on the result here of Bacon Time and V Gaming. If Bacon Time will secure the victory, they will secure the top slot. They will be the undisputed one and at Group D. But if they don't, well, it's gonna be a balanced Group D here on their top 3 ones: Mad Team, Bacon Time, and V Gaming. After V Gaming has recently patched up their unusual playstyle against Mad Team earlier, and coming back towards their comfort playstyle during their match against Nextruya.
Yep, it is a lot, and we're gonna be seeing the stats right now on your screens. It's in terms of the kills, it's just it's 8 kills in favor of Bikertopia. Not that big, but at the same time, it's clearly going to be felt. In terms of the gold, that's an almost 9k gold lead for themselves as well. And the objective takes are definitely for Bikertopia. No wide swings happen in this game. Mostly Bikertopia has everything under control. And yeah, Devil United did try their best. There was some kind of slopes there, but at that moment, even if they do secure some kills at the expense of most of their members, they needed a wipe wherein most of their members were actually alive to actually make an impact in the game. But it wasn't just possible because Bikertopia was always packing in the heat. They had a lot of damage on their pocket, and it turned out great for Bikertopia just because we saw a lot of the flanks coming in from Sin as well, who ended up as the MVP of this game. A 922 KDA, roll goal difference, almost 3k KP of 78.6%, and PV points of 11.7. And look at the damage that he's actually been dealing all throughout this game. It's 28%. That's a lot of damage to account for. He was able to secure some kills just because of how good he was able to maneuver that Liliana. And usually when we see an ASL team, they usually love that Liliana pick, but at the same time right now they actually turned the tables and used the Liliana against them, and it turned out great for Bikertopia. The mobility, the damage, everything. And before anything else, that concludes match 11. We're gonna be moving on to the match 12, which is going to be V Gaming against It's Bacon Time. But before we move into match number 12, we'll be going to a short break. This is Victoria, this is Kian Gaming, this is the AIC 2022. We'll be right back. Don't touch your browser.
No! God, please, no! Well, I have to say, you look a little funny. There's nothing wrong with pushing your limits, but in order to grant a satisfying Arena of Valor experience, why not start with some simple heroes? As a beginner, you'll get some free heroes. I know what you're thinking. Free means they aren't good. Trust me, that's not how it works in this game. The free heroes you get are all very powerful and are easy to get started with. Let me introduce you to some friendly heroes that are perfect for a rookie like you. The first is an old friend, Arthur. His passive skill, Paragon, increases his armor over time as he levels up in a match. His skill 2, Holy Guard, can deal a great amount of damage over time, which is quite brutal in the early game. What's more, Arthur can use skill 1, Righteous Fervor, to leap forward and interrupt the enemy's movement. He is definitely the nightmare in the eyes of his enemies, especially when they encounter Arthur on Slayer Lane. If you prefer the pleasure of killing enemies from range rather than being a tank, then you could pick Vera for the middle lane. Vera is also a perfect choice for beginners that want to play a mage. Her skill 2, Mesmerize, can control her enemies and puts Vera one step ahead of them. This will provide you enough time to aim and deal damage. Her skill 1, Hellbat, and ultimate, Inferno Bats, are pure damage skills that can hit enemies from afar. Using Vera, you can wipe out your opponents from a long distance away with just a few hits in the later stage of the game. The last one hero we recommended is Valheim, played in the Dragon Lane. Valheim causes consistent damage to harass his opponents. While Valheim's skills deal magic damage, his skill damage increases with physical damage as well. His skill 1, Bloody Hunt, provides area of effect crowd damage, while skill 2, Curse of Death, can stun his enemies for a short duration. Valheim can use his ultimate, Bullet Storm, to slow down and damage his opponents in a wide range in front of him. Both skills 1 and 2 can lock down enemies automatically, making Valheim easier to play. Normally, Valheim should stand in the back of a team fight and use his wide range of skills to help deplete the enemy team. Of course, you can always purchase your favorite heroes in the in-game shop if these free heroes do not interest you, or you simply want more choices to play with. Click your selected hero in the hero section to see the 4 attributes of the heroes. Well, I have to admit that sometimes the length of the attribute bar may also bring you trouble, because the hero may be too difficult for you to master when starting out. Please be sure to choose carefully before buying new heroes. Before buying, you can also find the hero you want to try in the skin section of the in-game shop. By clicking Trial in the lower left corner of the hero's details, you can play a practice match with your chosen hero and get a feel for them. This helps you avoid buying a hero that is not suitable for you. However, the most important thing in-game is that you have to adjust the position and hero you want to play according to your team's lineup. Take a look at the lower right corner of the selection interface, and you can see the issues with your current lineup noted automatically. By correcting these issues and supplementing your team with a different position, you can build a perfect lineup. Maybe you're fast enough to instantly pick your preferred position and role, But that might not be the best way to earn a team victory in Arena of Valor. Keep in mind that AOV is about teamwork, and the interest of the whole team is above all. Got it, rookie?
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold up delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen, I overcome relentless pain. And I got it in my genes, I pass through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb you on the light declare, I'm riding to the end.
Alright, welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. Again, we are your shoutcasters, Gion Gaming and Vittorio, and we're down towards the last game of today, the day number 2, Bacon Time versus V Gaming. It is quite anticipated. The result will determine if the trend will be different this time towards all the groups. And will we finally see a group that is equally on par on each other? It will depend on the results here. Vittorio, I want to know your thoughts because I am as excited as you are right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be. I'm actually excited as well. V Gaming did well against Mad Team, although they fell short. They had a lot of potential. It was just that the circumstances was not theirs. But we're gonna see here the members of Bacon Time, Taux, Muwan, Kim Sensei, Alma P, and Marky, who has had a strong showing in the first 2 games. They beat out Mad Team, who beat out V Gaming. But you know, the win that they had wasn't that easy as well. V Gaming has the championship caliber, Han, Wong TD, Maris, Kwang Hai, and Bert LP. They're gonna be showing us another aggressive composition for sure, if I know them well. Or maybe they're gonna be mixing it up with a different kind of draft and pick for themselves. Let's see what's gonna happen, but my main expectation is that it's still gonna be a solid showing for its Bacon Time for sure.
I like the energy here of the players. One is even playing with the camera, twitching and all that. I think they're just mixed emotions on the side, but it is understandable. This is the final part of the tournament, day number 2. So energy levels may vary from players depending on how they are usually able to endure this much playing time and also waiting time, since it already has been 7-8 hours that has elapsed since the first game. So now as we head down towards the final game here, match 12 of day number 2 in AIC 2022, Bacon Time on the blue side, V Gaming on the red. Naturally, we can expect the usual bans: Omen, the Lorian, the Aya, maybe even the Nakrot taken away. Yep, it is gonna be the path here for both teams. So also priority or also availability here for Bacon Time, which can be answered by the usual standard counters or like matchups here that we have seen already since like AIC 2021.
And at this moment, yeah, there is a lot of options that they're going to be picking, but Marky is actually moving on to the Iggy pick. Iggy so far has been a favorite of the teams here on day number 2, and it says a lot on how they are playing it. They are able to actually kite out they are able to deal a lot of damage using the Emperor's Case as well. And the answer of B Gaming, they're taking up the Elsu for themselves. So yeah, you get the Iggy, but we're gonna get the Elsu. Then they paired it up with Azuka.
So lots of poke damage coming in from both teams. I think Bacon Time, one of the reasons why they didn't opt for the first pick on the Elsu is that they want to take a same route that they had against Nextria. They're already hovering the Paina, which they have also used earlier alongside with the Iggy. Ryoma is gonna be a really nice put on the Dark Slayer lane if ever they are gonna lock this up. And despite V Gaming having 2 more bans later on, there is a lot of synergy on the late game heroes here for Paina. So V Game, not only do they have to ban out on the marksman department, but the jungle department is still relatively available. Tullen still available for the taking as well for Bacon Time, so that's something that V Gaming might actually opt to look into as well.
Yep. And pair it up with the Paina, you already have a list that you can pair it up with the Paina. I've seen a Yorn before that was paired up with the Paina and they actually won that game in AIC. But the usual is a Kafeni. I don't know what else you can actually pair up with the Paina. Laville could actually be paired up as well because of the attack speed boost and also the sustainability that you can bring into the table using that Paina.
And well, so far none of those are being hovered onto the ban here of V Gaming. So it can be the option here for Bacon Time. They're gonna be comfortable with this. V Gaming are opting to go with a different route here. Picking up the Kali, I think they would like to have some defenses set up here in terms of wave tier later on, especially on the worst case scenarios like the towers being taken out. They would want to have that enough long range capacity to clear out waves and also zone or shove away back the members of Bacon Time. Elandar gonna get taken away here by Bacon Time. Good respect on the possible double marksman composition here of V Gaming, since Zuka can not only be in the jungle but also can be flexed on somewhere else, depending on the play style that V Gaming would opt to take here right now.
Yup, and you actually see a lot of possible junglers being banned out here by V Gaming. They banned out the Varus, they banned out the Scud. So yeah, definitely there is still a lot of options for its Bacon Time. This is just, you know, in a best of one, even if you do ban out some of the heroes that you usually see, it doesn't really affect much the draft that's gonna happen, just because you still have a lot available for you. You know, one of the heroes that I haven't seen so far here in the AIC, it's the Superman.
Yeah, the Superman, the Raz, those heroes that have explosive impact into the game. I miss it, honestly. We even saw before Superman Raz combination team fighting prowess being utilized by some of the teams way back in the AIC 2021. This time, I think the teams are just testing the water, using limited, or all the teams limiting their choices for now so that later on they can put up a big surprise towards their opponent. As Bacon Time are going to be locking in the Hayate actually, and the Tulin, which we have talked about earlier, that can be used in the jungle. Now V Gaming having to hover the Wukong, kind of curious on this, on how they are going to be utilizing if ever they do lock it in, and they do.
Yup, and one of the biggest reasons why we're not seeing heroes like Raz and also the Superman is it is more of a skill. Those heroes are needs to be actually be used by very very skilled person, and even if you're a very very skilled person, there's a lot of situational mistakes that can happen when you use those type of heroes. It's actually safer to use heroes like Dylan, who just brings damage to the table, not just about going in for the re-engaging in clashes where Superman actually excels. And yeah, going into the composition wise, I've never liked Kali ever. I think Kali is a good hero in terms of clearing, but in terms of what she can bring into the table, the crowd control, the damage,
The overall kit.
Yeah, the overall kit that he can do, the flexibility and the versatility of the hero, I think it's not there. You have
It's pretty
slow-
linear, right?
Yeah, whenever you use the ultimate, you're just gonna be facing in one direction, unless you're gonna be using a flicker to actually reposition yourself.
Yeah, so it's kind of more predictable in how Bacon Time could actually approach this game. They could try to immediately obliterate this Kali pick. Later on, they do have the enough setups that they can actually utilize, and team fighting actually on the side of Bacon Time is kind of obnoxious in terms of how much damage they can actually put in a short amount of time. So that's something that V Gaming should try to avoid, especially that they do have this unique picks on some of their players like Kwang Hai and Maris in a way, since this particular hero doesn't have that much high pick rate, and Amon P will start this off with a bang, taking out Birdleby quite early. That's like 30 seconds into the game. They already picked up a kill. Han will try to deny that invade, but Almond P still managed to land that last hit with the punish.
Yup, and because of Birdleby being taken down, I guess that was a mistake for Birdleby. He thought that, Almond P wasn't in the area, and he was just surprised from Almond P's appearance there.
And those small scenarios are gonna be one of the reasons on losing some objectives and giving some advantages towards your opponent, and Bacon Time are happy to take that. Marky right now having a 1v1, Birdleby trying to get a revenge kill, but good is engaged with a flicker by Marky. Good attempt though by Kwang Hai on at least baiting that skill out.
Yeah, I mean, there was already a lot of information where Kwang Hai is gonna go. He started in the blue buff, so it is gonna be understandable that the end of his rotation is gonna be on the top lane. So Marky already anticipated at that moment that there might be a gank coming in his way. With 4 seconds in the clock, the Dragon in the Slayer is gonna be spawned. They're going hard for the Dragon Pit. Are there gonna be any amazing outplays? I'm very curious. It's gonna be a push, and the security here, Avalanche Fury goes in, and Taux is gonna be taken out as a 4v4 here in the Dragon's Pit, but not much that is gonna happen. Kwang Hai secures that Dragon. The Ember's Gaze is not gonna be enough for that steal.
Oh, that was a fantastic engage coming in from V Game. I think Tau X did not expect that flicker in and got caught out. Now with an equal amount of scoreline, Bacon Time still has a little bit of a gold lead because of those interactions earlier, but V Gaming are not trailing much behind, and they are able to take the resources that they need. Gold funneling not really that much on point, since Han was the one who got that kill earlier, while Anbon P was the one who got the kill in the first blood a while ago. So V Gaming, I think they need to try and funnel the gold towards the carries like Maris and Wang TD, as we're seeing Han just doing the typical thing activities looking into the jungle, trying to get some distractions here for that poke. And the steal of Wang TD is just a sight to see. Bacon Time right now are being stolen from what they usually want.
Yup, and that is going to be a good sign for V Gaming. They are going to be trying to take in the advantage. They have the gold lead advantage right now. 200 at that only, but still, it is going to be an amount that might spiral out of control as long as they're going to be playing it right. And we're seeing the right moves for this teams. And Han is just in the area, and another move like what we saw earlier could actually translate to another kill. Tox is definitely not a tanky support as of yet.
Not yet at all. He did suffer a death earlier from that set of Han. Now, I think Bacon Time are playing things quite defensively and reactively for the moment. They don't want to allow V Gaming to counter them in any way. So they're more so just trying to scale up, especially for Muan and also Kim Sensei, Almond P, and Marky, which will be the damage dealers later on. Tao X trying to gain some space here for the after that ulti by Mars. It is quite scary to get hit by those attacks on that ultimate, as Han is taking a bit of damage. 3 people from Bacon Time in the bot lane, so they will try to pressure it into taking this tower down, but the reinforcements are coming. Mars is going back alongside with Quang Hai. They will try to get Kim Sensei. Flickers out just in time to safety, but Tao X might actually be the next target. 3 members are low in terms of HP here on the side of Bacon Time. Almond P tries to get that execute damage onto Han, but fails to do so. Oh, that's a nice damage coming in from Kim Sensei, but they have to fall back. Maris has the ultimate, and he is just clearing the waves and pressuring them into disengaging even more. Ooh, that snipe almost hitting Marky, almost getting killed as well. Bacon Time are avoiding death 4 times in a row now, but not avoiding these structured takedowns from V Gaming. Almond P will obliterate Quang Hai, surprising him from behind.
Yeah, I mean, that was an overextension on P. So especially look at the damage that he's dealing. If she had the Thunderbird at that point, it would have been a secure kill again against Bird LB. But right now, we're seeing a seesaw in terms of the kills that they're making, but in terms of the objective, it's V Gaming who has the advantage. Mu1 is doing his best to deal a lot of damage to Han, but Han right now is too tanky. Even with the shred coming in from the passive of Mu1, it's not really felt at this moment.
Yeah, Bacon Time is constantly trying to look for ways to get an advantage. They do have 1 kill advantage. In terms of goals, not that much, as they are starting this Abyssal Dragon once again. Round 2, they have complete members, and Han is quite far, so good decision making. They do take the Abyssal Dragon, while the Slayer is still up for the taking as well. Oh!
Yep. Invert LP is being chased here by Marky. Uses the pinwheel, the Wailing Blade as well. The Spectacular has been cancelled. And Quang Hai is going to be entering the building. Is Marky going to be able to lift this? The Wailing Blade is not going to connect, and that is a secure kill for himself. And this is the advantage of having a lot of range for your team. The Kali is going to be using that. Han misses out that charge. And still, Aval's Fury is going to be used. Is it going to be enough? No, they're going to be pushed back again. Quang Hai is going to be starting this Slayer. They get that Slayer take as well. And Wang TD is going to be securing a shot into Mu1. They are going to be dangerously low. Ember's Gaze is already ready, but he is not going to be able to just safely take the Ember's Gaze into the range of Maris and Wang TD.
Yeah, they have to be really careful as well on the Ethereal Pulse there of Marix, constantly zoning them. I saw 1 flicker out as well to pay respect on that damage. Quang Hai has been really proactive in his rotations. Han with a nice charge back once again onto Tau X, but they won't get the necessary follow-up from the rest of the members of V Gaming, so now they need to fall back. For the meantime, respect the damage coming in from Bacon Time as they are actually spreading across the map once again. They can get the tower on top side to have a little bit more gold, and no one's actually there to defend the tower, so it will be taken for free as of the moment. Bird will be a little bit late on that backup towards the tower. Han taking a bit of damage. Thorough pulse once again here by Maris, just for the wave clear, just for the defensive strategy of V Game. It's currently working so far, given that they are keeping up so well against Bacon Time and actually zoning them quite effectively. But Han, I need to disengage. The Holy Dragon is up. And oh, that's a nice backstab coming in from Kwang Hai. A big burst, but they're also taking a bit of damage here from Amon P. They need to respect that Kim Sensei also has his Ember's Gaze readily available to burst out any close member that is not moving that much. Oh! Thunderclap not connecting onto anyone, but with the Slayer marching onto the pod, V Gaming are looking to secure more towers. They took mid as well. Bot lane, the only outer turret remaining alive, and the Ethereal Pulse is actually doing the work in terms of zoning. They will try to clear the wave. They have done it. Only needs to take down this Doombringer, and they successfully defend at least this last outer turret of Bacon Time.
Yep, there is still 2 turrets for Bacon Time. It's the mid lane and the bottom lane, but still the pressure is gonna be mounting with a with the door almost open here on the top lane. V Gaming so far, yes, they've been losing out in the 3 versus 3 scenario, but what happened is that Kwang Hai was able to capitalize on Marquee, which is, it's gonna have a lot of difficulties to actually get away. We have 2 dueling heroes. We have the Wukong and we have the Zuka as well, who has been doing a lot of damage at this point. And the snipers are going to connect again. Wang TD gets 2 snipes in a row, and he is going to be suppressing Almond P at that moment, forcing a back into the base.
Yeah, Bacon Time needs to respect those pokes and those ethereal pulses landing onto them, chunking their HP bars down, and also at the same time watching out for Kwang Hai on those flanks. Han is setting up for the team. He's being zoned out a little bit after taking a bit of damage, but the tower will fall down. Only lasting out the turret now is the mid lane. Like what you said, Maris once again with the zone currently working so well for V Gaming, and now Kwang Hai and Birdleby are positioning for a flank. They do take the last outer turret, and now increasing the gold lead a little over 2,000. It's not that much, but it's actually helping them so much in terms of control across the map, having the luxury of securing the Slayer and getting even more control and attempts to actually close out this game for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a classic V Gaming. Now they're the ones being aggressive in most of the situations. And props to Maris. He's actually changing my mind about Kali at this moment.
Yeah, same.
I could see the synergy between Wang TD and Maris here, with it also the Kali pick, which they actually used to shut down Kim Sensei at this moment. Whenever we see Kim Sensei is just going to be using the Ethereal Pulse at that moment, and that is another point being taken. Emperor's Gaze being used to damage the members of V Gaming at this point. Han goes in and stomps on the wall. Maybe it's a sign here, as we're going to see them knocking onto the doorstep, and Kwang Hai bursted out. Muwan, who used the Kunai Blitz, you're not going to be able to sustain that ultimate easily, and Marky and the others are going there for the defense. The bottom lane, there is going to be a Slayer marching there. Forest Sentry being used up here. Spectral Iron from Marky as well. Wailing Blade is going to hit 2 targets. Owl's Fury is going to be used by Han to disengage them. And the Slayer is now currently here. Bird LB does his best to harass them.
Aerial
Pulse being used here. Taux is doing his best to tank it with his healing light, but at the end of the day, it is still gonna be hard.
Almond P just trying to zone out Quang Hai away from the tower. They're trying their better best. That's a nice damage coming in from Kim Sensei, and it allows them to actually push back V Gaming for a short while. But Holy Dragon available for the taking. The towers of Bacon Time as well in the mid and in the bottom lane is quite low. So it can easily be taken down here by V Gaming in just one more setup. That's something that they need to be really prepared of, because if they don't, it will open up the base in favor of V Gaming. And in 55 seconds, another Slayer is going to be available for the taking here of V Gaming. That's going to be their route as they're positioning themselves towards a good flank here towards the mid lane. Han looking for a nice setup. It does catch out too, but it gets caught out as well. It's taking a bit of damage. Still a pulse once again, but Kin Sensei nearly gets blown apart. Purple P with that flicker engage will take out one, but Almond P with the help of the tower will get that trade. The tower falls down in a 2-for-1 exchange. Quang Hai tries to survive, but he dies. Ethereal Pulse raining all those damage. Will get a 4th kill. Marky tries to save the day. He does so miraculously, as 2 members of V Gaming are just too low to end this game.
Yep, and at this moment, the Dark Slayer is going to be descending into the map. That was a very, very close call. If Maki was not able to take down Quang Hai, it would have been a different result. But we're gonna see here V Gaming actually taking a tower that opens up the bottom lane for the big minion waves to actually converge. And looking at the replay, you're gonna see the Admiral Pearl, the pulse, the commitment coming in from Pearl. I'll be using the Skyfall, the Kunai Blitz from Muwan. Everything just fell out into place, and Quang Hai using all of his power to get back and use and destroy most of the members of its Bacon Time. And yeah, if Marky was also taken out at that point, we could already say it's a GG. Well played. V Gaming right now has a almost 3k gold lead, and they can actually capitalize on this. They have the advantage in terms of shoving the lanes, so they have a lot of leeway here. It's either they go for a committance, they shove the lane in the mid lane and actually burst down the mid lane, or they can actually just shove the lanes and take the Dark Lord Slayer.
Yeah, they're trying to gauge whether Bacon Time would invest, trying to go to the bot side, but they commit onto the mid lane. Kim Sensei! Instead, Bacon Time is in trouble. Mark is also quite low. They're trying to retaliate. Han is taking a bit of damage here from Muwan. He gets zoned out, but they lost the mid laner. They lost their support as well. This is the perfect opportunity now for V Gaming to close out this game. They disregard the Dark Lord Slayer. They commit onto the push, but I think they need to rethink their thoughts right now, because the wave clear of Bacon Time is still relatively high. They do have the necessary engage tools with Han, Quang Hai, and Bird will be ready for the fight. Han is in front. Bacon Time is waiting. They're trying to clear out the waves, but V Gaming transition towards the top. They have the waves incoming, crashing onto the towers. Marking taking a bit of damage. Muwan tries to throw some shurikens. Now Kim Sensei, Tao X is alive. They go, they retaliate, they go up front. The Kunai Blitz doing some damage. Kwang TD taking a lot, getting taken down. Respect were not given, and death were handed over to V Gaming.
At this moment, it has been a reverse. V Gaming was on the receiving end of this kind of map, but now they are the ones who let its Bacon Time feel how they felt when they were on the defense on 3 of the lanes, already losing the inhibitor turret. And it's Bacon Time is going to be able to secure the Dark Lord Slayer, but at what cost? They actually lost all of the 3rd tier turrets, and this might actually spell a lot of heartbreaking moments for its Bacon Time. If they're not gonna be able to wipe out V Gaming in the next clash, it is still gonna be V Gaming who's gonna be taking home the win.
Yeah, I mean, at most, V Gaming exchanged those 2 kills for Dark Lord Slayer and all the inhibitor towers. But right now, it's gonna be another battle. The AoE damage, the Shuriken, and the Kunai Blitz taking out 2 once again here from V Gaming. And this might be the chance of Bacon Time. Wang Hai is dead. No Ethereal Pulse. No Wave Clear at all for V Gaming. They had all the chance in the world. They had the opportunity to take the Dark Lord Slayer, but now they have to wait 25 seconds for the Wave Clear to come back up. Bird will be trying to do his very best to escape. It takes a buckload of damage there from Almond P, and now they're trying to defend this mid lane turret. It's falling down pretty fast. The Dark Lord Slayer is marching into the mid. Bacon Time is mad. They're just engaging right now. No hesitation at all. Taking out Wang TD. Desperation plays come up. But desperation can only lead you so far. And Bacon Time gets their 3-0.
Oh my gosh. That was an intense match. A big comeback from its Bacon Time. They are now the undisputed winners of this group stages day number 2 as they get a 3-0 record, putting down V Gaming to 3rd place here in the rankings.
Yeah, Bacon Time held strong for so long. They had all inhibitor towers destroyed, and V Gaming at that point still had like 6 standing towers on their base, and it cost them just one small mistake. Actually, just one mistake, but that mistake actually turned out to be huge because they decided either to push mid and top or take the Dark Lord Slayer. They decided to go up with the tower take, but what they did not anticipate is that Bacon Time would be able to stall enough time for those 20 seconds for Kim Sensei and Tau X to actually respawn back up. And now as we check on the highlights, we can see that V Gaming had it in their hands already in that game. It was a relatively back and forth action in the first 10 minutes, but V Gaming had it all towards the 11 to 15 minute mark, even on the 17th minute mark actually. But after that fight, after the stalling of Bacon Time, they actually made that miracle play, killing most of the members, especially Muwan with that obnoxious amount of damage with the Kunai Blitz, Kim Sensei with Ember's Gaze, and Amon P with just that execute damage. V Gaming did not anticipate Bacon Time charging them on, but Bacon Time, they exceed expectations, they exceed all those thoughts, and now they are the undisputed teams right now in the AIC 2022 in the respective groups here at Group D.
Definitely seeing a lot more. It's Bacon Time. V Gaming actually fell short in their the composition that they had. They had the advantage if they are the one actually engaging the clashes, not the other way around. The only one that they actually rely on their lineup to actually prolong the fight is going to be the Tain. And after the Tain, nothing else could actually happen. You're just going to be waiting to actually have the Wukong or actually the Zuka on wreaking havoc on the back lines of its Bacon Time. And it didn't happen. In the last two clashes, they were the ones always in the side of the receiving end. And yeah, basically, even if V Gaming got all of the towers, they did not play it out well. They could have done what they could have done is they could have pressured the lanes instead on the sides instead of committing for one last clash on the mid lane. It's a Hail Mary clash. That's what the attackers actually want to happen whenever all of their turrets, even the inhibitor turrets, are already broken, and they were not able to actually, use the advantage of having those turrets down. They should have just shoved the lanes. They should have used their pulse to actually mitigate the mid lane threat of the Dark Lord Slayer. They could have just used the snipe to actually suppress them and force a retreat from its bacon time. But yeah, things happen, and sometimes in the heat of the moment, the decision making is sometimes has lapses, and that's basically what happened for V Gaming.
And the opposite happened for Bacon Time. So really high respect towards them right now after that incredible comeback. V Gaming unfortunately will result into being on the lowest or second lowest on the top three, lowest on the top three rather, in Group D after losing to both Mad Team and Bacon Time. They actually had it. I was actually quite impressed with the Kali pick already. Given the zone and the AoE damage and the mobility it had overall in terms of movement speed, they had the proper setups already on most of the clashes, especially at the very end. However, on the actual end, they got caught out. They unexpectedly got caught during the top lane fight, and when they were actually trying to defend, well, Maris tried to throw out the Ethereal Pulse into the mid lane to try and deal some damage towards the Dark Lord Slayer. However, what V-Game did not anticipate is the quick response by Bacon Time. They were actually waiting for that Ethereal Pulse to be used onto the Dark Lord Slayer, and when they saw it being used, that was their go time to fully commit and killing Maris. That was their key. It took a long planning, but also in that impulse, it's quite impressive on how these strong players managed to craft their strategies in just a short amount of time.
Yeah, I think it's not more of a plan. I think it's more of the reaction that they did and the split decision making that its Bacon Time was actually able to come up with, and that is truly top tier. They really deserve the title of the RPL champions, and we're gonna see in the game stats. It's a very, very close game. It's a 2-kill deficit for its Bacon Time's advantage. They were able to take this because of the wipeout on the last part. And in terms of gold, you don't actually look at that in the late game because it doesn't really matter. But in terms of objectives, they actually fell off against V Gaming in most of the scenario. And that's a big thing because it's a very, very big comeback when its Bacon Time actually got the Dark Lord Slayer. They were able to actually formulate a strategy for themselves. They were able to show the lanes effectively and forcing out a clash for V Gaming. Once Mars was out of the picture, it was just easy pickings for its Bacon Time. They did not have enough firepower to go for the defense. And one of the reasons is when you don't have a lot of magic damage, that's going to be a big problem for anyone. Because you can see here on the screen, 213k damage coming in from Maris. That's very, very substantial. That's a very, very big bulk. He actually almost doubled the damage coming in from Wang TD. Kwanga and Perdel barely scratched that. They were not able to go into half of what Mars was able to do for V Gaming. And that was the biggest thing. When he was taken down, it was just all over. And we're going to see here the MVP of the game. It's going to be Muwan on that Hayate, who did fairly well using the Kunai plus to reposition himself and get some kills. Counter kills at that 4-5 KDA, 9.9 MVP points. Kill participation 75%. That is 3/4 that he was able to contribute for his team. And going forward, if its Bacon Time is going to be performing this well, maybe you could see the curse for its Bacon Time is actually going to be lifted.
And V Gaming kind of is experiencing some curse right now, kind of reminiscent on AIC 2021. Let's see how they are going to be handling it here on out. But what a good side of this is that we can finally announce the top 3 teams in all the groups. For Group A, we have Talon Esports, Team Flash, Nova Esports. Group B, we have Saigon Phantom, Valencia CF Esports, and One Team. Group C, we have Bikertopia Esports, Dewa United, and a Dope Team. Group D, we have Bacon Time, Mad Team, and V Gaming. I'm so excited what we are going to be seeing in our next phases, in the group stage, in the knockout stage. Later on, these teams are going to be pushed to their limits for sure.
Yup, definitely push to the limits. It's it's a very, very exciting day. We still have 2 days of the group stages. The next 2 following days, we're gonna be seeing this 3 teams per group actually face each other in a best of 2. So we're gonna see a lot more of the stuff. There's gonna be a global ban and pick, so definitely there's still a lot of picks in those. Maybe we're gonna see Superman, we're gonna see Raz, and maybe we're gonna see other heroes that we haven't seen just yet here in the AIC 2022.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed in all the games that we have seen today. We're proud of the teams that made it through the next phase of the group stages, and well, for the teams that weren't able to maintain playing here in the AIC 2022 for Influence, Rage, and Next Ruya, we're hoping to see a big improvement on them and growth on the players for their next performance. Because some teams rise, some teams fall, but one thing is for sure, the love for the game will always remain.
Yeah, I really love that saying. Yeah, love for the game. It's just if you want to put in the effort, you need to have that love of the game that you're always gonna be aspiring to be the best in terms of the pro esports scene, not just be the best for yourself, for your teammates as well. Yeah, Arena of Valor International Championship 2022 has been giving us a lot of this kind of teams wherein we saw them actually improve upon the losses that they've experienced.
And you have to extend, go beyond your limit, exceed expectations, push everything out, and just try to get that win, because it's what you actually allow. It's what it takes. It's what it takes to be a champion here, especially in the Arena of Valor International Championship. So here are the rankings here for the group stage, day 2. We're seeing Bikertopia being the first, Dewa United as a second, Dope Team as the third, given their respective stats on the respective Group C. Bacon Time as the first, Mad Team as the second, V Gaming as the third one, with an interesting similar results as well as Group C.
Yup, and I was fairly surprised. I was thinking that because of V Gaming actually taking in the advantage in the last game, it would have been a 2-1 for everyone here.
Yeah, that would have been art.
Yeah, that would have been a different way. But Bacon Time, definitely one of the best teams that I've seen so far here in the AIC. Although we're gonna still see a lot. This is just a best of 1, so drafting can always change whenever.
Yeah, they're still under provision. Hopefully they don't experience the curse in the extended series next time.
Yeah, and the extended series also tests out your drafting skills, your hero pool as well. As the games progress, you have limited available heroes. Bans are always going to be affecting you as the games and the series actually progresses. So let's see if we're going to see a better kind of It's Bacon Time in terms of that kind of progression. So we already have here the qualified teams that we're going to be seeing for the rest of the 2 days of the group stages. Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. These teams are the top teams that you're going to be able to witness.
Yeah, top 12. From a lot of teams, actually it's top 16. 4 teams were eliminated in just the first and second day and more teams will be saying goodbye in the next few days. Even in just the phase 2, tomorrow and the next day, 4 teams again will be saying goodbye. So it's gonna be a tough road for these teams, as well, their performance has been quite interesting and incredible for some, especially for those who have secured 3 zeros, or the undefeated ones at Talon Esports, Saigon Phantom, Bikertopia, and Bacon Time. They're gonna be the ones to really show that they can maintain the top standing in their respective groups, because the other teams will be trying to climb up the ladder and bring someone down to be the ones to be taken away. So in our upcoming matches here for tomorrow, we do have best of 2 series, best of 2 series in Group A, Group B, and Group A here at Team Flash versus Nova Esports, Valencia CF Esports versus one team, Nova Esports versus Talon Esports on the next one.
Man, that's a lot of matches we are going to look forward to for tomorrow's matches as well. And yeah, one team Esports is going to be facing up against Saigon Phantom. K Talon is going to be facing up Team Flash again. SGP is going to be facing up VCF. That is going to be the 6 matches that we're going to be able to witness in tomorrow's group stage.
And well, we're already coming into a conclusion for today. We have ended, finally ended day number 2. So congratulations to all the teams that made it through. And moving on towards the next phase of the AIC Arena of Valor International Championships 22. And of course, we're looking forward to having another jam-packed action day tomorrow. So that is it. Well, see you again tomorrow. Make sure to stick around for tomorrow, same time. And of course, we are your shoutcasters, Guillaume Gaming and Vitor. Tomorrow you will be seeing Mikos as well. This is the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. And of course, on behalf of the production team, Tencent, Level Infinite, Garena, and VSPN, we thank you all and looking forward to seeing again tomorrow.